I glanced down at my risotto, suddenly not feeling very hungry. Can I offer just one counterpoint? I look up, heart in my throat. He sits across from me, looking like my every dream in that fitted blue suit with the little yellow pocket square. No tie, shirt unbuttoned to expose his neck. He trimmed his beard for tonight. His sandy hair lies perfectly across his forehead. He wants to offer me a reasoned counterpoint on why we shouldn't flirt with each other. Sure, I say on a breath. His gaze softens. How will I know if I can give you everything you want? If you won't let me try.
41, Henrik. Teddy lets out a shaky breath, eyes on the half-eaten plate of branzino. What would that even look like? Me trying? He nods. I consider for a moment. The article I read talked about secondary sexual attractants too. Things like personality and life experience, talents. Teddy, your personality has always attracted me. From the beginning, I felt drawn to you as a person. Your light, your energy. The more I've come to know you, the more I want to be where you are. I know there's nothing inherently sexual in that admission, but it's still an admission. He reaches for his water glass, seemingly desperate to do something with his hands. Fair enough. But I don't think I can be content just sharing space with you. I know we're doing that now, he adds, but I don't know if you noticed that I'm not handling it all that well. I've noticed. I still make you uncomfortable. No, you make me turned on. There's a difference. Setting his water glass aside, he tosses his napkin on the table too, holding my gaze. Hen, this has never been about me feeling uncomfortable around you. You keep using that word. That's not it at all. Or if it is a feeling of discomfort, it's rooted in me being completely, irrationally, and irrevocably in love with you. I blink. But? He frowns. Oh, did you not want me to go there? We're having the honest conversation now, right? So let's fucking have it. Bracing myself, I nod. Fine. Proceed. From the moment we met out on that sidewalk 6 years ago, you crashed into my life, and into my heart, and literally swept me off my fucking feet. I looked up at you and felt like I just found the one. It's crazy, I admit that, but that's who I am. He presses a hand to his chest and goes on. Henrik, I can only be who I am. I can only feel what I feel. And what I feel for you is so far and away above what you feel for me. The imbalance here is fucking staggering. And now you're offering me crumbs, while I'm over here literally starving. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna take them. I will take every crumb you offer, because I can't walk away from you. I certainly can't walk away from Caro. She sunk her hooks at me all the way to my beating heart. I love that little girl. So now I'm twice as twisted up, wriggling like a fish on both your lines. My mind races as I listen to his confession. His mother is right. He doesn't want things from me. He doesn't want my clothes or the comfort of my apartment. He doesn't want money or acclaim. He's not chasing me for status. He just wants me. It's a heady feeling. I'm not sure that I've ever felt wanted before. Needed, certainly. Everyone in my life always seems to need something from me. I give and give, offering whatever I can. I would give until there's nothing left for myself. But Teddy doesn't need anything from me. He has a career and a life, a strong family of support, good friends. He can walk away and be fine. I never have to worry that he'll find what he needs. He's here because he wants to be here. He faced down the press with me, stood up to his family for me. He's embraced Carolina, treating her like his own child, loving her as she deserves to be loved. All for want of me. His expression is vary as he takes me in. Henrik, fuck, say something. I said too much, didn't I? He groans, sitting back. I shouldn't have said anything. Can we sort of just rewind? He gestures with his fingers like he's spinning back the tape. Let's just order the cheesecakes. Nov said we should try them. He cranes his neck, looking around. Do you see our waiter? But we are at this table. He lowers his hand from gesturing for the waiter. What? We're at this table, I repeat. There's no going backwards. He opens his mouth to speak just as the waiter appears. Hey there. How are we doing over here? Ooh, looks like we're still working on those mains. Can I get either of you a refresh on your drinks? We need a minute, says Teddy, his gaze locked on me. But you called me over. My guy, Teddy cries. We need a fucking minute. Please and thank you. The waiter disappears, and I can't help but smile. He groans, dragging a hand over his face. Fuck, that was so rude. I'll tip him generously, I reply, still smiling. Teddy doesn't smile. You were saying, we can't go backwards, I repeat. Whatever hand of fate led us here, we are here. We're in this moment. We're married, sharing custody of a child, and you're in love with me. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to see if I could learn to love you too. Slowly, he shakes his head. What if you can't? Henrik, I won't survive it. I take some cash out of my wallet and toss it on the table. It's more than enough to cover the meal. I'm not too worried. If anything, I think I'm excited. He watches as I rise from the table. What are you doing? I offer out my hand. Come with me. He places his hand in mine, and I draw him up from his chair. Lacing our fingers together, I weave out of the dining room, past the photographer sitting at the end of the bar. The man scrambles, digging in his wallet to pay his bill so he can follow us out of the restaurant. Once we step outside, the ocean air fills my senses. The sun has set beyond the dunes, leaving a hazy blue twilight out on the beach. The waves crash into the white sand as a pod of pelicans goes drifting silently past. I cut right, leading us away from the valet stand. Teddy follows behind. Where are we going? I walk him over to the rickety stairs that lead down to the beach. Hen, these shoes are Italian leather, and not mine. Smiling, I kick off my own shoes, leaving them by the stairs. Dropping his hand, I bend down and tug my socks off, stuffing them in my pocket. Righting myself, I extend out my hand again. Live a little. Rolling his eyes, he kicks off his shoes, cuffing the hem of his pants that are an inch too long. Then he places his hand back in mine, and I lead the way down the stairs. The wood is rough, but the beach is cool. My feet sink, sand pouring between my toes. Our shadow is following us, he says at my shoulder. Ignore him. He doesn't matter. I don't stop balking until we reach the water's edge. Bits of shell and other detritus litter the surf, dusted with frothy sea foam. Teddy groans. If I get this suit wet, Novi's going to make me get it professionally dry cleaned. He gasps as I turn and reel him in. Our chests brush, feet sinking into sand, as I sling my arm around his shoulders, keeping hold of his left hand. What are you doing? I'll buy Novi 10 suits, I say in his ear. One in every color. Just shut up and dance with me. He goes stiff for a moment. Then he relaxes, his hand going to my waist. We shift into sand, doing an awkward half-turn. Hen, there's no music. I break us apart long enough to pull my phone from my pocket and tap the first song on my Teddy playlist. I turn the volume all the way up so we can hear it over the surf. Then I pull him back to me, my arm around his shoulders. The music filters out and he relaxes, resting his forehead to mine. I love this song. I know. He leans away, searching my face. How? You listen to it all the time in the bathtub. Should I be flattered that you researched the artist, or worried that you guard the door while I bathe? I shrug, surprising him as I spin him out and pull him back in. You sit in there so long I have to check that you're still alive. He laughs as an ocean breeze blows a few of his locks loose. It's called self-care. I tuck the locks behind his ear, fingertips brushing down the column of his neck. His eyes go wide, unsure of what to make of my touch. I know you're scared. You have every reason to doubt me, to want to protect your heart. I'm asking you to give me a chance. Before he can reply, I spin him out again, letting him turn back into my arms. We'll take it slow, I go on. You can say no at any time to anything, and I'll try to be clear if I think I'm ready for more. Finally, he nods, letting out a breath. Okay. Okay. A weight lifts off my chest as the word sinks deep. He's willing to let me try. He's willing to let me see where this can lead. Eric Baker's unbroken promise filters out from my pocket as Teddy and I slow dance into sand. I don't care that a photographer is taking pictures of us. I don't care that everyone else thinks we're crazy. No one can tell me this is a lie. Standing here, holding him, feeling him in my arms. Nothing about Teddy O'Connor is a lie. Even when he can't say what he means, he shows you in action. All you have to do is pay attention. Teddy is the truth I never saw coming. The truth that I could want more from life, deserve more. But I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to open myself to another in this way. I don't know how to want someone. Christ knows I don't know how to be wanted. I'm just going to follow Teddy's lead. I'm going to act on instinct. And my every instinct is telling me that, in this moment, what I want is to dance with my husband on the beach.
42. Teddy. Okay. What exactly did he say? Colin takes the beer and 2 jumbo soft pretzels I offer him. All around us, rowdy hockey fans crowd in, laughing and chatting. It's the first home game for the Rays since their stretch of aways. And since Henrik and I danced on the beach. I thank the concession stand attendant, slipping our bottles of water and the bag of cotton candy into the backpack hooked on Carolina's wheelchair. Giving her a push, we weave through the crowd, heading for the VIP section. We're here early enough to catch the tail end of warm-up. Colin walks at my side, resolutely being an asshole by wearing a Jags jersey to an NHL game. Why did I even invite him? He takes a bite of one of the soft pretzels, talking as he chews. Did he give any indication of how slow he wants to take things? None. We danced on the beach and drove home holding hands. When we got home, Carolina was in hysterics because her rainbow unicorn stuffy lost an eye, and Hannah couldn't find a sewing kit to put it back on. I had to run out and get one. By the time we got that sorted, Hen was exhausted and stressed, saying he had to go to bed because of his travel schedule. That was 4 days ago. But you told him you loved him? I groan. Cole, I spilled my freaking guts. I told him everything. It was so embarrassing. And you've said nothing to each other since. No. I mean, we've talked every day, but it's just been about Caro and like, hey, good game and stuff like that. He got home yesterday, but I was at a fundraising thing. It's all just been a little crazy. Unbelievable. Juggling his beer and pretzels, he tries to show the attendant his lanyard pass. I got you, she says, scanning the pass. Once she scans mine and Caro's, I wheel Caro up to the elevator. Press the button, sweets. We're going down. Shifting her pile of new Rays merch to the side, Caro reaches out with her casted arm and presses the down button. When the elevator arrives, we wait for it to clear before stepping in. I wheel Caro in backwards. Colin stands at my side with a stupid smirk on his face. What? He just shakes his head. You are so down bad. It'd be funny if it wasn't so tragic. How is that helping? I try to keep my voice down as the elevator starts to move. Just talk to him, bro. Next time you see him, tell him, Henrik, my one true love, I want to know you in the biblical way. Did you forget the part where I said slow? We're talking glacier pace here. And he might not even want that from me. Like, ever. Never. Colin turns to me, a look of horror on his face. And you're cool with that? I don't know. This is completely uncharted territory for me, Cole. I only ever do relationships where the banana bread comes first. He swallows a sip of beer. Banana bread? I gesture down at Caro with a dramatic nod of my head. He snorts. Ah, good old banana bread. I love banana bread. I know you love banana bread. Don't. Wait. Does Karlsson not like banana bread? Or is he more of a sourdough bread eater? I grimace. Can we change the kind of bread, please? He just laughs, leading the way out of the elevator. What stupid metaphor would you prefer? Rye bread? A good slice of pumpernickel? Man, if Tracy was a bread, I think she'd be a nice, crispy French loaf. I just shake my head. Why did I think I could talk to you about this? Why did I even bother? I only have myself to blame. He laughs again. You're talking to me because I'm older than you, I'm wiser than you, and I have more success in relationships than you do. I'm basically Yoda. My God, does that make me Luke Skywalker? Before he can respond, Caro perks up in her wheelchair. She's decked out in a Karlsson jersey, glitter on her cheeks, and pigtails I fixed with silver and teal streamers. Morbro loves banana bread. Colin and I both stiffen, eyes wide. Fuck. I have got to remember that this girl understands English, and the longer she hangs out with my dumbass, the better she gets. That's great, sweets, I say, patting her shoulder. We should make some this weekend. Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah. Colin just shakes his head at me. Shut up, I hiss, pushing Carl forward. You're going to hell, he mouths. You can leave now. He just follows at my side, a new spring in his step. Delusional rejects, table for one. I am unfriending you, effective immediately. Hey, when I meet your man later, should I refer to you as my Padawan or my hopeless case? I'm gonna murder you in a lake. We've got a long way to go if you're gonna keep that attitude.
43. Henrik. Marber! I turned to see Teddy and Carolina standing at the end of the rink up against a glass. She's wearing a Karlsson jersey so large it falls past her knees. There are sparkly ribbons in her hair. Smiling, I leave my teammates and skate up to them. Hey, my little lamb. Glancing at Teddy, I offer him a smile too. Hey, Teddy. Hi, he says on a breath. He's not wearing his bag jacket tonight. He's in a black t-shirt, ripped jeans, and my leather jacket. His locks are pulled up in a bun, held in place with a teal Rays bandana. I'd hoped to see him yesterday when I got home, but he volunteered to help at some rehabilitation hospital event the Rays were sponsoring. He didn't get back until after I was asleep, and I was out the door early this morning. Caro presses both hands to the glass and says in English, Teddy got me cotton candy. His smile falls slightly. I will not be letting her eat it all. I pull my glove off, press my hand to the glass over Caro's, and say in Swedish, Did you have a good time while I was gone? Were you good for Hannah and Mr. Torres? She pouts. He makes me do math. I give her a solemn nod. Math can be hard, but begun to be bright like Mama, yeah? Lindbergh skates upon my left, popping his mouth guard free to smile at Caro, and says in Swedish, Hey, hey, look at you growing so big and strong. Her eyes go wide as she notices his missing front teeth. She's only ever seen him with his flipper. Laughing, I sling an arm around his shoulders. See? This is why you practice your math. Otherwise you'll have to become a hockey player, like Mober and Mr. Lindbergh, and then you'll lose all your teeth. Leaning into the bit, Lindbergh lowers his face, flashing his gummy smile. Give us some cotton candy, little girl. We can't chew without our teeth. No! She covers her mouth with both hands, nearly toppling off the ledge. Wow, says Teddy in English, keeping her upright. Great uncling there, more bror. Lindy, put your guard back in before you're eating steak through a straw. With a chuckle, Lindbergh pops his guard in and skates off, patting my shoulder as he goes. A whistle blows, and I know I'm out of time. I have to go, I say in English. Vilken watch you play? Says Kara in Swedish. I switch back too. I'm so happy you're both here. Mitt lilla lam. Hey, Ted! Teddy glances over his shoulder. A handsome black man in a Jags NFL jersey waits by the stairs, holding a beer. I'm gonna head up to the seats, he calls with a wave. 'Kay. Teddy waves back at him. We'll be right there. I watch as the man scales the steps, disappearing into the stands. Who was that? What? Teddy glances over his shoulder. Oh, that was Colin. I thought you met Colin before. My shoulders tense as my smile falls. No. He gives me a puzzled look. I was sure you had. I think he came to a beach thing once or twice during my intern year. Why is he here? I say, trying to keep my tone light. I must be failing, judging by Teddy's expression. He arches a confused brow. To watch the game? I invited him. Wait, is that a problem? Of course not. What else am I supposed to say? I mean, the wags gave us more tickets than I could ever use. He goes on. And Colin was finally free tonight. Besides, I wanted backup in case this one becomes a sugar-crazed terror. He adds, kissing Caro's glittery cheek. She smiles. Can I have my cotton candy now? Not until we get to the seats. Ask again, and I'm going to give your cotton candy to Pelly the Pelican. No, she whines. Another whistle blows, and I push back from the glass. I have to go. Skate well, Teddy calls with a wave. Say bye to Morbro, honey bunny. Bye, Morbro. Kick Dallas's ass, he adds. I skate backwards, leaving Caro and Teddy at the glass. This doesn't make any sense. I thought Teddy and I were making progress. I told him what I wanted before I left for Columbus. I couldn't have been clearer. I told him I was ready to try. He agreed to let me. So why did my husband bring a date to my game?
44. Teddy. Not gonna lie, the Rays are a mess tonight. The score is still 0-0, but they're losing pucks and missing shots. Henrik is definitely part of a problem. He, Lindy, and Langley just aren't skating as a line tonight. The only reason the Stars haven't scored is that DeGraw is having a great game. Actually, he's having a great season. He's already made 2 truly incredible saves, and we're only halfway through the first period. Where did y'all find this guy? Colin says in my ear, cheering with the rest of the fans as DeGraw drops a caught puck to the ice. He was already in a full butterfly when he did this twisty ballerina backbend, snatching the puck out of a corner of a net with his glove. Australia! I jump up and down, clapping. Next to me, Caro sits happily in her chair, swinging her feet, eating her cotton candy by the sticky fistful. Thanks to my friend Cheyenne in the ticketing department, we were able to snag 3 handicap-accessible seats in the lower VIP area. We're not right on the glass, but we're close enough to feel part of the action. The Dallas goalie is hunched in the net right in front of us, watching the action as the puck is dropped for another face-off. Lindy gains possession and slaps it over to Henrik. Morbar has the puck! I scoop Caro out of her seat and balance her on my hip. We got the all clear from her doctor regarding the hairline fracture on her ribs, which has been amazing. She can get more comfortable sleeping, and we don't have to treat her quite so much like a glass doll. Really, it's just her casted arm and leg to worry about now, and she'll be able to bear weight on the leg in a few more weeks. She shakes her bag of cotton candy in my face. Go! Morbor! Man, he's fast, says Colin. Henrik cuts and glides, dancing around the Dallas players. They're closing in, and he doesn't have a clean shot. He drops the puck back to Jake, who passes it up to Lindy. The forward line reforms, with Henrik trying to get clear for a pass. Lindy slips the puck around a defender, right to Henrik, but Henrik is too wide to get over to the goal. Instead, he races around the back of a net. He's crossing right in front of us as a Dallas defenseman slams him into the plexiglass. There's a loud crack as the glass sways. Excited fans surge forward, pounding their fist on the glass in Henrik's face. Morbro! Caro squeals in fright. He's okay, I soothe. He grunts in frustration as the crowd screams. The puck gets caught between their skates as they scrap for possession. Then the other defenseman comes crashing in, slamming Henrik down to the ice. Carl practically flings herself from my arms. No! Shh! He's okay, honey. I can hardly breathe as I watch him stumble to his feet and push off a wall, chasing after the puck that's now crossing the center line in the opposite direction. Carl looks to me with anxious eyes. Is he hurt? I kiss her cheek. No, honey. See? I point to him as he zips towards the Rays' goal. He's still out there skating. Look how fast he is. Do you see him? Number 17? She nods, her bag of cotton candy still clutched in her fist. There's a scramble in front of our net, and Jake whacks the puck free, sending it careening down the ice, 3 lengths ahead of Langley. He's skating as fast as he can, but the Dallas defenseman gets there first, claiming possession and pulling the puck back into his defensive zone. Langley flies around the back of the net, looking for his forward line to reset for a pass. He's not open, Colin shouts, all but strangling me as he jumps up and down, seeing the play unravel before it happens. The Dallas defenseman makes the pass, but the puck is intercepted by Henrik. Morborough has the puck again. I point him out on the ice, balancing Carl on my hip. See him? She nods. Pass it! Pass it! Colin shouts. Henrik slides to a stop in a spray of ice and shoots the puck forward, right to a waiting Langley. Ryan barely has it on the tip of his blade before he whacks it into the back of the net. The cherry lights up, the horn blasts, and the crowd goes wild. It's Langley's point, but Henrik gets credit for the assist. Yes! Yes! Colin jostles me as Carl covers her ears with her hands. Her cotton candy bag hits me in the face. I can hardly see Henrik down on the ice through the cloud of pink and blue plastic. Langley stops at the wall right in front of us. The rest of the team skates in, congratulating him. More bra! Caro shouts. Through the den, Henrik hears her cry. His gaze locks on our section, focusing like a laser as he searches for her in the crowd. The second he spots us 4 rows up, I know something's wrong. His eyes burn like molten lava as he glares, first at me, then Colin. Oh, shit. I know Colin notices too, because he drops his arm from my shoulder and leans away. He knows I'm married, right? And straight, like, as a fucking arrow. Heart in my throat, I brush Caro's cotton candy bag away from my face. It's possible your sexual orientation has never come up. Colin groans. You really are a hopeless case, you know that? Well, how often does that come up about a person you literally never discuss? Okay, rude. I talk about you with Tracy all the time. By the way, she agrees that you're hopeless, not fucking helping. Carl keeps waving, trying to get Henrik's attention, but he only has eyes for me. And the feelings behind the look he's giving me are clear as fucking day. Hurt and betrayal. Oh, this is so bad. I thought you said he wanted to take things slow, Colin says as Henrik skates off, called away by the whistle to return to the bench. He did. God, my mouth is suddenly as dry as a desert. I set Carl back down, hiding the rest of the cotton candy in the backpack. When I right myself, Colin is glaring at me. What? Seriously? I groan. Cole, if you've got something to say, did that look like the face of a man who wants to take things fucking slow? He points down at the ice. Christ, Teddy, if he catches me touching you again, he's gonna abracadabra that fucking glass, charge up here and kick my ass. Well, what am I supposed to do? Fix it. How? Seriously? He grabs at my lanyard, pulls up my arena pass, and flashes it in my face. You work for the team. This period is almost over. Go down there and set him straight. I gasp, jerking my lanyard out of his hand. I can't just go down there. I can't distract him like that. You've already distracted him. He's not going to be able to think about anything else until you fix this. Dragging it out, waiting till the end of the game, it's just cruel, Ted. Go to your man. Let him sweep you off your feet. But Caro, I've got the kid. She'll be fine without you for 5 minutes. We'll split a beer and some jalapeno nachos. Go, Teddy. I let out a breath, heart racing in my chest. Colin! His eyes widen. Oh, you're scared. Duh. Well, that's fine. Go do it anyway. Tears sting my eyes as I shake my head. If he rejects me, he won't. How can you be sure? Laughing, he grabs me by the shoulders and turns me around, giving me a shove towards the aisle. I can't. So why don't you just go see for yourself? 45. Teddy. This is crazy. This is such a bad idea. Why did I let Colin talk me into this? I should go back upstairs, get Caro in the car, and drive until we hit Canada. Okay, no, that's good. Get all the bad ideas out now, Teddy. I jog down the concourse, weaving through the throngs of fans in line for the bathroom or concessions. Hey, Teddy, says Marjorie with a wave, guarding the tunnel access door. I find her a smile. Hey, Miss Marge. You're on duty tonight, too? She's been a volunteer at the arena since long before I was an intern. She's this 80-year-old white lady who weighs like 90 pounds, and she always has candy. Not tonight, I say, flashing her my access badge. Just forgot something earlier. She reaches a bony hand into her pocket. Want some candy, honey? I pause. Actually, you got any mints? She hands me a peppermint in a twisty plastic wrapper. Thanks. You're an angel. I give her a wave as I pop the mint in my mouth. The break between first and second period is only 17 minutes long, and the buzzer went off as I made my way over to Marjorie. The clock is already ticking. I hurry down the stairs, passing the last set of security guards with a wave of my access pass before I'm in the tunnels. What am I even doing? Am I just gonna charge into the dressing room, lock eyes with Henrik, and shout, Colin is straight! I round the corner and nearly crash right into Cody, one of the EMs. Whoa, he says with a laugh, juggling a bundle of hockey sticks. Close call. You on tonight? Nope, I dart around him. You seen Henrik anywhere? Who? Karlsson. Where is he? Beats me. He shrugs, rattling the jumble of sticks. Someone calls his name down the hall, and he takes off. Later, Ted. This is a sign, right? Cody doesn't know where he is, so I should just give up now. Probably head back upstairs. This was a bad idea anyway. Teddy! I flinch, turning around. Brady is in the hall, waving me down. Hey, what's up? I thought you weren't on shift tonight. He looks me up and down. What are you wearing? Whatever. Look, if you're working, go hunt down some ice packs. Someone moved all our shit around. When I find out who, there's going to be hell to pay. What do you mean? I mean, they literally came in and moved a whole goddamn freezer, and apparently no one on my staff fucking noticed until now. It's gone, replaced with a fridge full of electrolyte water. Well, I'm not actually on shift. Whatever. Just find me that freezer and get some ice packs to the guys waiting in the PT suite. Help me out with this, and I'll give you all the cash in my pocket, you greedy fuck. I laugh, crossing my arms. Why do I get the feeling there's no cash in your pocket? Teddy, go! On it. Spinning on my heel, I'm emboldened with my new mission. Find freezer. Actually, this is helping. I'm not even thinking about the devastation that could come when I go to Henrik and throw myself at him. Again. This has to be some kind of record, right? It's only been 4 days since the man of my dreams confessed to feeling nothing for me. Since he said he's willing to try feeling something. And then I had to go and invite Colin fucking Holiday to a game. Now, the something Henrik is feeling is pain and regret, thinking Colin is here as some kind of date. My God, as if. Colin Holiday? The man eats yogurt with a fork. He wears boot-cut jeans. He thinks Lunchables are an acceptable form of charcuterie. I quite literally would never. I duck into the first room I find with an unlocked door. There's nothing remotely freezer-shaped in here, just some janitorial equipment and dusty boxes of who knows what. I slip back into the hall and try the next room. This one is packed full of folding chairs. If I were a freezer, where would I hide? I say to myself, hurrying back out to the hall. Down around the corner, there's a food prep room. It's kind of out of the way and too small for the needs of a team. As an intern, I'd go in there sometimes and use the microwave. Worth a shot, right? Maybe some asshole decided the freezer was lonely and needed to be reunited with a proper kitchen. I break into a jog, taking a left, then a right, sliding to a stop in front of a door labeled 101A. Reaching out, I jiggle a handle. It opens. I shove the door with my shoulder, step inside, and turn on the lights. They hum to life in that way fluorescents do. Aha! Sitting under a flickering light panel, right next to an industrial fridge, is a small deep freeze. There's even a peel and stick Rays logo stuck to the front. I flip open the lid. Stacked inside are a ton of gel ice packs in a range of sizes. There's no way I can just drag this whole freezer down the hall. It's not on wheels. Someone's gonna need to get a dolly. Looking around, I hurry over to the sink and open the lower cabinet. Yes! I snatch up a roll of garbage bags and tear one loose. Opening it with a furious shake, I grab several different sizes of ice pack and shove them in the bag. The plastic strains with the weight of the packs as I sling the whole thing over my shoulder like some kind of sporty Santa Claus. Dashing from the room, I cut the light and run down the hall towards the PT suite. Excuse me, I call out, ducking around the guys milling in the hallway. Around the corner, the EMs are furiously sharpening skate blades, getting ready for second period. The high-pitched squeal of the sharpener pierces the senses, leaving the faint smell of burning metal in the air. Coming through! I shout. Hey, open that door! Someone pulls the PT door open, and I stride in. I have ice packs! There's a flurry as the other PTs rush forward, digging into the bag as I set it down on the first empty massage table. Sweet! Where the hell did you find them? You're our hero, Ted. Karlsson, you want some ice for your knee too? I freeze, heart in my throat. Slowly turning, I see Henrik sitting on the farthest massage table. He's got the top half of his kit off. His shoulders look pink, like someone was just massaging him, loosening his tight muscles. I knew he took a hard hit out there. First into the boards, then down to the ice. I told Carl he was fine in the moment, but I saw the way it zapped his speed. I got it, I say, taking the ice pack from Jeremy's hands. Henrik looks as tense as a cornered lion as I walk up to him, my humble offering of ice in hand. He says nothing as I step up to the table and drape the ice pack over his shoulder. I grab a wrap and gently secure the pack in place. He lets me, still saying nothing. I can't bear this fucking silence. I'm crawling out of my skin. Leaning in, I whisper, Henrik, Colin is just a friend. He stiffens, leaning away. We've never. I place a hand on his unwrapped shoulder. He's straight. Plus, I'm totally out of his league, I add with a weak smile. He looks up at me with those sad eyes, the denim blue of his irises looking so faded and tired. On instinct, I cup his bearded cheek. Please don't look at me like that. It's not fair, okay? I didn't do anything wrong. Meet Colin after the game, and he'll tell you himself he barely tolerates me. He calls me hopeless. Lifting a hand, he covers mine on his cheek. I don't know how to do this, he admits, his voice low. Do what? Want to. My gaze darts to his beautiful, sad eyes. Henrik. I gasp as he wraps his arm around me, slipping his hand up under my leather jacket. His fingers splay possessively across my back. Then he reels me in until I'm practically straddling his leg. He's still in his skates and hockey pants. His other hand drops to grip the front of my t-shirt. He pulls me closer. I can smell his faint athletic musk, practically taste the salt of his perspiration. Our noses brush as he breathes me in. Du är min man, he growls. Then he's kissing me. Oh my God. Henrik Karlsson is kissing me. I can't even process it. His hands are on me. I'm practically straddling his thigh, and he's kissing me. And what the fuck did he say? Fuck. Why did I never learn Swedish? 2 semesters of Latin utterly wasted. His lips pressed to mine, his beard prickling my chin. The second I stop thinking and actually start kissing him back, it's like a volcano erupts in my chest. I'm molten with need, fingers gripping his face as I press back into his kiss, lips parted, eager for more. Both his hands go around me, splayed on my back as he pulls me in. My cock is pressed against his padded hockey pants. Thank God. Maybe he won't feel how hard I am. When you've been wandering in the desert for as long as I have, the first drop of water was always bound to send the senses haywire. I try to memorize this moment, the feel of his iron hands at my back, the bitter taste of salt in his kiss, the warmth of his breath panting with mine. I groan against his mouth, my fingers brushing down the column of his sweaty neck. With a tease of my tongue, his lips part from me, and then we both detonate. I gasp again as he pulls me in tighter, arms banded across my upper and lower back. I'm on my toes, straddling his thigh. My hands brush into his sweaty hair, and I'm flying. He tastes so good, like power and strength and raw fucking passion. What are we doing? He groans against my lips. Flying too close to the sun? I kiss him again, never wanting to stop. All right, break it up, you two. Yeah, geez, keep it in the bedroom. I gasp as Henrik suddenly pushes me back. I'm left reeling as he locks his elbows, placing me firmly away from him. Oh, fuck. What did we just do? I glance over my shoulder to see everyone in the PT suite staring at us. Yeah, I definitely just climbed onto my half-naked husband's lap and rode his thigh while he choked me with his tongue, in front of a live audience. That just happened. That was our first kiss. Henrik drops his hands away from me, and I'm left swaying on the spot. Thank God I'm turned away from the room so no one can see my raging heart-on. Stage fright already has it deflating fast. Some people are into public displays, but that's never been me. I was just so desperate for Henrik to see me, hear me, that I didn't care that we weren't alone. Henrik. He sits on the edge of a table, ice pack wrapped around one shoulder, hair a mess from my hands. His lips are parted, still wet from my claiming kiss, and he's looking at me like I'm the answer to every question he's never thought to ask. I have to remember this moment. I want it tattooed on my brain. The way he's looking at me now, he's not seeing Teddy the intern who once walked into traffic, or Teddy the PT who wraps ice packs on shoulders. He doesn't even see Teddy the caretaker who overbakes cookies and braids Caro's hair. For the first time in 6 long years, the man I've loved and longed for sees me. And I think he likes what he sees. This is all too much for my brain to handle. I feel like Icarus again, tumbling through the air, feathers flying. Good job out there, I say, offering him my hand like a total asshole. Confused, Henrik shakes it, his hand calloused and warm as it wraps around mine. I pull away, stepping back. So, anywho, I guess I'll just see you at home. Glad we could get that cleared up. Okay, bye. He stands. Teddy. I turn around, heart in my throat. Yeah? He towers over me in his skates. And it's such a fucking turn-on. In reality, the skates only add like an inch or two, but I'm still fighting the desperate urge to blurt out the words, "Hold me." Instead, he only holds my gaze, uncaring that the room is full of his teammates. I asked for 2 ice packs. I grin, heart flipping. Get the intern to help you. I'm off the clock. Feeling like that's a much cooler line to use as my exit, I flee the room to the sounds of the laughter and whooping cheers of our friends. 46. Teddy. That's a pretty dress. Carolina traces her finger over the lines of a purple ball gown in her favorite princess book. It is a pretty dress. I like this white one, too. I point to the black girl on the page. She's wearing a strappy gown with glitter on the bodice. Solman Brute, Kara murmurs, her eyes heavy with fatigue. I always know she's exhausted when she stops translating her Swedish. I'm sitting on the edge of her bed, reading to her by the glow of her twinkle lights. We got home from Henrik's game about 40 minutes ago, having left before it was over. Kara was getting pretty cranky. When she dropped a piece of popcorn to the ground and burst into tears, I knew it was time to go. Her Karlsson jersey is slung over the top of her Barbie playhouse. She wouldn't let me take the streamers out of her hair, but I got most of the glitter off her cheeks, and we brushed her teeth. If this girl gets cavities, it won't be my fault. Now, she's snug as a bug, surrounded by her stuffed animals. Hey, I brush a hand over her hair. What does Dur Minman mean? She blinks her eyes open, fighting sleep. What? What does Dur Minman mean? I repeat, trying to say it the way Henrik did. I'm probably getting it wrong. When I plugged it into Google Translate earlier, it asked me if it was Dutch. She mumbles something in Swedish, which is completely counterproductive. But then, why am I asking the 5-year-old? You know what? Never mind. Closing the book, I slip off the side of her bed. I glance down at her and smile. She's toast. Lips parted, she breathes in and out, totally lost in dreamland. I put her book back on the shelf, click off her twinkle lights, and tiptoe out, leaving her door cracked. I stand in the corner of a living room and look around at the mess of a day. Toys everywhere, coloring books, the apple peels from Carl's snack. I click on a few lamps and dim the overhead lights. The apartment feels too quiet after the roar of the arena crowd, and I feel like I have a hive of bees in my chest. I check the time on my phone. Henrik should be coming home soon. Any minute, really. And then what? He wants to practice wanting me, whatever the fuck that means. And tonight, he kissed me. Did he even like it? I think he did, but maybe I'm just projecting how much I liked it. He said he's never felt sexual attraction before. When he's gone through emotions in the past, he said he felt nothing. My God, nothing? I can't even imagine. Wait, what if he was kissing me and he was like running back game tape in his head? What if he was counting by fives or making a grocery list? What if he felt nothing? I don't think I can let him tell me. We'll have to develop some kind of hand signal instead, and I'll just disappear into the sunset. Squashing down my scary thoughts, I try to make myself busy by cleaning up Carl's art supplies. We've been working on her fine motor skills in therapy, so I got her a gem art set. It comes with all these pre-made designs like rainbows and 5-layer cakes. She uses a stylus to pick up the gems and place them in the right color order to make a picture. She's obsessed. And yes, we used some of the gems to make fairy wings on our faces while I introduced her to the magic that is spirited away. I shuffle all the papers together, put them in her art box, and close the lid on the gem kit. I'm still on my knees reorganizing her colored pencils when I finally hear the click of a key in the lock. Oh God. I refuse to do anything but act cool, even if inside I'm aching to be at the door when it opens, shouting, "What does this mean?" Instead, I start separating the coloring sheets, setting aside the ones she's already finished. The door opens, and Henrik is there, looking like a god in a tan linen suit, white shirt, and no tie. His eyes lock on me, and my heart starts to thrum. "Hey," I say on a breath. "Eh," he replies, hanging his keys on the hook by the door. "Did y'all win?" "No." Fuck. I was really hoping they'd pull out a win so his mood would be elevated. A good thing with Henrik is that he's not the type to wallow. Wins happen, and so do losses. Even as an intern, I admired his ability to just focus on the next game. "I looked for you after the game." I wince. "Yeah, sorry. We left early. Carl was turning into a pumpkin and Colin had an early morning. The Jags play tomorrow. He glances down the hallway towards her room. Is she well? Oh, she's fine. Just too much sugar. I washed most of the stickiness off her hands and put her to bed. And I'm throwing away the rest of the cotton candy. Unless you want it? No. Okay. This is easy. I can do this all night. But talking about Caro is always easy. It's talking about us that has me feeling like I want to take a running leap through the glass wall. I keep shuffling the papers, separating the clean coloring sheets from the scribbled on ones. Penguin in a scarf, owl reading a book, kitten on a rainbow. Maybe Henrik doesn't want to talk about us. Maybe the kiss was barely tolerable, and if it's all the same to me, he'd like to forget it ever happened. Maybe he's thought about it, and practicing wanting me just doesn't fit in his busy schedule right now. Sensing my mood, he sighs. Teddy. I stare down at the photo of a smiling chicken holding a balloon. Its stupid, beady eyes look up at me as it waves with one wing. Oh my God, I feel so called out. Clutching the papers to my chest, I look up at him. What does Dor Minmen mean? What? He steps around the end of the couch, shrugging out of his suit jacket and tossing it on the chair. I'm instantly distracted, trying to ignore how cut his shoulders look in that fitted shirt. The thing you said in Swedish before you... before we... I groan, pinching the bridge of my nose. Just, what did you say? Ah. His mouth quirks with a smile as he sinks down onto the end of the couch. Is that what has you acting so strange? I assumed you were dissecting every aspect of my kissing technique, not my Swedish mumblings. Oh God, he said it first. Yeah, I threw the door wide open, but he said the word kiss, which means we are so doing this now. What does it mean? Leaning back against the cushions, he holds out his hand. Come here, and I'll tell you. Did Henrik Karlsson just spread his knees and say, come here? There are a lot of ways I can play this. I could rise to my feet and saunter over like Billy the Kid, or I could pounce like the needy puppy I am, curl up in his lap and beg him to hold me. My body chooses secret option 3. Setting the stack of clean coloring papers aside, including the judgy chicken, I crawl around the end of a coffee table and settle myself between his spread legs. Hands on his thighs, I push up, bringing my face almost even with his. He reaches out, his fingertips ghosting over my lips. I can't breathe. Can't break this moment. He sits forward, his warm gaze locked on me, both hands cupping my face. Desperate for more touch, I lift my hands from his thighs, wrapping them around his wrists. The corner of his mouth lifts with a tired smile. Du armen man. That's what I said. I nod, lost in the blue of his eyes. I can see just how tired he is. Like Carl, he's past the point of endurance. He always leaves everything on the ice. Night after night, he gives it his all. He doesn't know any other way. He's always giving everyone his all. I won't push him for more tonight, but he has to give me this. What does it mean? You dummy. I lean away, brows furrowed. How am I supposed to... Listen. He presses his fingers to my lips. Hear the words, Mitiata. Are you listening? Okay, I say against his fingertips. He lowers his hand. Du are, he says, rolling the R ever so slightly. You are, I translate. He nods. Du are min. Like in the locker room, he puts the emphasis on this word. As he says it, he brushes his fingertips down the column of my neck. I close my eyes, leaning against his leg. Mine, I whisper. Opening my eyes, I look up at him. Du Armen means you are mine. Almost. I said, Du Armen Mann, so the meaning changes a little. Heart in my throat, I drop my hands back to his thighs. I'm your man? Not quite. Then what does man mean? He cups my cheek again, his thumb brushing over my freckles. To say it is to break a rule. Saying it in Swedish is already a cheat. He drops his hand away from me, leaning back. And I vowed I'd not break your rules. I follow him, pressing myself between his legs. We're already breaking all the rules. You sleep in my bed. Tonight, you kissed me. Now, look me in the eyes and tell me who I am. He holds my gaze. If you want the rule broken, you break it. Oh, this is so fucking happening. I can ponder what a mistake it is later. Climbing into his lap, I straddle him, wrapping my arms around his neck. His intoxicating, shower-fresh scent hits my senses, setting me on fire. His hands brace my hips, and my fingers weave into the damp hair at his nape as I tip his head back. You are my husband. Henrik, you are mine. We crash together in a fierce kiss. It's hot and needy, our hands seeking. In his starched dress shirt, he reaches the limit of his flexibility, trying to wrap an arm around my shoulders, but I'm just in a t-shirt and sweatpants. I wrap myself around him, grinding on his lap. Tell me what you feel, I pant against his lips. Please, God, tell me you feel something more than nothing. He pulls away, breathless, his blue eyes searching my face. Slowly he nods. I feel. Taking my hand, he presses it to his chest. I lean in, fingers brushing over his dress shirt as I feel the erratic pulsing of his heart under my palm. Do you like it? I mean, do you like kissing me? Fuck. Don't answer unless the answer is yes. He silences me with another kiss, his beard tickling my mouth as our faces tilt, our bodies seeking more closeness. I'm about to grind my dick against him again, but then I'm groaning, all but stumbling out of his lap. Okay, fuck. New rules. I back away, shoulders heaving, adjusting my dick in these form-fitting briefs. Henrik, we need new rules. He sits forward, shirt untucked, hair a mess. With a practiced flick of his wrist, he undoes the buttons at his cuffs, which is so fucking hot I could probably come without even touching myself. Focus. No more pouncing, no more kissing. New rules, Teddy. This man is your fucking kryptonite. Teddy, I need a minute, I bark, raising a hand to warn him back. I swear to God, if he gets off that couch, I'm going to be dropping to my knees, and then it's all over. Just stay. He sits back, watching me pace in front of a TV. So, here's the deal. Intern Teddy would have done literally anything for this man, because intern Teddy was weak, hopeless, and desperate for love. But I'm Dr. Teddy now. There will be ramifications if and when this falls apart. And I have a career to think about. I have a custody agreement with the little girl asleep in the next room, and my family's voices are all screaming like a klaxon alarm in my head. Protect yourself. I mean, my God, we don't even have a signed prenup agreement. Or post-nup. There are no nups. No protections in place. For me, for Caro, worse, there are no protections for Henrik, and he has the most to lose. The man is a multi-millionaire. He owns real estate in 2 countries. And don't ask me how I know, but Florida is a no-fault state. If I divorced him now, I could walk away with half his earnings, and alimony. And if I took full custody of Caro, we could throw in a little 5-figure monthly child support. Not that I would ever do any of those things, but we've never even talked about it. And now he wants to practice wanting me? He wants us both to be more deeply, emotionally entangled? What, so this can blow up even more spectacularly in our faces? What new rules do you require? He asks, watching me pace. I stop, spinning to face him. Oh, don't even pretend these rules are only for me. They're for you, too, because apparently we can no longer be trusted to be alone in the same room. I mean, fuck. If you tell me kissing is finally on the table, I'm never gonna stop. And you said you wanted this to go slow, I add, pointing a finger at him. God, I'm worse than the judgy chicken. I do, he assures me. Teddy, I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to ever say or do the wrong thing. Well, that's not possible for anyone. We're both going to say and do the wrong thing eventually, more than once. That's just what it means to be human. I spin in my socks, facing him again. But there's shit we definitely have to discuss before this can go any further. Like what? I cross my arms, staring him down. Like a postnup. What? A postnuptial agreement. It's a legal contract that outlines how our assets will be handled in the event of our inevitable divorce. Because that's where this is still going, right? This was all only meant to be temporary, right? He leans away, his expression impossible to read. I said I wouldn't trap you with me, and I meant it. Awesome. Ripping that arrow from my fucking spleen, I go on. Right. Well, you have to call Laura tomorrow. I want a draft of a post-nup on our kitchen island by the end of the day. We walk out of this marriage only with the assets we each brought into it. I want nothing from you. He sighs. Teddy, the only sticking point will be custody of Caro, because I'll be fucked if you think I'm walking away from that little girl, I add, pointing a finger at him again. She's mine too, Henrik. What's the Swedish for that? I'm gonna tattoo it on my fucking chest. A smile flits across his lips. Karolina are mitt barn. Right. Mitt barn, Henrik. You asked for my help, and now you fucking got it. For life. Because that little girl deserves to have people in her life that love her and are gonna fight for her. And I will fight you, Henrik. I will fight you for her. He stands. The move is so sudden and deliberate that it stops my rant in its tracks. Sweeping around the coffee table, he descends on me, pulling me to him with both hands. But he doesn't kiss me. Instead, he just wraps me in his arms, hugging me with his whole body. I suck in a breath, my hands going up to brace against his back. We stand like that for a moment, clinging to each other. Thank you, he murmurs, pressing a chaste kiss to my cheek. Thank you, Teddy. I blink back tears as he pulls away. He puts a little space between us, his hands brushing down my arms until he lets me go. What else do you need from me? What are the rules? My mind is spinning. What other rules do I need in place before I can let Henrik Karlsson practice wanting me? I'm on prep, I blurt out. Are you? What's prep? So, that's a no, then. PrEP is pre-exposure prophylaxis, I explain. It reduces the risk of contracting HIV. And before you and I have any sex, I want to get a clean STI scan as well, even if I haven't had sex in like 6 months. Better safe than sorry. I haven't had sex in over 6 years. When I did, I only ever used a condom. As I hear him say it out loud, the reality of our situation hits me like a ton of bricks. Backing away from him, I sink down onto the opposite couch. Well, so then maybe you can skip the STI screening? And The other thing? I mean, you don't have to be on prep. That's totally your call. Maybe talk to a doctor. I've never really considered going off it because I've never settled down with just one person. Condoms alone are definitely more convenient, but it was never worth the risk for me. He considers for a moment. This prep is for having sex with many people? I shrug. I mean, that's a bit derivative, but sure. That's one good use for prep. He glares at me, his arms crossed. I'll not share you, Teddy. You are my husband, or you're nothing. Wow. How often have I fantasized about Henrik Karlsson saying those words to me? Swallowing my nerves, I offer a weak smile. So obviously, that's one of your conditions we need to renegotiate? But when we married, you said I'd be free. You said you'd never hold me back. You said I can do whatever I want with whomever I want. It just can't happen in this house. Would you like to renegotiate those terms? He stalks over to me and drops to his knees. Mirroring my position from moments before, he places his hands on my thighs, his dark blue eyes fierce in their intensity. Look at me, Mitieta. I look at him, heart in my throat. Jag vill ha dig. Do you know what that means? I shake my head. His hands smooth up my thighs in a natural gesture of possession. It means I want you. Teddy, I want only you. I melt for him, folding forward until our foreheads touch. Henrik, I cannot want what can't be mine. Holding up my hand, he lets the gold of my ring glint in the lamplight. So, as long as you wear this, say only I will know your touch. He takes that hand and presses it to his cheek, holding it there. I may not know much about intimacy, but I know I need this from you. Only you, I assure him. Henrik, I only want you. He groans, wrapping his arms around me. The familiar weight of him pressing me back feels so goddamn good. I want to wrap my legs around him and stay like this forever. He nuzzles gently against my neck as he breathes me in, and I crow with happiness. Digging my fingers into his hair, I pull his head back, desperate to see his eyes. Say you're mine, too. Maybe with another I could have shared. But not you, Henrik. Never you. You're mine. Or you're nothing. He leans away, touching my face with searching fingers. The tips brush feathered light over my brow, down the bridge of my nose, along my jaw. It's like he's committing me to memory. It feels primal, sacred. Finally, his hand drops away. Whatever else I am, I'm yours. Min man, I whisper. He nods. So, we should do away with that rule too, in English and Swedish. I think it would be best. And the kissing rule? He considers. I meant what I said before. I want to take my time with you. Nothing needs to be rushed. Can it be enough? Can my vow to you be enough? A vow to try? Here we come to it. What if he tries and doesn't like it? What if all I ever get are a few really good kisses? Can it be enough for me? Can I accept him for who he is and love him in whatever capacity he'll allow? I take a deep breath and let it out. I have one more new rule. He tenses. Name it. I place a hand on his shoulder, mooring us together with a more platonic familiar kind of touch. No sex in the bed. His brow furrows, as I'm sure he's second-guessing his own translation. What? I mean it, Henrik. I push him until he's rocked back on his ankles and I'm fully sitting up. The bed we share is not for sex. That has to stay sacred, because regardless of whatever else happens, I have to stay here. For Carl, for the custody review, and the bed is where we sleep. It's where you sleep, I add more gently. I won't rob you of your safe space, so no wanting me in the bed. Agreed? He considers for a moment. Agreed. Thank you, Teddy. But the others go, I repeat. But no kissing one, and but no sleeping in my bed, and but no saying husbands in English and Swedish. I tick them off on my fingers. But I still want to pay rent. He groans. I'm serious, Hen. I have to have some small feeling of autonomy here. Either accept my money, or I'll start getting real creative with the shit I buy for the apartment. Ever heard of Dadaism? Using my knees, he pushes up from the floor and rises to his feet. Bending over, he brushes a kiss to the top of my head. Keep your money, Mityata. I'm not afraid of your ire. Besides, a print of Je homme triste dans un train would look wonderful next to Carolina's retrospective on rainbow unicorns. He leaves me there, clicking off one of the lamps as he walks away. Did that gorgeous professional hockey player just weave English, French, and Swedish into a clever comeback about Dadaism? Well, if I wasn't already in love with my not-so-fake husband, I am now. Rising from the couch, I click off the other lamp and follow him to bed.
47. Henrik. Stop fidgeting, I mutter. I'm not fidgeting. Next to me, Teddy tugs at the collar of his sweater again. My lips purse, and he curses under his breath. Fucking stop, all right? Just let me fidget. Cheryl, a representative from the Child Welfare Office, finishes her phone call, turning back to face us. She's a middle-aged white lady with graying hair and a blunt bob. So sorry about that. Never a dull moment, as they say. Oh, that's totally fine, says Teddy. She checks her notes on her tablet. So, you were walking me through her daily routine. Yes. He drops my hand and sweeps forward, gesturing all around the living room as he shows her Carolina's art wall and crafting station. He's talking fast, clearly nervous. And this has all been great for retaining her fine motor skills. Once her arm cast comes off in a couple of weeks, we'll be starting on the manipulatives, like Mulder's clay. Cheryl nods, taking notes. Teddy takes her on the grand tour, leading her down to Carolina's room and showing her the modifications being made to ease her care, like the adjustable bed and the child monitors. And she sleeps a solid 6 hours every night, he goes on. Sometimes it's closer to 8, but she really does come by it naturally. Henrik is a light sleeper, too. He only needs, 4 hours, and he's good to go play professional hockey. So, I think we're doing pretty good if we balance out an even 7. I take his hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Breathe. He huffs out a breath, and Cheryl gives him a consoling look. You're doing great, he groans, cheeks blooming pink with embarrassment. I know this can all feel stressful, she goes on. My job here is just to listen, observe, and document. I'm not making any judgments, and I'm not here with any agenda other than assuring the welfare of a child. She holds up her tablet. Do you mind if I take some photos? Of course not, I reply. He'll wait for you in the kitchen. Tugging on Teddy's hand, I pull him from the bedroom, leaving Cheryl alone to take her photos. He's been on edge for the last 3 days, feverishly cleaning and reorganizing the house in preparation for this visit. I only just got back this morning from another away game. The apartment looks unrecognizable compared with the sterile white-walled unit of a month ago. The walls of glass still let in great light and views, But now there is color and life everywhere. Like an anxious magpie, Teddy has turned this place into a cozy nest. We now have books and the shelves to hold them. Carolina has a full craft center in the corner, complete with a little desk and chair. Electric candles glow on the coffee table next to a decorative wooden tray he's filled with fall pumpkins and gourds. And the whole house smells like cinnamon, because Teddy made cannabuler. They're a bit misshapen and a little burnt on the bottom, but he made them, which makes them perfect. He even sprinkled them with pearl sugar. Dropping my hand, he paces into the kitchen, not stopping until he reaches the far wall of glass. Gasping, he turns. Oh! I forgot to mention her bath routine. I grab his arm as he tries to dart past. Stay, he groans, jerking his arm free. How are you so calm about this? Because we have nothing to fear. We take excellent care of Carolina. Either Cheryl will see that, or she won't. Well, we can help her along. You know, tell her all the ways we care for Caro, and not just leave it to her imagination. I reach out a hand and press it over his chest. I just want to see if his heart beats as fast as his racing thoughts. He slaps my hand down. What are you doing? Touching you, I reply with a smirk. Don't you dare distract me right now, Henrik. This is too important. He's right. We need to focus. Besides, Hannah will be back with Caro at any moment. We asked her to take Caro down the street for ice cream, while we gave Cheryl some time to ask her questions and take photos. We already completed all the required questionnaires. Fine, I say. I won't distract you while she's here. He huffs, craning his neck to see if she's coming round the corner. Good. I step in behind him, smoothing my hands up his sides until he stiffens. I like seeing how he reacts to different kinds of touch. His body just seems to know when what I want is the comfort that comes with sleep, or the casual touches that come with sharing a life. But in a moment like this, when I tease, when I caress, his body comes alive like nothing else. It's intoxicating. I press in behind him, daring to whisper in his ear. But the moment she's gone, I'm going to distract you some more. Within 30 minutes, we say goodbye to Cheryl at the door. She took all her photos and asked all her questions, including a few directly to Caro. Cheryl warned us that we wouldn't hear anything for a few weeks. For me, that's a relief, and I'll push the case from my mind. No action needed. For Teddy, it's something to fixate on and worry over every hour of every day until she contacts us again. We all have our own coping strategies. Almost as soon as Cheryl leaves, Teddy lets out a gasping breath. Fuck. Why did I think it would be a good idea to wear a sweater? He tugs it off over his head as he dashes away. Hannah just laughs, following him as far as the kitchen, while I finish getting Caro set up on the couch with their coloring books. Hannah is staying through the evening because Teddy and I are being forced by Poppy to continue with Operation Mighty Oak. Tonight is date 2, wherein I will join Teddy at dinner with all the other queer players on my team. I'm dreading it. I have such limited free time now that we're in season. Any moment not spent on the ice or traveling for a game, I want to be home. I want to be with Carolina and Teddy. Sharing him with my teammates tonight feels like a chore. Doubly so, because we all know we're being photographed. But as Poppy said, this matters. We're sending a signal that will hopefully reach far beyond the hockey world. We're telling people it's okay to live and love and build families in different ways. The love Jake shares with Caleb and Omari is no less sacred than the love Langley shares with Tess. And we all have children to protect and raise. Tonight is as much for Caro's future as it is for mine and Teddy's present. That's a lot of pressure to place on one plate of sushi. So, where are you all going tonight? Says Hannah, taking a bite of one of Teddy's cinnamon rolls. I'm not sure, I reply. Jake Price picked it. I believe it's a Japanese restaurant. Yum! Offering her a weak smile, I step around the island. But you excuse me a moment. I duck into the bedroom and find it empty. My side of the bed is pristine, with nothing on the side table except a phone charging cord and a glass of water. Teddy's side table overflows with books and electronics in various states of charge, Vitamin bottles, reading glasses, his retainer case. He tried to hide his retainer from me at first, only putting it in when he thought I was already asleep. It was charming the first time he woke in a daze, forgot it was in, and spoke to me with slurred speech. He only stopped fretting about it when I let him catch me making a mess with my water flosser. The bathroom door is wide open. Our unspoken rule is that an open door means the other can enter. I step through into the bathroom and immediately see Teddy back in the closet, one foot in the air, tugging on a pair of rust-colored chinos. He's shirtless, his sweater and t-shirt left in a pile on the floor. Hey? He jolts upright, tugging the chinos up around his hips. Do you think she hated us? What? It takes me a moment to even think of Cheryl. No, you heard her. She forms no opinion of us. The facts will speak for themselves. He snorts, buttoning his pants and zipping the fly. Yeah, right. And you believed her? Everyone forms opinions about everyone. I step into the closet, watching the Veda muscles of his torso twist and flex as he moves. There's hardly an ounce of fat on him. He's long and lean, yet more angles to add to his composition. He turns around, showing me the muscles of his back, as he searches in the drawer for a fresh t-shirt. Not for the first time. I wish I didn't leave all my photography equipment in Sweden. I've never really felt inspired here. My work is so all-consuming that I don't often pause to mourn my lack of other hobbies. But in this moment, when the closet lights casting shadows across the planes of his back and shoulders, my fingers itch to capture him. Luckily, there are other ways to capture a moment. I step in behind him, smoothing my hands up his sides. He jolts again, standing upright. What are you doing? Is it fair to say I don't know? Up to this point, we've limited our experimentation to kissing, which I've enjoyed. Quick kisses in the car, slow-burning kisses on the couch, Teddy in my lap. We accidentally kissed in front of Carolina last night, which sent her doubling over in fits of squeals and laughter. I felt ready to try more, but I haven't known how to express it. Part of me wishes Teddy would just take charge, shove me against the wall, and have his way with me, call it extreme exposure therapy. But he's been so obliging, always asking if I like it, assuring me we can take things at my speed. But I don't know what speed I want, and I have no sexual experience with a man, so I'm not really sure what to do. I would take what I like and try to replicate it, but I've never enjoyed sexual touch before Teddy. Each time my senses went into overdrive, until they went numb. Things always felt too wet. There was too much friction. The scent of the latex condom made it feel all the more clinical, coldly procedural. Too much panting, gripping hands, whispered moans. I shut it all out, until I felt cut off from my body. Floating somewhere in a dark ether in my mind, I concentrated on just one sensation. Coming. That's what my partner wanted from me, right? That's what I was supposed to want. To come into the condom. With my eyes closed tight, I made myself come. Then I thanked them, and they left. I always stood alone in the shower after, hands shaking, wondering why I felt so broken. With Teddy, I finally feel different. I feel more. His body is a tether that keeps me grounded in the moment. I don't try to escape. When he's touching me or I'm touching him, I feel curious. I like watching him react. I want to learn his body better. I glide my hands over his ribs and up his back, brushing them over his bare shoulders. His skin is so warm and smooth, and there's not a single hair. I circle my thumbs over his upper trapezius muscles, pressing down lightly. He pushes the drawer closed with his hips, his hands lifting to grip the shelf above. What are you doing? He repeats on a groan. Touching you? Do you want me to stop? No. I've slept next to him for a couple of weeks now. Usually he wears a t-shirt to bed. I think it's his way of keeping our touch platonic. I've spent my nights wrapped up in him, breathing him in. Before, he was my life raft. I needed him. He kept me afloat. But I don't want to need him anymore. I want to want him. I want to crave him like he so clearly craves me. having to memorize his every line and curve so I can picture him in my mind when he's away from me. I step in, my hand slipping under his arms to brush down his chest. He sucks in a breath, his head sagging forward. I press my front against his back, heart pounding as a sensual feeling races through me. It feels like a fluttering of wings in my gut. I feel fevered, but it doesn't repulse me. His skin warms under my touch, and my skin warms to match. This is a natural reaction. It's nothing to fear. He groans again, dropping his hands to a lower shelf as I skate my fingertips down the rigid muscles of his abdomen, letting them glide across his hips. He has hair on his stomach, a faint dusting, hardly anything. I'm much hairier across my chest and abdomen. I've never noticed it before, never given it a second thought. Does it bother him? I have hair on my chest, I whisper. Teddy stiffens. Then he snorts a laugh. It shakes his shoulders. I know. I've seen it. Does it bother you? You have very little hair by comparison. He spins around to face me, grabbing my wrists before I can drop my hands away. He presses my hands back to the flat planes of his chest, smiling like he has a lantern glowing inside him. I have some hair. See? He moves my wrist, letting my palms brush over the fine soft hairs of his chest. I have more hair, I remind him. Does it bother you? Still smiling, he drops his hands to the bottom of my t-shirt and slips them up and under. It's my turn to stifle a gasp as he glides his hands over my stomach and up to my chest, lifting the hem of my shirt as he goes. I feel my skin heat under his smooth palms. His thumbs brush circles against my coarse chest hair. It doesn't bother me, baby. He leans in, his lips by my ear. It turns me the fuck on. Before I can respond, Karo's voice comes from the bedroom, shouting in Swedish. Teddy, bro, look, it came. Teddy and I break apart as Karo comes scooting into the bathroom on the new Walker Rider toy we ordered for her last week. It's purple and shaped like a puppy, and we let her zoom around the apartment using just her weight-bearing leg. Her smile is dazzling as she shoots forward 3 feet, almost hitting the side of the tub. What are we doing? She says in English, glancing between us. Nothing, I say in Swedish, stepping away from him. With a laugh, Teddy pulls 2 sweaters off the shelf. Marlboro was just helping me get dressed for our big date. He holds up the sweaters for me. Blue or tan, babe? I can't help but smile as from the bathroom Caro shouts, Blue!
48. Teddy. This is so weird. I let Henrik take my hand as we make our way towards the restaurant. Trust Jake Price to find an authentic Japanese-style izakaya in Jacksonville, Florida. It smells good, even from the outside. And it looks cute. A string of red lanterns glow above the door. That's weird, says Henrik. You don't like Japanese food? Are you kidding? I love Japanese food. No, I'm saying it's weird that I'm here, going out with your teammates. He holds me back, searching my face. Why? I shrug. I don't know. Teddy. Okay. I brush his hand away. I guess part of me feels like I never really shed the label of the intern, you know. I still feel like that lanky kid who tripped over my shoelaces and fumbled with ice packs. Going out to dinner with the guys feels a little like sitting at the big kids' table. Am I crazy? I think you're giving Novikov entirely too much credit. But he still has a seat at the table. He's in, Henrik. He's an assistant captain, and I'm just me. He smiles. Chin up, Mityata. Well, just cover for me, okay? He leads the way inside the loud, bar-like restaurant. Cover you? Like, pay for your meal? Of course I will. No, cover for me, I say, raising my voice to be heard over the Japanese pop music. Deflect attention, ask questions and stuff, and keep them from teasing me. All will be well. As we weave between the tables, I look around for our voyeur. Poppy said a guy would come by with a camera and maybe even ask for a soundbite. They're posting this to all the team's social media accounts tonight. The photos from our first date night went even more viral than Henrik's press conference speech. Fans freaked out at the pictures and video of us dancing on the beach. Not gonna lie, the pics are fucking swoon-worthy. Not as great as the actual memory of slow dancing in the surf, but I definitely saved them all to my phone, showed them to a squealing Hannah and Caro, and set one as my phone screensaver. I'm curious to see what tonight's action will bring. Hey, there they are! Novi shouts, waving us over. All the guys get up to greet us. Caleb and Jake drag Mars along. Novi sits with Morrow on the other side of a table. Henrik and I make 7. All the men shake my hand, with Morrow adding a sideways, one-armed hug. Fucking finally, says Jake, climbing back onto his stool. We started the first round without you. Henrik shoots me a sidelong glance before accepting the empty seat by Novi. Okay, fine. We're a little late and it's all my fault. And yes, I know how much Henrik hates being late. Like, hates it. But he's married to me now, so he'll have to just deal with it. I take the only remaining seat at the end of the table. Help yourself. Jake passes us a basket of edamame and some chicken skewers. Mars quietly slides over 2 sharing plates while Novi waves his arm to catch the waiter's attention. Sorry we're late, I offer in greeting. My fault. Nah, no big deal, says Jake. Just gave us time to gossip about you before you got here. I smile nervously, accepting a plate of beef-wrapped asparagus bites. Oh yeah? What's the gossip? Caleb shoots Jake a glare, and Jake snatches up his beer and takes a sip. Morrow covers for him, gesturing to the baskets of food. Everyone, dig in. Oh, here's the waiter, says Novi. Hey, Kiko, we've got 2 more here. Henrik and I give Kiko our drink orders, and Jake orders 4 more dishes for the table to share. He rattles off a Japanese like a pro, adding, I made Amy highlight everything on the menu she knew we'd like. I almost forgot he had a sister. I saw her once, the night the Prices got married in L.A. She flew over from Japan for it. She does something cool with engineering, like robotics or space or something. I was too starstruck being in Hal Price's house to dare try to chat with her. But I got to touch a Grammy that night, and I saw Al Pacino. The guys settle into an easy rhythm with each other, picking up their conversation from before we arrived. They practically share a hive mind, finishing each other's sentences and starting a new topic midstream that has them all laughing and pointing at each other. I try to follow along, but a lot of the conversation is hockey jargon. They're talking about trades and the draft and stats that go way above my head. I've learned to like hockey over the years, but I'm no expert, and Henrik does nothing to help me. He just sinks into a sort of stupor, drinking his beer, eating his food, and passing things around to the others while they talk. After about 20 minutes of this, the waiter brings over a fresh round of drinks, trading out some of the empty baskets for more delicious bar snacks. As the guys all dig into the new dishes, divvying them onto the sharing plates, Jake leans down the table. So, Karlsson, how's the kid? She's well, Henrik replies, passing a plate of fried tofu across to Mars. The table waits for him to say more, but he doesn't. Cool, says Jake. Novi and Morrow snort into their beers, and Caleb elbows Jake in the ribs. Ow! What? Jake glares at his husband. Poppy said we had to ask him a question. I asked him a question. I glance around the table. What am I missing? Novi slings his arm around Henrik's shoulders. Oh, Poppy just said we have to try to draw Karlsson out of his shell tonight. But we all know there's no cracking open this clam. Yeah, some leopards just don't change their spots, says Jake, popping a piece of chicken karage into his mouth. Which is totally cool, he adds at Henrik. You know we love a strong, silent type. Hell, I married one. He jabs his thumb around Caleb at Mars. Henrik just smiles good-naturedly, sipping his beer. The conversation turns to fantasy football, but I'm stuck thinking about what Jake said. Didn't I used to think the same thing about Henrik? Now that I know him so much better, it's easy to see all the ways he's willing to change. He twisted his life inside out to make room for Carolina. He's made changes for me, too. He's not so prickly about me making him something other than overnight oats for breakfast anymore. He shares his closet, his bed, his coveted bathtub. Not like at the same time. It's definitely big enough, but, not that. Not yet. God, Teddy, get a fucking grip. I wrapped both hands around my beer glass, staring down at the amber liquid. It was unfair of me to judge him then, just as it's unfair of his teammates to dismiss him now. The topic has switched to football, and Novi and Jake are arguing over a quarterback trade when I hear myself say, "Henrik and I talk all the time." The table quiets, all eyes glancing my way. "What?" says Novi. Feeling flustered, I sip my beer. "I'm just saying we talk all the time. He's full of interesting conversation," I add, setting the beer aside. "I'm sure he is," says Morrow, which somehow makes me feel even more awkward. I glance to Henrik, giving him a pleading look. If he's willing to change, I need this to be an area where he puts in a little more effort. I mean, is this how he makes his way through all the team dinners? Offering nothing? No anecdotes, no engagement? Am I supposed to just sit at his side as his silent +1? Picking up on my unease, Henrik clears his throat, setting his beer aside. "Jake, how are your children? Jamie and Tomas?" I wince. Okay, so his delivery could use a little work. But I'm giving him an A for that effort. He's come a long way from not knowing any of the children's names to getting them right on the first try. Reaching under the table, I squeeze his thigh. Across the table, Jake stifles a grin. "My children? Jamie and Tomas," he repeats, using Henrik's robotic cadence. Caleb very unsteadily elbows him again, and he adds, "They're good, man. Thanks for asking." "They're looking forward to meeting the new babies in a couple of months," adds Caleb. "Can you believe there's going to be 3 more little Rays soon?" says Novi. "Man, how do we all get so lucky?" The conversation turns to their kids and comparing the status of their pregnant wives. I lean in towards Henrik, giving his thigh another squeeze as I lower my voice. "Everything okay?" "It's fine." "But you're not saying anything." He shifts away from my touch. I let my hand drop to my lap. "Well, am I allowed to talk?" He raised a confused brow at me. "Of course. My silence should have no bearing on your participation in conversation." "See, but you just said more in that sentence than you contributed all night." He just shrugs. "Leave it, Teddy. We have a rhythm." Well, from where I'm sitting, the only rhythm he's a part of is circulating the air around the table with his breathing. I always knew he was the strong, silent type, as Jake called him, but the Henrik I know has only ever been easy to converse with. He can talk about anything from hockey to current events to Dadaism. Hell, he can do it in 3 freaking languages. So why is he content to sit here like a houseplant? And why do I feel like if he's not talking, I shouldn't be either? He sets his beer aside, rising from his stool. I sit up a little straighter. "Where are you going?" "Restroom," he mutters. I watch him walk away, locking eyes with an older man he passes. The man holds up his camera, giving me a knowing nod. Oh, fuck. Our voyeur is here, ready to take pictures of this supremely awkward evening.
49. Henrik. I jerk a few paper towels out of the dispenser, roughly drying my hands. Behind me, a toilet loudly flushes. Christ, this is such a disaster. Why did I agree to do this? I didn't want to. I should have said no the minute Poppy proposed the idea of a group date. I like my teammates, and I enjoy their company, and I really do care for their families, but their lives are their own. I've never been one to interfere or engage. And Teddy is different. Who I am with Teddy is different. Is it so wrong that I like the Henrik I am with Teddy to be different than the Karlsson I am with my team? At this point, the 2 versions of me feel all but irreconcilable. We should leave. We can still salvage the rest of this evening. I should go out there, drag Teddy off his stool, and take him back to that hot dog stand on the beach. We went there on Carolina's first day in Jacksonville. We can eat hot dogs and drink more beer, and I'll let him ask me as many questions as he wants. We can talk until the sun rises. Then I'll take him down to the surf and kiss him in the waves. This is a good plan. This is safe and comfortable and intimate. All things I like when I'm with Teddy. I toss my used paper towel in the trash and head for the door. I only get it halfway open before Elmari Price pushes his way in, towering over me with his massive 6'5" frame. There's a reason he won an Olympic gold medal and 2 Stanley Cups. The man is built like an iron giant, and he has the flexibility of a gymnast. Even retired, he's still in pristine shape. He slips inside the bathroom, but he makes no effort to go to the urinal or a stall. Instead, he folds his arms and stands with his shoulders slightly in front of the door. "Why are you acting so odd?" he asks in Swedish. "I'm not," I reply defensively. He just stares down at me, leaning against the wall. I groan, rubbing the back of my neck. "Is it really that bad?" "Worse," he mutters. "I think Teddy is close to tears." My gut churns at the thought. I don't know how to do this. Do what? This? I gesture towards the bar. I know what Teddy wants from me. He wants me to laugh and tell jokes, and be the center of attention as easily as Jake or Novikov. But I don't do this. I'm not that man. Elmari just shrugs a shoulder. "Maybe you are. Maybe you'd enjoy it if you tried." I glare at him, crossing my arms too. "Like you've tried. You haven't said a word all night. You're just sitting across the table, watching me drown." "But I'm here," he reasons. "What? 6 years ago, I wouldn't be. 6 years ago, I was like you are now, living only for myself." This has me feeling even more defensive. Cursing under my breath, I step into his space. "I live for others. My every thought is for others." "You provide for others," he corrects. "You live for yourself. Always in your own head, always hunting your own way. You were just the same out on the ice. You play as part of a team only when it suits you. And I say that with no judgment." He adds, "As I say, I was exactly the same." "What happened for you to change?" The corner of his mouth tips with a smile. "Rachel, then Jake, eventually Caleb. Now the children we share. I am forever changed by the people in my life who made changing feel not only possible, but desirable." I fight a smirk. "Jake before Caleb? That's surprising." He shrugs again. "It shouldn't be. Jake is the beating heart of our family. I knew I needed him in my life long before he ever knew he needed me. I would follow him to the ends of this earth. He's the reason I'm here tonight. He wanted me here, so I'm here." Jake Price calls, and the mighty Mars comes running. "I would do anything for his happiness," he replies with a solemn nod, "including spending an evening having an awkward dinner with you." I groan. "What would you do for Teddy's happiness? What is he worth to you?" A lightness grows in my chest at just the thought of him. His smile, his laugh, the way he's always anxiously twisting his wedding ring on his finger. "Anything," I reply. "Everything." I look up, staring into Ilmari's bearded face. "I want to give Teddy everything." He raises a scarred brow. "So, it's not fake then? What? Your marriage? The rumor is that it's fake. As much as I'm privy to team rumors, retired as I am." I scoff, dragging a hand through my hair. "You're married to the head of PT, the head of equipment management, and the team captain. And you've been the president of the Bags for 4 years. I doubt there's a person alive who hears more Rays gossip than you." He dares to shrug again. "Caleb and Tess think it's funny to keep nominating me. I begged him to stop. Besides, it's a little in name only. I have no real power. And I pay no attention to the gossip, but I'm pleased for you." Reaching out, he squeezes my shoulder. Teddy is a good person. He's good for you. I brighten a little. You think? A man like Teddy is loyal to the grave. He's like my Jake. Pour into his cup, and watch as he returns your effort tenfold. His words send a chill down my spine. All I can picture are the red frames of Keziah Wilson's bespectacled face as she voiced her grievances that hummed with the power of prophecy. She called me an empty glass with no bottom. Those words have haunted me ever since. Now Amari Price is standing here, telling me I need to pour back into Teddy the bounty he shares with me. But if my cup is empty? But if I have nothing to give him? Or what if what I have isn't enough? But if I'm not enough? His eyes narrow. You think his faith in you is misplaced? You think Teddy would pick his life partner poorly? No. He steps in closer, making me lean away. Do you intend to break his heart? No. Another step has me backing away from him. In my official capacity as president of the Vags, if I know you intend to break his heart, I'm required by my oath of office to kick your ass. No. My hip hits the sink, and I raise both hands in surrender. Fuck. Mars, stop. We can take this outside right now. He points over his shoulder towards the door. Caleb will hold your arms for me. No! I all but shout. He holds his glare for another long moment before finally nodding. Good. Then go back out there and salvage the rest of this miserable evening. All my breath leaves me on a heavy exhale. How? What do I do? Try harder. Well, do you have any ideas? His lips purse with a smile, and I perk up, pushing away from the sink. Do you have one? I have one. Hope blooms in my chest. What is it? He just chuckles, shaking his head. Come with me.
50. Teddy. Just as I'm about to slink away from his table and check to see if Henrik dined and freaking dashed on me, he and Mars come striding back across the bar. Henrik is in front, carrying a tray of what looks like shots. Oh, God, I mutter, eyes wide. Hey, there they are, calls Jake. We thought maybe you both fell in, Novi teases. Is that bathroom actually in Japan? Caleb eyes the tray warily. Oh, what the fuck are those? Make room, says Henrik, wielding the tray of shots. Novi and Caleb scramble to shuffle the plates and baskets aside. Jake leans back, catching a basket before it falls off a table. I didn't know this was that kind of party. Someone want to explain? Henrik slips back onto his stool and starts passing out a round of shots. We're celebrating. Novi takes his shot. Celebrating what? Don't get me wrong, I'm always down for shots. Just tell me why. Is it Arbor Day or something? Arbor Day is in April, says Caleb. Novi glares across the table at him. Can you fucking not? Caleb raises both hands, leaning away. This one's for you, Are, Mara says at him, sliding him a shot glass. Caleb takes it. Just club soda, Ilmari adds, kissing his cheek. Then he reaches forward and takes a shot offered by Henrik with a soft word of thanks in Swedish. Now, everyone's eyes go wide. Okay. What the fuck? Says Jake. What is going on, Mars? You don't drink. I do tonight, he replies. Novi sniffs his shot. Why? What are we celebrating? Wait. Is this sake? Yeah, they didn't have schnapps, says Henrik. But this will work the same. He finally hands me a shot. Then he surprises me by cupping my cheek. The touch is so gentle, almost loving. He smiles at me, and my heart does a freaking backflip. Then he turns to the group. As you all know, shortly before the season started, I had the honor and privilege of making Teddy my husband. Hear, hear, says Morrow, raising his shot. Poor bastard, adds Novi, and the others laugh. Henrik drops his hand to my shoulder. Teddy was there for me in a profound moment of grief. I lost my sister, my best friend. Everyone here knows what it feels like to lose. Or think you're about to lose someone precious to you. The mood at the table sombers in an instant. I watch as Novi places a hand on Morrow's knee. Across the table, Jake wraps an arm around Caleb's shoulder. But in that darkness, Henrik goes on, Teddy was the light. He guided me back to life, back to living. The rings we wear became a tether. So long as I have him, I can keep fighting. I picked those rings, Novi fake whispers, making the other guys smile. Tears burn my eyes as Henrik looks to me again. Then he clears his throat, turning back to the table. In all the chaos of the last several weeks, there's been no time to pause and celebrate our marriage. Typically, in Sweden, a wedding reception would begin with a toast. Yes! Jake is smiling from ear to ear. Oh my God, this is gonna be so fun. Do we get to give a toast? As team captain, I get to go first, right? Can we use props? We all laugh. Imari had a good idea, Henrik says. He thought it might be fun to bring a little of my Swedish culture to this moment, as a nod to where our story began. It's perfect, I say through my tears. Novi pounds his fist on the table. Teddy loves it. What do we need to do? Is there a Swedish toast we can learn? Isn't it just skål or something? Henrik lifts up his own shot. I'm going to teach you all the snaps, Visa. I heard the word schnapps, says Jake. The guys all laugh again. Henrik smiles. I'm going to teach you a Swedish drinking song. 15 minutes later, we've drawn the attention of most of the patrons in this restaurant as we collectively lose our shit, laughing and trying to sing this damn drinking song in Swedish. Jake slaps his hand on the table. Wait, one more time. Come on, Caleb groans. Boo! Novi shouts. Mara and I just laugh. Ilmari mutters something in Swedish that has him and Henrik smirking. I've almost got it, says Jake. It's the last line. Just do the last line again. Taking a deep breath, Henrik holds up his shot glass and chants. Han hela ita halven fu. Jake repeats it twice under his breath as the rest of us laugh again. Okay. All right. I got it. Let's go. Henrik holds up his shot glass a little higher. Ready? We're ready, says Morrow. Let's fucking do this! Novi shouts. Wait. Jake's eyes are wide as he stares down the table. Mars, you're really going to do a shot with us? At my left, Mars is holding up his glass. If I'm singing Hellingar, I'm taking a real fucking shot. Cheers go up around the table as he looks to Henrik and nods. Henrik pounds his fist on the table. Right. This is for Teddy O'Connor, my husband, min Karlek, mit out, and the best-looking man in any room. Novi lowers his glass an inch. Hey now! Henrik launches into the song, and this time we all sing along. To either side of me, Henrik and Mars both have rich, baritone voices. The words flow off their tongues with ease. I'll admit, I just feel like I'm along for this wild ride. The whole restaurant turns to watch us as we sing at the top of our lungs. Hulengar, hung hop federalen laden lay. Hulengar, hung hop federalen lay. Then comes the tongue twister that has us all gasping for breath. Och dem så ita elentar, on era ita alven fur. Hulengar. As we hold out the last note, drumming the table with our free hands, Henrik holds his glass high. Now, drink! As one, we all down our shots of sake, slamming our empty cups onto the table. With a wave of Henrik's hand, we finish the song with one more chant of Hung hop fader allen lay. All around the restaurant, the other patrons cheer for us. Some shout their congratulations. Several of them have their phones out, taking pictures and videos. I know our trusty voyeur is doing his job. Surprising the heck out of me, Henrik leans over and kisses me right on the lips. Well done, min älskade. I'm smiling, breathless, high on this moment, not wanting him to get away so quickly. I wrap my hand around his neck and pull him back to me, kissing the taste of the sake from his lips, while our friends all pound their fists on the table and cheer. 2 hours later, we stumble out of the elevator, nearly tripping each other as we try to kiss and walk at the same time. I'm drunk, but I don't care. Henrik is in my arms, he's alive and kissing me, and I never want him to stop. He backs me up against the door, my ass slamming into the doorknob as he fumbles and drops his keys to the floor. Funny, helvete, he mutters. Okay, maybe he's a little tipsy too. By the end of the night, I lost track of how many times we actually sang Hillingar. Things really got out of hand when our waitress Kiko taught us a Japanese drinking song. Caleb called us all Ubers, piling his drunk husbands into the back of their truck. Henrik and I kissed all the way back to the apartment. Now his English translator seems to be on the fritz. He mumbles something in Swedish, looking for his keys. Leave them, I pant, tugging on his shoulder. Just fucking kiss me. Abandoning his hunt, Henrik rights himself. Pressing in with his hips, he pins me to the door. I groan with aching need, my hands fisting tight to his shirt as I pull him to me. Our lips meet, and we both just sink into each other, taking what we need. It's not air. It's certainly not more fucking sake. I just need more of him. More of this taste. More of the feel of him. I want us naked, undone. I want him pressing me down, making me bear his weight as he claims me again and again. Fuck. I want him to ruin me more than I'm already ruined. I am so lost to this man. But we can't do any of that in this hallway. With a groan, I break our kiss. Baby, get the keys. The keys, Henrik. Keys for the door. Come on, I don't speak enough Swedish for this. Swaying slightly, Henrik steps back, once again searching for his keys on the floor. I hear a click, but I'm too tipsy to register what it means. The front door swings open from the inside, and I go falling backwards. Teddy! Hannah shrieks. I'd like to say I catch myself, but that would be a lie. I land on my back on the entry rug, staring up at a shocked and dismayed Hannah. I'm so sorry. She reaches for me with both hands. I heard a noise. I thought maybe you forgot your keys. Found them, says Henrik, holding up his key ring. He finds me on the floor and lifts a confused brow. What are you doing on the floor, Mediata? Hannah giggles, helping me to my feet. Seems like you two had a nice time tonight. I slip my shoes off, leaving them by the door. Henrik taught us all a snaps visa. Uh-oh. She steps back, holding the door as Henrik enters. Do you need me to stay the night? Not necessary, I reply with a wave, stumbling my drunk ass towards the kitchen. Henrik says something in Swedish. English, babe, I call over my shoulder. Hannah laughs. Actually, I speak Swedish, remember? I just groan. Why does everyone speak Swedish but me? Over by the door, Henrik now seems to be having trouble removing his shoes. Hannah just smiles. Well, you both seem good, so I'm gonna go. Have a great rest of your night, okay? Maybe take some aspirin? I'm gonna make us some coffee, I call from the kitchen. We'll be totally sober in like an hour. She stifles a giggle that has me turning towards her. What's so funny? Oh, nothing, she says with a wave. Just, Henrik said almost the exact same thing in Swedish just now. You two enjoy the rest of your night. I'm busy stuffing coffee grounds into the brew basket when I hear the front door finally shut. I set a mug on the cup rest and press the on button. The machine hums to life just as Henrik steps in behind me, pressing me to the counter with his hips. I don't want coffee, he growls in my ear, his hands wrapping possessively around me to splay across my chest. You will, I assure him, patting his arm. In about 30 minutes, when this warm cloud of drunkenness wears off and the sake headache sets in. He groans, pressing his face to my neck. Then we still have 30 minutes. I grab his wrists and squeeze. Not here. Tell me there. The command in his tone sends a shiver through me. Taking his hand, I lead him deeper into the back of the apartment. Call me paranoid, but this would be the perfect moment for our niece to wake up and come rolling into the damn living room on her new puppy scooter. Henrik looks around as we walk into the bedroom. I thought you said no bed. Just come with me. Feeling confident in my drunken mobility, I turn, walking backwards through the bathroom and into the closet. The lights blink on, illuminating Henrik's gorgeous rows of designer suits. Other lights glow in the cubbies for his shoes, dress shirts, denim, and sweaters. You started something earlier in here? I tease, backing until I press myself up against the shelf of sweaters. Come, finish it. Wasting no time, Henrik boxes me in. One hand grips the shelf by my head while the other cups my face as he kisses me, parting my lips with his tongue. I sigh into the kiss. Fuck, he's so good at this. He may not have had much practice, but he's a quick study. His kisses are soft and firm at the same time, deliberate. He likes to change his approach, learning my reactions when he nips at my lips or flicks with his tongue. Desperate for more, I slip my hands under his shirt. It's a short-sleeve linen button-down. The top of the collar is open, showing just a hint of that chest hair he was teasing me with earlier. He groans as my hands brush over the warm skin of his stomach. He's like a furnace. I've noticed that when we sleep, too. His metabolism is so high, always working in overdrive. He's like my own personal son. Not for the first time. I accept that I'm the Icarus in this relationship. I don't know when, and I don't know how, but I'm going to fall. Harder than I've already fallen for him. In this moment, there's only one thing I want. I want to fall to my knees. Brushing my lips to his, I push him gently away. Do you want more? He opens his eyes, panting for breath. What? I smile against his mouth, wrapping my hands around to stroke the small of his back. Do you want more, baby? Do you want me to make you feel good? Teddy. He says my name like a plea. I drop my hands to the top of his pants, making my intentions clear. I want to make you feel so fucking good. Do you trust me? Holding my gaze, he nods. We keep our eyes locked on each other as I undo his belt. Say stop, and it stops. Okay? He nods again. Teach me in Swedish. I press a kiss to his lips. Teach me, baby. Say stop. With one hand, he cups my face. Slunta. My drunken brain tattoos it to my memory. Easy enough? Say it in English or Swedish, and it all stops. He kisses me again. Don't stop. As if to prove his eagerness, he drops his hands to my shoulders and pushes gently, guiding me down to my knees. My senses are going haywire. I'm on my knees in Henrik Karlsson's closet, and I'm unbuttoning his pants. I'm about to suck his dick. Gazing up at him, I slowly work his zipper, opening his fly. Then my fingers hook into the top of his khakis, and I pull them down around his muscled thighs. His hardness is right there, waiting for me. Henrik is hard for me. He wants me. I can't wait another second for what I want. I press my face to his crotch over his briefs, breathing him in. The scent of his raw, masculine energy has me dripping in my pants. Fuck, he smells so good. Grabbing his hips tight with both hands, I nuzzle his crotch, letting my parted lips brush over his shaft through the fabric of his briefs. He groans, sinking back against the closet shelf. Teddy, tell me what to do. I smile up at him, cupping him with my hand over his briefs. He twitches with eagerness. I can see it in his eyes. I feel it in his touch. He wants more. Knowing it has me flying. You don't have to do a thing. Just feel it all, baby. And enjoy. Hooking my fingers into the top of his briefs, I slowly pull them down, freeing his cock. It hangs in my face, uncut and ready. Fuck. It's so beautiful. I've waited for this for so long. And here it is, hard and aching, already dripping from me. I just know that getting him off is going to get me off harder than I've ever come in my life. But this isn't about my pleasure. This moment is all about pleasing Henrik, showing him how this can feel. Holding to his hips, I do the thing I've been dreaming of doing for 6 long years. Eyes closed in bliss, I lick along his cut V-line from above his hip, down to his crotch. Pressing my face into the soft thatch of his pubic hair, I breathe him in again. Henrik groans, one hand dropping down to fist my hair tightly. Sluta inte. What? Don't stop.
51, Henrik. I can't breathe, can't think. Teddy's face is pressed against my crotch. His warm breath is fanning over my hard cock, and it feels so good. My legs feel like they're made of jelly as I hold tight to his hair. Don't stop, I say again. Who knows if I'm speaking English or Swedish? This is good. Whatever he's doing, this feels good. He peppers warm, open-mouthed kisses across my hip bones and over my thighs, his hands soft and caressing. He hasn't even touched my cock yet. Please, I whisper. Surely he knows what he's doing, right? As much as it makes me irrationally upset to think of him with other men, it must be a virtue in this moment. Teddy knows what he's doing. I can trust him. Nothing he's done so far has made me feel uncomfortable. Can I make you feel good, baby? He whispers. Do anything. Just don't stop. At long last, he wraps a warm hand around the base of my shaft. We both groan as he pants his warm breath over my aching tip. At the first touch of his tongue, I feel like I've been zapped by lightning. I cry out, all but collapsing against the wall of the closet. He smiles, humming low in his throat as he licks me again, tasting my pre-cum with his tongue. The sound he lets out is feral with need. I can hardly breathe as he sinks his mouth around me completely, swallowing my length. God, I can't breathe past the feeling of his warm mouth sucking me, and watching him is intoxicating. I can't look away. He bobs on my cock, swirling his tongue around my tip. His hands hold my hips, caressing as he sucks. The moment he drops a hand down and cups my balls, I feel like I'm going to burst into 1,000 pieces. I can't, I pant. He pops off me with a gentle sucking sound. Then he gazes up at me, his eyes dark with desire. Do you want me to stop? Dropping my hand to his mouth, I brush my fingers over his parted lips. No, but I think my legs are going to give out. Smiling, he holds out a hand. Then come down here. What? Lie down. He tugs on my hand. I drop down, not caring that my pants are wrapped around my knees. He gets me on the floor. With a practiced hand, he strips my lower half naked. Then he shifts me until I'm reclining against the drawers, my bare legs stretched across the carpet. I don't want you horizontal, he says, pressing a quick kiss to my lips. I want you watching me. He crawls over my leg, situating himself between my knees. Folding himself over on all fours, he licks along my shaft, leaving my hands trembling again. Now that I'm not thinking about standing, my every sense is locked on the feel of his mouth on me. It's warm and wet, soft and so smooth. His tongue feels inviting as it licks and teases, and his hands are strong, bracing against my hips. I'm torn between wanting to close my eyes and never blink. He takes me to the back of his throat, humming and sucking, and I feel my soul leave my body. It's floating somewhere in this closet, as the sound of his soft gagging has me gripping his shoulders with both hands. They brush over the fabric of his t-shirt and I grimace. I want it gone. I want to feel his skin. Don't stop, I growl. Fuck, I'm so close. He whines, slipping a hand back between my legs to play with my balls as he sucks on my tip, flipping with his tongue. The mix of wonderful sensations has me levitating off the closet floor. I feel warm all over. My breath catches. I'm gonna... Teddy, should I... This feels far and away better than anything I've ever experienced, but I've never come during sex without the condom. What should I do? I want to come. I need to come. Teddy, come in my mouth, he pants. Baby, please. I'm fucking dying for it. Fuck. He doesn't even get his mouth back on me. His words are enough for me to release. He groans with relief, mouth open, as he pumps my cock with slow, languid pulls. My release shoots from my tip, landing in his open mouth. It's beautiful to see the joy on his face, the absolute peace he feels in this moment, tasting me, claiming me in this way. I'm trembling as I let him finish. Fuck yes. He drops his mouth over me once more, pulling back my foreskin to suck my tip. Baby, you taste so good. Fucking love your cock. He kisses my tip one last time, then he sits up, his lips and chin shiny with my mess. His eager eyes search my face, and I already know his question before he asks it. Was that good for you? Did you like it? Wrapping a hand around the back of his neck, I reel him in. I loved it. Teddy closes his eyes, mouth moving as if he's praying a word of thanks. Then I kiss him, tasting myself on his lips. The taste is sweet and musky and not unpleasant. I want more. I want more of Teddy and kissing and experimenting in closets. Pushing him back, I hold his gaze. Teach me. Show me what to do. His smile is radiant as he nods. I'll show you everything.
52. Teddy. Mommy said I have to ask you if Lena can come to my sleepover. Emma Langley stands in front of me, hands on her hips, fiery red hair and a halo of curls around her head. Oh, setting the salad tongs down, I give her my full attention. This is sort of uncharted territory for me, I admit. She tilts her head to the side like a confused owl. What? I snort a laugh. Can I think about it, honey? Her brows crease in frustration. The sleepover is tonight. Then I'll think really fast. In a perfect imitation of her mother, she huffs and stomps away. It's game day, intermission time. The Rays are up by 2, and the WAG room is buzzing with excitement. All the little kids are playing over in the corner. They've got a great setup, including age-appropriate toy bins and a TV that can play movies. The rest of the room is set up for the adults, with tables for eating, a couple couches, and the infamous WAG room buffet spread. Today, it's Caesar salad with grilled chicken or salmon as a protein, homemade mac and cheese with the curly noodles, and a crispy baked topping, and a build-your-own sundae bar. I glance over my shoulder, checking on Carolina. She's sitting with Emma and Grace Morrow, all three of them furiously coloring. Nearby, Doc Price is hunkered down with her boys, feeding them bites of mac and cheese while they play. I offer her a smile and a wave. Once I got back from Sweden, she was finally able to go on maternity leave. It's been weird around the gym without her. Brady is cool, but he just doesn't have the same energy. Rachel Price always comes with just a little touch of chaos that makes each workday fun. I turn back to the buffet, juggling mine and Caro's plates. I add a little salmon for her and some chicken for me. I should just say yes, right? To the slumber party? As one of her legal guardians, I'm allowed to make this kind of decision on the fly, but it still feels odd. As much as I've fallen into a rhythm with Caro, and I like thinking of her as partly mine, there's still a wall there. It's the "they're family and I'm not" wall. Henrik is her blood relation. They speak the same language. They both knew her mother. God help me, they both like callous caviar. It's this awful fishy paste made from salted cod roe. It's pink and it comes in a tube like toothpaste, and it ruined my breakfast last week. They love it. Can't get enough of it. What I'm saying is, I still feel like an outsider. Henrik and Caro, even Hannah, are firmly over there. And I'm over here, wondering exactly where I fit into this long term. Because I want a long term. I don't want this marriage to only be temporary. Henrik and I have something. I knew it from the moment we met on that sidewalk 6 years ago. It's taken time for that spark to grow into a flame, but this last week has taught me to hope like I've never really hoped before. And that's saying a lot, because I'm a delusional double Pisces. Henrik's been in and out for travel, but when he's home, God, the man is undeniable. Now that he's discovered he has passion, he's unafraid to show it. But he's like a babe in the woods, unsure of what to do or how to express what he feels. And he's still not great at the verbal communication thing either. Here's one thing. I don't know how much longer our no sex in the bed rule can last. We're still taking it slow, but our kissing is getting more adventurous by the day. We're each exploring more terrain, if you know what I mean. He got back last night, and once we got Caro in bed, he had me stretched out on the couch, shirt off, hands seeking, teasing my nipples, and kissing across my chest until... Okay. Cool it, psycho. The Wag Room buffet line is not the place to reminisce about the time you came in your pants from a little nipple play. Because yeah, that happened. And yes, Henrik noticed. I think he's curious to try more. He certainly doesn't object when I suck him off, which has been every night that he's been home, twice on Tuesday. I've made it clear that he can do more to me too, but I think he's nervous. He likes the kissing, and he definitely likes touching me. I don't know, maybe he's a bottom. He gives such quiet lion energy, but I just thought his instincts would take over and he'd pounce. Maybe he's verse. Maybe he will be a top, but I have to show him how first. I've always preferred bottoming, but with Henrik, if he needs me to top him, to show him how things work, he only has to ask. Hey. I practically jump out of my skin as Tess steps in behind me. Jesus, you scared me, I say. How did I scare you? I was standing right here. I force all thoughts of Henrik from my head. What do you need, Tess? Emma just told me you said Carolina can't come for a sleepover. And that's totally fine, but if you're worried about her because of the injuries... I hold up a hand. Whoa, I did not say that. I said I needed to think about it. What's there to think about? 3 little girls having a sleepover watching Mulan in my living room. I'll be there the whole time, no rough play, and no sugar after 8. Lights out by 9. I groan. Look, I just need to clear it with Henrik first, okay? I can give you an answer by the end of the game. She eyes me critically. How's all that going, then? All what? Before she can respond, Poppy comes breezing up to us. Teddy, honey, there you are. She looks a little breathless, her cheeks flushed pink. Can I talk to you for a minute? I glance over my shoulder to where Caro plays. I got her, says Tess. Go. Poppy wraps a hand around my arm. Apparently, I have no choice but to set aside my plates of food and abandon this buffet line, letting Poppy lead me towards the door. Hey, Tess, she calls over her shoulder. Yeah? You're taking Gracie tonight, right? Yep. Sleepover. Thanks, honey. Hey, be a dear and take my Bennett too, won't you? Thanks so much. She waves with her free hand, not giving Tess a chance to say no as she tugs me into the hallway. Something wrong, Pop? She lets go of my arm. Oh, nothing much. I'm just going to go ahead and give you these. She fishes something out of her pocket, holding it in her closed fist. I reach out on instinct, and she places a set of car keys in my hand. What are these? Those are the keys to Lucas's truck. Why do I... Whoa. I glanced down, eyes wide. Poppy, are you leaking? I point to the water on the floor. She lets out a breath, rubbing a hand over her pregnant belly. Oh, that's just my water breaking. Oh, God! I step back. Poppy! It's okay, she says, breathing through the pain. Oh, totally okay. Totally normal. A little early, but okay. That's why I'm gonna go ahead and head on over to the hospital now. I'm officially fritzing. Jesus, well, do you need any help? Nope. Colton is bringing the car around as we speak. I just need you to tell Lucas where we've gone once the game is over. Drive him to the hospital for me. Okay, sweets? Poppy, we're going to Jacksonville General. Labor and delivery is on the 3rd floor. After 2 babies, he knows the drill. Oh my God. I follow her as she waddles down the hall in her designer-wrapped dress and stiletto heels. Poppy, just tell Novi now. Are you kidding? He has a game to finish. Rays are up, and he's playing so well tonight. Besides, who knows if this little Kiwi is even coming out today? This could be fake labor. Your water breaking seems like real fucking labor. She just laughs. I know, right? I'm fucking reeling. Is this happening? This woman is crazy. Poppy, I can't be the one to tell Novi. Turning, she grabs me by the shoulder, one hand still bracing her heavy baby bump. No, you have to. Teddy O'Connor, you look at me. I groan, trying to look anywhere else. Her hand on my shoulder tightens. Look at me. With a huff, I stare into her Barbie blue eyes. She smiles. Good. Now, I love that man more than my own life, but he is not great in a crisis. If he has things his way, he'll storm into that hospital, parking his truck in the dang lobby. He is not to be given those keys, do you hear me? You're the only one on staff I can trust not to give in to his demands. This is bullshit. You are the solid rock, Teddy. Lucas is the wave that will crash upon you, and yet you will remain unmoved. Unbelievable, I mutter. She groans, patting her stomach. I know, but it really can't be helped. Teddy, honey, do this for me, and I'll send you a fruit basket. Don't worry, it'll be a big one. And if Lucas tries to knock your lights out, I'll throw in 3 tickets to Disney on Ice. Letting me go, she continues down the long hallway. Is that a likely possibility? I call after her. She just waves over her shoulder, shuffling down the hall in her clicking heels. In moments, Morrow comes jogging around the corner, determined to intercept her. After a quick word with her, he locks eyes with me, pointing with the finger of destiny. Do not let him fucking drive! Oh, this is so fucking fucked.
53. Henrik. The whistle blows, and the crowd roars in outrage. My heart races, my breath heavy in my chest. I saw the whole thing like it was happening in slow motion. Number 32 on the Golden Knights have been goading Lindberry all game. He's a young hothead, fresh off the draft, and Lindberry just scored on him. Again. In a fit of petulant rage, the kid shoved Lindberry off the play, sending him face first into the boards. His helmet hit with a crack, and Lindberry went down to the ice. Now the kid is standing over him, shouting something as the ref skates in. But I'm closer, surging forward. I drop my glove and punch the kid right in the fucking face. My hand instantly burns with the pain of the contact, the muscles clenching tight. The kid drops to the ice, scrambling to get back up as blood flows down his chin. Bro, what the fuck? Play fair or get the fuck off my eyes? Bro, man, fuck you. The kid swings at me, and I duck. I lose my footing as a second Golden Knight comes crashing in to defend his teammate. I trip over Lindberry's legs as I'm pressed into the boards. With the growl, I elbow whoever is behind me. The whistles are going crazy now as the refs swoop in. Jake grabs me by the arms, pulling me back. A Knight's defenseman does the same to 32. I'm gonna kick your ass, man, he shouts at me. Try me. Fucking try me, man. Go back to the beer leagues, you piece of shit. That's all I can get out in English before I switch to Swedish. profanity pouring from me like a fountain. "Hey!" Jake growls in my ear, skating me backwards. "It's done. Did you see what he did?" "I saw. The punk was asking for it. But stop while you got the upper hand. He's the one who looks like an ass, not you." The whistles are still blowing as the linemen try to pull Novikov off the defenseman who hit me into the boards. He has him pinned down on the ice, grappling with him. "In the berry?" I turn in Jake's arms, looking for my injured teammate. "He's fine," Jake assures me. "Just got the wind knocked out of him." I glance up, catching the replay footage on the Jumbotron. The crowd watches too, screaming and pounding the plexiglass. Their thirst for bloodlust knows no bounds. Not for the first time, I feel like a gladiator in the Colosseum. This is a dangerous sport, and accidents happen. Would they even care if we died? Is that how I might meet my end? To their thunderous applause? I didn't fight that kid because I wanted to. I fought because behavior like that can't be tolerated. He could have seriously injured Lindeberry, taken him out of the game. If a broken nose encourages him to play fair, I'll break his nose every day of the week. There's not enough time on the game clock for me to wait out my penalty, so the ref sends me back to the bench with Novi. Coach Johnson doesn't even spare a harsh word for us. The Rays are up, and he knows exactly why we did what we did. Down the wall, that punk-ass kid marches into the tunnel to the jeers of the Rays' home crowd, holding a bloody towel to his face. The game still ends with the Rays' win. My job done for another night. I make my way down the tunnel, back to the dressing room. As I'm untying my skate laces, Lindeberry sits next to me. "Hey? Hey, hey," I say. "You okay?" He nods, placing a hand on my bare shoulder. "Thanks." I just shrug. "You do the same for me." "That was a solid punch," says DeGraw from my other side. He doesn't speak Swedish, but he intuits what we're talking about. "DMT said you broke his nose." "Good," Lindeberry mutters. With a heavy sigh, he shakes his head. "He's my replacement." "What?" says DeGraw. "When the Rays traded for me, the Knights took that kid and gave him my center position. He's the new me." "Which is why he thought he had something to prove tonight," says DeGraw. "Instead, he proved the opposite." Lindeberry glances up. "What opposite?" DeGraw smiles. "There's no replacing you." Fresh from my shower, I'm slipping back into my suit when Teddy appears in the doorway of the changing room. He looks around before rushing over to my side. His anxiety instantly sets me on edge. "Teddy?" "What?" "Help me." My heart stops as I reel him in. "What happened?" "I need you to help me. Now, come on." He tries to pull me forward, but I twist my arm free, reaching for my dress shirt. "I'm half dressed, Mitjata. I will come," I add, "but just tell me what's wrong." He lowers his voice, clearly trying to avoid being overheard by the other men in the changing room. "Okay, so Poppy totally just screwed me over. I need you to come run interference for me with Novi." "What?" "She's in early labor, and she took his keys, so he can't chase her to the hospital, and, get in an accident, or park his car in the ambulance bay," he explains with a wave of his hand. "Well, that sounds sensible." "Yeah, only she gave his keys to me." Reaching in the pocket of his jacket, he pulls out a set of car keys. "Shit." "Right? Apparently, I'm the only one on staff she trusts to handle him." I shrug into my dress shirt and work the buttons closed. "What do you need from me?" "Help! Hold him back if he tries to hit me? Or, get between us and take the hit for me?" My fingers pause on my middle button. "You want me to fight Novi because his partner is in labor?" "God, no! I want you to stop him from fighting me." He presses a hand to his chest, fingers splayed. "I am your husband, Henrik. For better or worse. That was in our vows, right? They were in Swedish, so I don't even fucking know. But you should know that most wedding vows come with a for better or worse clause. Well, this is the for worse part." He shakes the keys at me. "You can protect your teammates out on the ice all you want. Off it, you have to protect me." His panic is charming. It's all I can do not to sweep him in my arms and kiss him right now. Novi is a grown man, I say with a shrug. Surely he'll see reason. He's Lucas Novikov. Did you see him out there? You punched a man once, Henrik. He holds up a single finger to emphasize his point. Novi tackled a man to the ice, straddled him, and wailed on him for a full 60 seconds before 3 grown men had to pull him off. If he'll do that to protect a teammate, what do you think he'll do to get to Poppy St. James? I consider for a moment, arms crossed in my half-open dress shirt. Fair point. Thank you. He drops his hand to his side. Now, finish getting dressed and get ready to defend my honor. I know I look tough, but I bruise like a peach. I smile as he hurries away. If I weren't already married to Teddy, this outburst would definitely convince me to give it a try.
54. Teddy. Heart in my throat, I stand just inside the doorway of a changing room. Most of the guys have cleared out. The rest are toweling off from their showers and dressing back in their suits. Novi stands across the room at his stall. He's all but dressed. Only thing left is to slip on his shirt, button it, and grab his jacket. My gaze darts left, and I give Henrik a nod. He's already dressed and ready, his arms crossed as he leans against his stall. Fighting a smile, he nods back. Whatever. He can think this is funny all he wants. For as much as I tease Novi and put him in his place, I've never really had to stand up to him. Not about something that mattered. Novi, I call out. I need to talk to you. He pats down his pockets, not turning around. Can it wait? Oh shit, he already knows. I step fully into the room. Novi, this is important. His head swivels, his gaze locked on the ground. Has anyone seen my goddamn keys? Novikov, Henrik shouts. All the guys in the room stop their yapping and look to Henrik. Novi is one of the last to turn, his brow raised in question. My husband is talking to you, Henrik says, pointing at me. Novi turns, giving me his full attention. The man is built like a freaking tree. He's a few inches taller and several pounds heavier than Henrik. He's a wall of muscle with broad shoulders and a barrel chest. It's what makes him such an excellent enforcer. What, Ted? I clear my throat. I need you to calmly get your things and come with me. Please. What? Why? I can't tell you that. His eyes narrow. Why not, Ted? I swallow, taking a step back. Because I don't want you to hit me. He frowns in confusion. Why the hell would I hit you? Come on, man, knock it off. I can't find my damn keys. He turns around, ready to tear his stall apart. I have your keys, I call out. The silence in the room deepens as he turns around. Why do you have my keys? Poppy gave them to me during intermission with strict instructions that I'm to drive you to the place where she is. He quickly does the math, his eyes widening. Oh, shit. Fuck. He pulls his phone from his pocket, checking it for messages. When did it happen? When did she leave? He grabs his dress shirt and tugs it on, leaving the jacket hanging in his stall. Crossing over to me, shirt unbuttoned, he holds out his hand. Teddy, give me my keys. Tipping up my chin, I stand firm. No. His face becomes a mask of rage as he leans away. No? Teddy, come on. You just said Poppy is in fucking labor. Give me my goddamn keys. Just give him his keys, one of the guys calls. Yeah, man, before he knocks out all your jibs. On instinct, I raise a hand to shield my mouth. Oh, God. I love my teeth. They're straight and cute, and they have the thinnest little gap in the front. She thought you might react this way, which is why she instructed me to keep your keys and drive you to the hospital myself. He storms forward, getting right in my face. I don't need a goddamn babysitter. And I totally respect your position, but I made a promise to... Ah! The shriek that comes out of me as he grabs me is totally involuntary. Violence will avail you nothing! He wraps an arm around me and squeezes like a goddamn boa constrictor. With his free hand, he digs in my pocket, searching for his keys. Where are they, Ted? I flop like a fish out of water. No! Ah! I promised Poppy! Is a promise worth your goddamn life? I'm more afraid of her than I am of you, I squawk, twisting in his hold as he checks my other pocket. Just let me drive, you asshole. Give me, ouch. Let him go, a new voice growls. Ow! Ow! Fuck! You're gonna rip it off! Novi snarls. Let my husband go, or I twist. I'm panting, room spinning as Novi's iron arm loosens around my middle. I wriggle out of his clutches to see Henrik behind Novi, gripping so tightly to his ear that the tissue is already turning reddish purple. Novi growls like an angry bear. Let me go, Karlsson! Knees, my husband replies. Ow! Fuck! Let go! On your knees, and it stops. Cursing, Novi sinks to his knees. The moment they touch the carpet, Henrik lets him go. Novi's ear is bright red and shiny. He reaches up and rubs it. Motherfucker! He glares at Henrik, eyes narrowing. Teddy doesn't even have the keys, does he? He gave them to you. Henrik just glares back. Touch my husband again, and your keys will take up new residence in your colon. Around the room, the guys let out chuckles and sounds of, ooh, and don't hurt him, Karlsson. Taking a deep breath, I right my must jacket, smoothing down the front. Right. Well, if you are quite ready, Henrik and I will be more than happy to drive you to the hospital to welcome your newest bundle of joy. Shall we? Novi gets slowly to his feet, shaking his head in disgust. Betrayed by my favorite PT. Let me guess. She promised you a goddamn fruit basket? I smirk, holding his furious gaze. Yeah, and your anaconda attack just added 3 tickets to Disney on Ice. So thank you for being so predictable. Now, get your shit. We're leaving. Novi makes us park at the hospital, demanding we leave his truck in the lot. How are we supposed to get home? I call as he snatches his keys from my hand and takes off running across the lot, dressed in half a suit. I don't give a fuck, he calls over his shoulder. I cross my arms with a huff. Well, this is what I get for letting Poppy corner me at a buffet table. I am never doing her another favor again. I don't care how much she flips her hair. Chuckling, Henrik drapes an arm around my shoulders. He'll be all right. Once the baby is born, he'll forget how he even got here. All that will matter is that he's with his family. I glance around this dark hospital parking lot. I guess we have to call a car to come pick us up. Both our cars are still back at the arena. He takes out his phone, already pulling up the app, but then his shoulders stiffen. Wait. Where's Carl? I wince. Yeah. So I figured we should probably keep her out of the way of a great fire-breathing Novikov. Where is she? I let her go have a sleepover with Emma Langley. Turning to him, I brace my hands on his shoulders. And I'm sorry, okay? I know I should have asked you first. You have final say on all matters, Carl, and this was her first sleepover, and I know that's big. But I feel like you have to trust me with at least a few things when it comes to her care. It doesn't have to all be on you, Hen. And Tess is totally reliable. Teddy, he says over me, gripping my arms with both hands. I take a breath, waiting. I am not mad. You have every right to help make decisions about Carl's care. And if you trust Tess Langley, then so do I. You're really not mad? I'm not mad, he repeats, his mouth tipping with a smile. You know what I am? I lean away. Hungry? Tired, probably. That was a crazy game. His eyes flash with secret meaning, which has my stomach flipping. Oh. Wait, seriously? Stepping closer, he wraps an arm around me. Know what I was thinking earlier? Watching you hold your own against Novikov. I fight a blush, remembering the way I squealed and flopped like a fish. I was raised by 3 sisters. They taught me to fight with words, not fists. I don't know if I'd call it holding my own. His hands move across my back as he turns me, pressing me up against the side of Novi's truck. Leaning in, he kisses my jaw, his beard soft and bristling. I roll my neck, giving him more room. His kisses are soft, seeking, but then his fingers dig into my locks, and he jerks my head back. He had his hands on you, he growls in my ear, and I wanted to rip them off. Henrik! His teeth scrape over my skin, drawing a sound like a whimper from my throat. No one touches you but me, Mityata. Say it. No one. I pant, moving my hips against him, desperate for some friction. He drops a hand between us, cupping my dick, and I want to die. Oh God, he's never been so deliberate before. His hold on me is firm as he presses in, practically lifting me off the ground. His other hand stays twisted up in my hair. I'm on my toes, pressed against the side of this damn truck, with Henrik holding my cash and fucking prizes like a dragon clutching his treasure. Baby, please. What do you want? He kisses along my neck, nipping and nuzzling my ear. Speak. Tell me what you want from me. I want more. What more? He squeezes my crotch tighter, and I think I might just come. Is there such a thing as a seismic orgasm? Because this isn't biology anymore. It's geology, like how compression makes diamonds. Fuck, I can't even think. I cling to his shoulders. Henrik, baby, please. I want more. I want you. I want God. I want everything. Anything you'll give me. His hold on me relaxes a little. I've never been with a man before. I turn my face to his, my nose brushing his cheek. I know, but you're already so good at everything we've tried, and you can't fake chemistry like this, I add, pressing my hand over his heart. What we have, how this feels. Do you know how fucking rare this is? Not to get too cheesy, but in the immortal words of Kiss, I was made for loving you, baby. He chuckles, leaning away with a shake of his head. What? He cups my cheek, smoothing his thumb over my freckles. He likes to do that, following the line of my cheekbone. Du så vacker. I grin, feeling nervous. What does that mean? Leaning in, he kisses me. It means I'm taking you home now. I perk up. Yeah? And then what? And then I'm taking off all your clothes, he says against my lips. And I'm putting you in my bathtub.
55. Henrik. Teddy sits naked in my lap, straddling my legs. His hands are braced on my shoulders, while mine frame his narrow waist. This bathtub is meant for total immersion, so there's a seat inside, wide enough for us to fit comfortably. Hot water covers us to mid-chest, steam misting our cheeks. His locks are tied up on the crown of his head. A spray of 10 pieces stick out on the sides. I wish I had a camera now. I would capture him just like this, naked and glistening and perfect. This feels like a timeless moment. You get so few of them in life. Moments when every part of you is set to record. It's not just something you see with your eyes or feel with your hands. Your soul takes a picture too. And human memory is such a fickle thing. Mom taught me that. You can't rely on just your eyes and ears to record the passing of time. That's all we get in this life. Memories did fade over time. Like photographs, the edges become warped and discolored, sometimes damaged beyond all repair. But the truly timeless moments even your soul sits up and takes notice of, those make an imprint deeper than a photograph. Those last forever. Reaching my hand out of the bath, I touch Teddy's face. Water slips down my arm, dripping back into the tub. All the while he looks at me, breathing with me, being with me. This beautiful man, made of sharp angles. His hard cock waits in the water. I haven't touched it yet, but I'm going to. Tonight, and soon. For now, it's enough just to look at him. This man came crashing into my life with all the subtlety of an earthquake. He shook me to my very foundation. In the span of weeks, I've been remade. There was the Henrik Karlsson before Teddy, and there will be the Henrik Karlsson after. What are you thinking? He whispers, breaking our silence. He lifts a hand too, his wet fingertips brushing over my brow. I lean back against the wall of the tub, smiling up at him. I'm thinking I want to photograph you, sitting here just like this, looking down at me with that look in your eyes. He shifts on my lap, water sloshing. Do you do that a lot? What? Take pictures of beautiful naked men on my lap? No, never. He grins. I just meant take pictures in general. I saw all the camera stuff back in Stockholm. I let my eyes feast on him, dropping my gaze to his shoulder as I trail my fingers slowly down his arm. Sometimes. What do you like to photograph? He's nervous talking, trying to distract myself from the feel of my hands on him, trying to keep this moving slow. I allow it. I lack macro photography. Not that I'm any good at it. I don't have the time to do it properly. Macro photography is fitting for you. The man who pays attention to every detail. Life is in the details, I murmur, slipping my hand under his arm to brush my thumb over his dark nipple. He shivers, leaning closer rather than away. Bracing himself with one hand on the tub, he runs the other through my hair, giving the roots a tug until my head tips back. Do you ever photograph people? I like the feel of his hands on me, the tension on my hair as he tugs at my roots. Only at family functions. Pietro would shove a camera at me and demand pictures on holidays. I like portraiture too. I've just never experimented with it much. Smiling, he reaches over the side of the tub and plucks his phone off the stool. Nora Jones pauses as he turns on his camera app and hands me the phone. Take my picture. Teddy. Hey, it's a good camera. With the sexy lighting in here, I'm gonna look hot, he adds, nodding around at the electric candles. He strategically placed them around the room while the tub was filling with water. I take the phone, and he stays leaning over me, shifting his hips until our cocks touch. I stifle my groan as he grins. You did that on purpose. He laughs, sobering as he focuses on the camera. Tell me what you want. If you don't like this angle, or it's perfect, hold still. I place the phone low, near my chin, angling it up at him. I want to capture the feeling of him floating over me, the light around him golden. I take the shot and check it. The candles cast shadows over the sharp angles of his shoulders, his muscled chest, his jawline. Golden light warms the fair brown hue of his skin. He sits up. Well, turning the phone, I show him the picture. He actually blushes. He's naked in my lap, eager for more intimacy, and the photo makes him blush. He glances down at me. Do you like it? Taking the phone from him, I set it aside, never breaking our eye contact. With my free hand, I cup the back of his neck and pull him down to me. Our lips lock in a kiss, and then he's melting into me. I've never felt this with another person, this level of trust, this feeling of intimacy. Teddy was right. This is chemistry. There's something about our chemical makeups that just works. Strange, because on paper we make no sense. He's loud and chaotic, always changing his food order. One day he wants banana pancakes stacked with syrup. The next it's breakfast tacos. And he likes movies that make him cry. He'll watch them so he can cry. He feels everything at once, all the time, with no filter and no pause button. He ought to drive me crazy. He does drive me crazy. And yet, I can't seem to get enough. But Teddy, I fear there is no enough. All the while here I am, quiet and contained. I could eat the same thing for breakfast every day for the rest of my life without complaint. I overanalyze everything. All things ordered, everything in its place. Teddy once accused me of being so good at compartmentalizing that I put living in a box. He was right. Before he and Carl came into my life, I wasn't living. I was merely existing. I was biding time on this earth. No, I was wasting time. Well, I don't want to waste another minute. This beautiful man is in my arms, and he loves me. With all my faults, all my fears and over-rationalizations. He's been biding his time for years, just waiting for me to notice him. I see him now. I can't look away. And at the end of my life, I don't want a handful of moments to look back on and treasure. I want a library of catalogued prints. I want messy stacks of memories, too many to fit on the shelves. With Carl, with Teddy, with the people who make our lives full. I'm starting now. Teddy is in my arms, and I'm not letting go. Mittiarta, I whisper against his lips. My strong heart, my Teddy. Breaking our kiss, I frame his face with both my hands. He smiles down at me, drunk on my affection. My fear of intimacy means nothing with him in my arms. With him I am safe. With him there will be only pleasure, only love. What's wrong? He whispers. Du arme nu, I say with a smile. Du betyder allt för mig. He runs both hands through my hair, returning my smile. I'm gonna assume you just said that I'm a really good kisser, and that you'd like me to keep going. I pulled him back to me. Never stop. He's so eager, wrapping himself around me, pressing in with his hips until my hard cock is pinned against my stomach. We kiss some more, hand-seeking, but the warm water is affecting my senses. It's a distraction I don't need. I want to feel just Teddy, his skin against mine, his warmth, his pulse. Up, I pull on his arms, and he leans away, distracted. What? Stand up. Hin, trust me. Scooting back off my lap, he rises out of the water until he's standing. The water sluices down his abdomen, dripping from his fingertips. His hard cock waits right before my face, nestled in the thatch of soft black hair. Engorged as it is, it's a shade or two darker than his fair brown skin. He must know I'm looking because he wraps his hand around it, giving it a slow stroke. Keep looking at me like that, and I'm gonna have an orgasm. A what? You know, it's like an orgasm, but I'm getting off because your eyes are on me. His smile falls. It was a joke, but it sucked. Are we getting out or... He gasps as I reach out and wrap my hand around his on his cock. Henrik, let go. His hand drops to his side, and then it's only me stroking him. He tips his head back, eyes closed. Look at me, he curses, his head rolling on his neck to look down at me. He blinks his eyes open. They're glassy with desire as I stroke him. Slow, measured, deliberate. Those are all the things he loves about me, right? I'm gonna come, he whispers, biting his bottom lip. I stop moving my hand. Wait. He groans. Fuck. Seriously? You're finally fucking touching me? And now you're gonna edge me? What edge? I give his cock another caress. Seriously? You don't know? Not in this context. Well, I'm not telling you. Why? Because I don't want you to fucking do it to me, he says on a breath. I smile. This feels good. I feel in control. I reach out with my other hand and reel him in by the hip. Oh, fuck, he whines. Fuck. I wrap my mouth around him, sucking on the tip of his cock. I've never done this before, but he seems to like it. He certainly seems to enjoy doing it to me. Thanks to him, I know how good it feels to receive this kind of pleasure. I try to replicate the motions he has made on me, luxuriating in the feel of his soft skin, to glide my lips along his hardness. Slower. He fists a hand in my wet hair, moving me how he wants. Slow, baby. Fuck. I slow down, opening my mouth to lick the side of his shaft. Henrik, I'm gonna... No, I growl, moving my mouth away from him. Oh, fuck you. Don't tease me. I want us to come together. He blinks down at me, fingers still twisted in my hair. What? I stand, sloshing the water. His eyes go wide. What are you doing? Get out? Like, of the tub? Or your life? Using the seat as a step, I climb out of the tub, not caring if I get water on the floor. I grab a towel, making quick work of drying off. Teddy follows me out, and I hand him my towel, watching as he dries himself off. His cock bobs as he rubs the towel down his legs. I can't keep waiting. I want this too much. I want him. I pulled him to me, my mouth seeking his as we kiss again. He sighs, dropping the towel at our feet. His hands are gentle but strong as they wrap around my back. I step into him as he smooths his hands down, until they're gripping my butt. I groan, biting his lip as I do the same to him, hands flexing over the tight globes of his ass. Fuck. He pants against my mouth. How am I supposed to stop touching you, huh? You're so beautiful, Hen. Feels so good. I kiss down his neck and across his collarbone, dropping a hand between us. I take his cock, aligning it with mine, and stroke us together. His forehead drops to my shoulder. Then he rocks against me with his hips, sliding his cock in and out of my fist. There's a riot of sensations, the friction of my calloused hand, the warmth, the glide of our sensitive skin. Teddy wraps his hand around mine, bucking harder into our fists. I'm gonna come. He lifts his head off my shoulder, chasing a kiss. No. Don't say no, he cries. I want mouths, I say against his lips. What? I want to taste you. I want to come into you as you come into me. Du är min Teddy. Jag behöver det här. Behöver dig. He huffs. Your translator? It's not broken, I say over him. Leaning away, I hold his gaze. My emotions come from the deepest part of me, and the deepest part of me is Swedish. Accept my words as they are. Slowly he nods. Jag är kvar dig. He groans. Fuck, I gotta learn fucking Swedish. Later, I'll teach you everything, mitt hjärta. For now, get on your knees. He drops to his knees so willingly. He always goes so willingly for me. I surprise him, and I drop to my knees too. What are you doing? I smile. I'm going to suck your cock as you suck mine. We come together, or not at all.
56. Teddy. Oh, God. Is this really happening? Henrik is lying me back on this plush bathroom rug, chasing his filthy words with a kiss. Anything. He can have anything. Have you done this before? He asks, his naked body stretching out alongside mine. I wrap my hand around our dicks, aligning them as I scoot closer. I can't help but sling a leg over his hip and grind a little. He fucking loves it. He's growling like a bear, gripping my ass as he kisses me again. It's messy and frantic. We're both nearing the edge of our control. Teddy. Right. Fuck. He asked me a question. He wants to 69 with me, but he's not sure what to do. I'll show you, I say, unwilling to confirm or deny to my possessive husband whether I have the requisite experience. He says something else in Swedish, gripping my ass and rolling onto his back. I roll with him, straddling his lap again. Smoothing my hands over his hairy chest, I smile down at him. I love the power trip that comes from bottoming from the top, and I know Henrik is a top. Once he gets the hang of this, I just know his possessive side will come out to play, and then there will be nowhere for me to hide. I can't fucking wait. But that's not what tonight is about. Tonight is about slow and sensual. It's about building to a point of mutual euphoria. He wants to give and take, the push and pull of intimacy that feels like sinking into a warm bath. Well, we already took the bath. Now, let's slow burn the fuck out of this orgasm. He wants a little mutual edging. Baby, I can do this all night. Folding over him, I brace my hands to either side of his head and start kissing across his chest. He's been edging me with action. I want to try edging him with words. You want my cock, baby? His hands splay across my upper back, coaxing me to continue. Yes. I hum against his warm skin, nuzzling his chest, flicking my tongue over his nipple until he curses in Swedish. You're so sensitive, I praise. Look how well you react to me. You like when I tease you, baby? Like when I kiss you? Yes. Where? Here. He turns his head to expose his neck. I crawl up his body, lowering to my elbows until he's carrying most of my weight. Hair, I tease, rolling the R in a way that I hope sounds sexy as I brush a finger over his pulse point. He nods. Smiling, I plant an open-mouthed kiss to the point, sucking and teasing, scraping with my teeth until he wraps himself around me and rolls me under him again. I gasp, landing on my back with Henrik between my spread thighs. He grinds down with his hips, our dicks pinned between us. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. His instincts are taking over. Tipping my head back, eyes closed, I ride the moment with him. This works for me. I can definitely come like this. It'll shoot all over our stomachs. So primal. So high school. God, baby, don't stop. No. There's a smile in his tone this time as he fucking stops again. No, I echo. Mine comes out much more of a petulant whine. He grins down at me. Is this what the edge is? Telling you no. I snort a laugh. It's not a noun. It's a verb. To edge, edging, and yes, you're fucking edging me, and it's the fucking worst. He pulls away slightly. Do you really not like it? I stifle a groan, running my hands down the taut muscles of his back until I can grab 2 handfuls of his perfectly sculpted ass. Then, because I'm a brat, I give both cheeks a hard smack. This man is so fucking perfect. He clenches for me, choking on a gasp. Teddy! I laugh again. I fucking love it, you caveman. Are you kidding? Literally any attention from you, I'm gonna eat with a spoon. You're my kryptonite, Henrik. You're my fucking son. His brow furrows. I understand the kryptonite reference. I lie back with a smile. Good. Otherwise, this relationship is over. What do you mean by the sun? Fuck. I'm not sure if I want to explain that one. It's from mythology, the fall of Icarus. It's no big deal. He pushes up with both hands, the corded muscles of his arms taut. His denim blue eyes search my face, looking past all my walls in that way he does. I clear my throat, focusing my own attention somewhere around his chin. Do you know it? I know it. Of course he fucking does. He listens to ancient history podcasts while he exercises. He speaks 3 languages. He knows about macro photography and Dadaism. You think I mean to harm you? I blink back my tears, staring up at the ceiling. The sun doesn't mean to harm anyone. The sun just is. But you think I'm harmful. Proximity to me is dangerous for you. That is the story of Icarus, yes? Henrik, Icarus flew too close to the sun, and the sun melted his wings. He crashed into the sea and drowned, Teddy. Yeah, I know the fucking story. He tips my chin, forcing me to look at him. That is not our story. I hold his fierce gaze. I don't want it to be. If I am the sun, you are the sea. What? In the story, he presses, Icarus is warned not to fly too close to sun or sea. It's not the sun that kills him, Teddy. It's the sea. Both are wild and untamed. Both are strong. You're not a victim of the forces that surround you. You are the force. Depthless, endless, ever-reaching. You're not Icarus. You're the sea. I lie beneath him, chest heaving, mind shattered. I'm not Icarus. Is that possible? And I'm not the sun that shines too bright, damning others to fall from the sky? I'm the sea. I take the sun's light and reflect it back. I let it warm me, but not devour. God, this feels like a revelation. My mother was wrong about us. I'm not pouring into him, giving my soul away. I'm just reflecting light back to him. What I give is freely offered. It's okay that we're different. It's okay that he's quiet and I'm loud. It's okay that I overreact and he overthinks. We can balance each other. We can build something together. A partnership, a marriage, a beautiful life shared. I press a hand over his heart, resolve burning in my chest. Looking up, I open the floodgates of my own heart, letting him see into my fullest depths. You're mine, Henrik. I know, he groans, collapsing atop me as we kiss. I'm yours, he says against my lips. And you're mine. Yes, his. Please, God, make this last. He rolls to the side, pulling me with him, our legs tangling together as we keep kissing. The slow burn is over. Now, we're both on fire. Show me what to do. Teddy, lie on your back. I push his shoulder. That's it, baby. Once he's on his back, I roll up to my knees and turn around, straddling his face. My hard dick is ready for him. Slipping a hand between my legs, I angle my dick down. Take it, I command. Put me in your mouth. Yes. My praise comes out on a hiss as Henrik wraps his mouth around my tip, groaning out his own relief. This. We need this. You can't just mess around with this kind of soul connection. We need to be joined. Whatever else he wants from my body, he can have. I'll show him everything. But first, we share this. Balancing my weight on my hands, hips canted up so I don't choke him with my dick, I suck his proud length into the back of my throat. I take him to the root, moaning with want as I breathe in his masculine scent. The sensation of giving and receiving quickly has me spiraling. I feel like a firecracker about to burst. Henrik's hands fist my ass as he sucks the tip of my dick. With my hands trembling, it's all I can do to keep upright. More, he growls, pulling on my hips. I'm close. Give me more. He's close. I'm closer. This is the edge. In this moment, we're both Icarus. Hand in hand, we're about to fucking leap. I lower my hips, giving him more, and he takes. He's so goddamn eager. His mouth is wet and warm, and I can't help myself from running into him. This feels too good. There's candlelight, and the room is warm and steamy from a bath. Our energy is primal. It's a goddamn bacchanal. Yes. My adrenaline takes over, and now I'm balancing on one hand. The other goes between his legs to cup his balls, squeezing as I hollow my cheeks, sucking his length. I slip my hand lower, my fingers seeking. All it takes is the gentlest of pressure with 2 fingers on his asshole, and he's rocking up with his hips, crying out around my dick as he releases. His cum fills my mouth, and that's all the urging I need to leap. I'm spiraling through the air, orgasm shattering through me as I come down Henrik's throat. God, I've wanted this for so long. It's beyond euphoria. His hands hold me tight enough to bruise as he swallows what I give him. He hums wordless sounds of praise, unable to speak with my dick choking him. Spent and exhausted, I start to sink. This is a different kind of fall than the one I feared. Best of all, Henrik is there to catch me. He turns me and rolls with me until we're both on our sides, curled around each other, holding one another in a tangle of limbs. We breathe together, floating down like a pair of autumn leaves. The room comes back into focus, and I grunt, shifting the bundled edge of a towel out from under my hip. Henrik watches me with a glassy, contented look on his face. He's calm now, at peace. Thank you, he whispers, his fingers trailing down the line of my shoulder. For what? I feel his smile as he leans in, kissing my brow. For waiting. For me.
57. Henrik. Stepping into the closet, fresh from my shower, I sigh. On the ballet hook, Teddy has set out a cherry red t-shirt and a pair of matching tracksuit bottoms. On the shelf, there's what looks suspiciously like a googly-eyed crab hat and a pair of matching mitten-like claws. Exiting the closet with all haste, I hold the top of my towel in place with one hand as I march through the bathroom. I find Teddy and Carolina in her bathroom. She's balancing on her good leg at the mirror while he stands behind, styling a red wig on her head with the curling iron. She's chatting in an animated mix of English and Swedish that has him laughing. I'm not wearing a costume, I declare. He catches my reflection in the mirror, eyes narrowing. Slowly, he sets the curling iron aside. Kissing the top of Carl's wig, he leaves her at the counter. Hold still a minute, honey bun. Marlboro, look. We have shells for my hair, she calls in Swedish, holding up a pair of colorful starfish. Very pretty, I call back. Teddy comes out of the bathroom, his gaze taking me in from the wet hair on my head to my bare toes. He stops right in front of me, his hands on his hips. You have something to say? Why do I feel like I've already lost this argument? I dare to hold my ground. I'm not wearing a costume. It looks like he's already wearing his costume. It's a t-shirt with yellow and blue stripes and a pair of matching blue shorts. Behind him, Carolina stands at the counter dressed as a red-haired mermaid. It's not hard for me to put the pieces of this tableau together, but I will not go before the whole of the sports world dressed as Sebastian the Crab. I'll still go, I quickly add. I want to go. He crosses his arms, waiting. I groan. Teddy, come on. He raises a brow, still waiting. Perhaps he'll allow a compromise. It's worth a try. Fine, but I'm not wearing the hat. He glances around the room. Who do you actually think you're talking to right now? Rubbing the back of my neck, I stifle another groan. Teddy? No, because I'm confused. What part of this seems open to negotiation? I stand here, utterly defeated. He knows it too. Smiling, he steps forward and wraps his hand around the top of my towel. Reeling me in, he presses a soft kiss to my lips. My hands can't help but reach for him. Leaning closer, he makes a hungry sound low in his throat that sharpens all my senses. You know I can't resist you in a towel, he whispers, his tone full of heat. So here's my compromise. Be a good little crab for me, and later tonight, I'll suck on your balls until you scream. Deal? Fuck. My husband really doesn't know how to play fair. Hey, Karlsson! Langley waves me down. Whoa! Fun costume, guys. I wave back. He's dressed in a medieval-looking costume, with a short red cape and a red hat. Behind him, Tess wanders closer, walking hand in hand with their daughter Emma. Ah, Sleeping Beauty. I see it now. Tess is the witch, Maleficent, complete with horns and a walking staff. Emma drops her hand and comes running up in a pink Aurora dress. Wow, Lena! The girls talk excitedly as Caro shows her all the decorative pieces of her costume. Teddy went all out for this, covering Caro's wheelchair to make it look like a rock in the ocean. Caro is perched on the chair in her mermaid costume, red hair flowing down her back. It's charming. And yes, I'm in my full crab costume, dressed as Flounder. Teddy pushes the chair while I fumble at passing out candy with these damn mitten claws. For at the Ray's annular Bootacular Trunk-or-Treat event, Poppy and her team have been hosting it for years. Each year, they pick a community to support, and the whole team comes out to the parking lot of the practice center. We invite members of that community and do a mix of trunk-or-treating and food banking. The kids go home with candy, and their parents get a month's worth of groceries. Smile, everyone! A photographer holds up a camera, and Tess and Langley step in to either side of us, posing for a picture. Have you seen the new baby? Asks Tess. What new baby? I reply. Poppy's new baby. Next to me, Teddy stiffens. Oh, God, they're here? Yeah. She said they're not staying long, though. Tess replies. But you know Poppy. She can't resist micromanaging an event, even with a newborn. 2 weeks have already passed since we drove Novi to the hospital. NHL players don't get anything resembling paternity leave. But he's been a ghost when he's not at practice or on the ice. I know they had another little girl, but I haven't heard her name yet. Teddy looks around, eyes wide. Oh my God! He grabs my arm. Babe, they're right over there. Langley follows his gaze, clearly confused. What's up? He thinks Novi still hates him. I tease. Shut up. You didn't see the look of haunted betrayal in his eyes. I pat his arm. Why don't you be a good little guppy and go say hello? Are you kidding? Flounder is a total coward. Grinning ear to ear, Tess shouts, waving them over. Poppy! Girl! Hey! Seriously? Teddy hisses at her. That staff better be able to do actual magic, you witch. Tess just laughs. With a wave from Poppy, the St. James Novikov Morrow clan comes wandering our way. I try to make sense of their group costume. The families always come dressed in team. Some bear. The Prices are here dressed as all the characters from the board game Candyland. It's one of Carolina's favorite games, so I recognize them on sight. Rachel is dressed as the kindly old Grandma Nut. Caleb is the Peppermint Prince. Ilmari is King Candy. And Jake is strutting around, swirling the ends of a red velvet cape as Lord Licorice. Their boys are dressed as the Candyland kids. I spy Caleb and Jake down the row of open car trunks, waiting in line to help their boys into the bounce house again. Hey, Poppy, Tess says again. Girl, you look great. Poppy huffs out of breath, shifting her hold on the newborn bundled in her arms. She's dressed as a witch in a lacy black dress with a black pointy hat. I don't know how much fun we have left in us today. Novi looks relaxed as he gives me a nod. I let him take one good swing at me when he first came back to work after the baby's birth. Since then, he's been cordial. Next to me, Teddy is vibrating with nerves. What are you supposed to be? I say. Novi's wearing a black cowboy hat and a black suit with a gray vest and a red ascot. I'm Doc Holliday, he says, spreading his arms wide. You know, from Tombstone. He narrows his eyes at Poppy. Only someone wouldn't let me bring the shotgun. The costume kind of falls apart without it. She huffs. This is a children's trunk-or-treat event. The toy shotgun will be staying in the car. I glance between them. But does the cowboy have to do with the witch? Absolutely nothing, Poppy replies. But I thought we all had to come in theme. Hanging back, trapped in conversation with some fans, Morrow is dressed as Spider-Man without the mask. Their son darts around in a ninja costume while their daughter stands over by Emma and Caro, dressed as what looks like a cat wearing an astronaut helmet. Poppy just huffs. I live in a house with 6 chefs, Henrik, honey. Not a line cook in sight. So the only theme here is chaos. I at least tried to match with Gracie when she said she wanted to be a cat. I thought, right, I'll be a witch. But then she informed us she wanted to be a space cat, right as we were all headed out the door. It was all we could do to fashion her that helmet to stave off a complete meltdown. Well, you look great, Tess assures her. Yeah, I love a little chaos, says Langley. Only adds to the fun, echoes Tess. Plus, this way everyone is happy and wearing what they want. Here, here, I mutter, flexing my hands in these itchy crab mittens. So, what's the baby's name? Asks Teddy, finally breaking his silence. Novi crosses his arms, glaring at him. Tell the traitor nothing. Poppy sighs. Lucas, honey, you have to forgive Teddy. He was acting on my orders. If you need to be mad at someone, be mad at me. I can't be mad at you. You birthed my baby. She flashes him a dazzling smile. She's a good one, isn't she? He softens, his shoulders relaxing. She's perfect. Okay, so show her off to your friend Teddy and bury this hatchet while I go to the ladies' room. She shuffles the baby into his arms as Novi mutters a grunt of protest. Then she sweeps off to collect Grace. Space Kitty, let's go. Potty break. We gotta go too, says Tess, giving my anxious husband a pat on the shoulder. But y'all have fun with this. Tess, come on, he pleads. Let's go, Aurora, she calls out to her daughter. We've got pumpkins to carve. In the Langley's absence, Novi and Teddy stare each other down. Nov sways slightly to soothe his fussing baby. Slowly, Teddy holds out his arms. So, can I hold her? No, he growls. Oh, come on, man. This is total bullshit. I only did what your partner thought was best. Morrow told me not to give you the keys, too. And it all worked out. Look. He gestures at the baby. She's perfect, right? And you didn't even miss a thing. So, you have to forgive me already. I don't have to do anything. Teddy flaps his arms. Well, so what then? What do you want from me? What'll it take, huh? Name your freaking price. Novi's eyes flash with interest. Seriously? Yes. What? Do you want your suit back? Novi's mouth snaps shut as his eyes narrow. Wait, you still have that? Teddy shrugs. Maybe. Then yes, asshole. I want that back. Fine. What else? He smirks as he considers. Oh, I think you know what I want. Teddy points a finger at him. Only within reason. Don't be a greedy fuck. Now, Novi smiles, and I feel the need to inch in closer to Teddy's side. What do you think is fair, Doc? Teddy considers. 10 minutes? Try an hour. Every week. For the rest of the season. You know what? Maybe I'm fine with you being mad at me. Crossing his arms, Teddy glares at the baby. Maybe I don't even want to know her name. Novi gasps, pulling back, as Morrow finally steps in behind him, one hand on his shoulder. Hey guys, Ted, Karlsson. He smirks at the stupid crab claw mittens on my hands. Whoa, nice costume there, bud. Sensing the mood, he glances between Novi and Teddy. Wait, what's happening right now? Teddy holds Novi's stare. Your partner is setting the terms for his forgiveness. In this moment, I'm forgetting why I'm even sorry. But are you negotiating? I ask. My time, Teddy replies, still staring Novi down. I glance between them. Your time? Yeah, he wants another massage. That's the price of his forgiveness. Heat prickles the back of my neck. The thought of Teddy putting his hands on one of my teammates for any length of time has me itching to jerk these stupid crab mittens off and punch something, which is completely irrational because that's his job, and he's good at it. The guys all praise him for how skilled he is as a physical therapist, but it's been 6 years since he's massaged me. Back then, I wouldn't have considered what it feels like to have his hands on me as anything other than providing therapeutic pain relief. Now, his every touch sets a fire under my skin. I've never felt this way before. What once held no interest for me now feels like all I can think about. The possessive part of me doesn't like the idea of his hands on anyone but me. I have to get over this. All the same, I inch closer, trying to make it look casual, and I put my arm around his waist, my mitten-clad hand resting on his hip. Fine, he says at Novi. I will give you 3 one-hour massages, redeemable at a time of your choosing. But I get full forgiveness for driving you to the hospital. And I get to hold her, he adds, nodding to the baby. Now Morrow is the one narrowing his eyes. Do I get a say in this? No. Teddy and Novi say at the same time. Interesting. Perhaps Morrow and I have a little possessive jealousy in common. As if reading my mind, he just gives me a subtle shake of his head, his jaw clenched tight. Teddy reaches out his hand. Are we agreed? Grinning, Novi shifts the baby in one arm and holds out his hand to shake. Teddy squeezes tight, pulling Novi in closer. But you make any creepy noises, I am duct taping your mouth shut. Non-negotiable. Novi tips his head back on a laugh. Come on, Doc. Don't threaten me with a good time. Groaning, Teddy drops his hand. Shut up and let me hold the baby. Novi shifts the baby over to Teddy's arms, and Teddy lights up like a candle. He's gentle, cooing at her. Well, isn't she just the prettiest thing? Babe, look. Leaning in, my hand still braced on his hip, I glance over his shoulder at the newborn. Her face is scrunched in a frown as Teddy sways with her. She's wearing an outfit dotted with jack-o'-lanterns and black cats. What's her name? Teddy asks. Fiona Lane Morrow, says Novi. We've all been calling her Fee. Teddy coos over her some more. Hi, Miss Fifi. He glances up. What's the lane from? My grandmother, Morrow replies, his arm around Novi's shoulder. All this jealousy from a moment ago has evaporated as he looks lovingly at his daughter. Teddy hands the baby back over to Novi. She looks just like her sister. Novi is gentle for such a giant, cradling her close. His eyes practically glow as he looks down at her, too. She's our angel. Leaning in, Morrow kisses his cheek. You two make beautiful babies. Nodding once at me, Novi turns to Teddy. I'm cashing in my first massage next week. Be ready. Teddy salutes him, giving Morrow a wave as they turn and head off in search of Poppy. Clapping his hands together, Teddy calls out to Caro. Okay, Miss Ariel. I think it's time we all go get our faces painted to look like fairy unicorns. Yes, dim pumpkins. Then more candy, he teases. Yay! Teddy takes my hand and gives it a squeeze. Come on, Sebastian. Leaning in, he speaks so only I can hear him. You're being such a good crab for me. His words ping inside my brain like a loose puck hitting Duval's. He did promise a reward for my good behavior. Stuffing all my irrational jealousy inside one of the many mental compartments my husband is so fond of. I follow wherever he leads.
58. Teddy. Did you have fun today, min lilla mermaid? I tuck Caro into bed with her stuffed animals, and she nods, her eyes bleary with fatigue. Henrik and I washed the rainbow tiger stripes from our faces as soon as we got home, but Caro cried when Henrik told her she had to wash off her glittery unicorn. With a gentle nudge from me, he relented. Our new deal is that Caro can wear her face paint to bed tonight, and will wash it off in the morning. Also, in the morning, she has to eat 2 eggs and take her vitamins without complaining. It feels like an even trade. Are you leaving? She murmurs. I don't have to. I can sit right here while you fall asleep. Want me to sing Part of Your World again? Her mouth turns down into that little pout I've come to love so much. She reaches for Teddy the bear, wrapping her casted arm around him. I said you're leaving. I'm distracted, fluffing her pillows. Who said what, honey? A mommy. At the apples. She said you're leaving. I go still. We stopped by a caramel apple booth just before we left the event tonight. The kiddos could all dip and decorate their apples with different fixings. The two that Carolina and Henrik made are sitting on the kitchen island. Honey, who said that? Can you remember what she looked like? Carl shakes her head. I don't want you to go. I drop down on my elbow. Oh, honey, no. I don't know why that mommy said that, but it's not true, okay? Tears well in her eyes. You won't leave? My protective instincts flare. Some of the other wags were definitely milling around with their kids. I swear to fuck, if I find out who was talking about us like that in front of my little girl, I'm gonna sling her around by her goddamn hair. Swallowing my anger, I focus on Carl. Honey, look at me. She glances up, her bottom lip still quivering. I will never leave you. Not ever. You and me? We're friends for life, right? Slowly, she nods. Bending down, I kiss her brow, avoiding the unicorn paint. Then, the words spill forth, like I've been dying to say them all my life. Oh, honey, I love you. Her eyes brighten as she smiles up at me. You do? Of course I do. Can you teach me in Swedish? I want you to know in both languages. Say, I love you. Jag älskar dig. Jag älskar dig. I repeat. Carolina, you're my best little friend. And I love you. I want to always be in your life. She squeezes her bear. And Morbro? He loves you too, honey. So much. But she shakes her head. You won't leave him? Fuck. How did I ever think this could go any other way? There's no faking a marriage when a child is involved. There's no temporary. There's no just helping out a friend. Henrik may have first caught my attention, but Carolina reeled me in. The two of them have me bound. I'm in this now, to whatever end. I take her hand in mine, giving it a kiss. When I married your Morbro, I made him a vow. I'll not break it. I'm here for as long as you both want me to stay. Is that okay? Sighing, she settles back against her pillows, a frown still on her face. I brush the wisps of blonde hair off her brow. What's wrong, honey? Mama said I could be a flower girl. What? At Morbro's wedding, she looks down at her bear. I would be flower girl, Mama said. I glance to the framed picture sitting on her nightstand. It's a picture of Petra with her arms around Carl. Both are laughing, smiling at the camera, as Carl holds up a bunch of freshly picked flowers. This admonishment from this 5-year-old stings worse than any questions about me leaving ever could. Deep down, I know it's the same reason my family is still so upset with me. They're worried about my choices, sure, and they're right to be worried. I was emotional, irrational, and rash. All my worst traits multiplied by like 1,000. But I'm also their Teddy. They fed me, raised me, helped me with my homework, got me to swim meets and track practice. They went to every graduation, every award ceremony. Then I go and get married, and I don't even send them a picture. I don't have a picture. I just had a spouse they'd never met and a faxed copy of a marriage certificate in Swedish. I denied them all something critical. I denied them the chance to support me, cheer for me, love me out loud. And I'm not alone. Henrik did the same thing. His parents understand. They wished us well in their way. But Carl, the girl who loves princesses and dresses and happily ever afters, the girl who picked flowers with her mom and still believes the world is bright and perfect, she had a dream too. A dream of being the flower girl at Henrik's wedding. We took that from her. Let me talk to Morbor, I whisper, not sure what else to say. We'll fix it, okay? She doesn't answer. She's already fading, her eyelids fluttering, heavy with sleep. Clicking off her twinkle lights, I slip from her room, but I don't go in search of Henrik. Instead, I take my phone from my pocket and head out to the balcony. I dial Shay's number and wait as it rings. I would understand if she didn't take my call. She finally picks up on the fourth ring. The line is quiet as we connect. Then comes a voice I know as well as my own. You got something to say to me? Sinking down onto the deck chair, I hold the phone to my ear. Shay, I'm so sorry. For what? I frown down at the ground. For God, everything. She sighs. That's not how this works. You can't just go passing out sorries like they're candy and expect us to tell you they taste sweet. I know. Well, so try again. She waits, not hanging up on me, not yelling. Folding myself forward, my elbows on my knees, I groan. Okay, well, can I at least tell you what happened at my wedding? She's quiet for a moment. Finally, she extends the olive branch I know I don't deserve. What happened? I take a deep breath, let it out, and start talking a mile a minute, spilling out all the truth I've kept bottled up for weeks. Oh, God, Shay, it was a disaster. First of all, I was wearing a t-shirt and athletic pants at my wedding. She gasps. No. Yes. Shay, I had zippers at my ankles, and I needed my something old, new, borrowed, and blue, right? Obviously. Yeah. So I tried to steal a blue ink pen from the secretary, but then he caught me. He was super nice and actually let me borrow his dad's old watch, too. And did I mention the whole thing was in Swedish? Her side of the line crinkles, and I'm sure she's opening a bag of chips. She likes to snack while she's on the phone. Swedish, huh? So, you might have signed away all your organs or something. That's exactly what I said! Right after I freaked out and called the officiant a Swedish C3PO. She laughs. A C what? Ted, start from the beginning. This time, I do. I start over, and I start from the beginning. The real beginning. I start from the moment I was walking down the sidewalk 6 years ago, checking our group text on my phone. I start from the moment I first met Henrik. And I leave nothing out.
59, Henrik. Teddy's been outside on the phone for the last 2 hours. He started sitting on the chair. Then he took to pacing. I can't hear him through the glass. He's equal parts animated and reserved, sometimes gesturing wildly with his free hand, sometimes sitting quietly, nodding as the other person speaks. Who is he talking to? Someone from his family? I hope he can mend those fences. It's clear how much they care for him. Even clear that they care not at all for me. In fact, it's safe to say they hate me. Perhaps I have some grace left with the husbands, but his sisters, his mother, I imagine they'd all like to see me cast into the fiery pit. I try to keep myself busy while he's outside, checking Caro's progress from Mr. Torres, and answering the pile of emails from Laura and Aylin. Laura has new endorsement deals for me to consider, and Alan did some research on elderly care facilities. Even after his fall from the ladder, Dad is still being resistant to any change. He doesn't want more help, and he definitely doesn't want to move. He's afraid moving Mom will mean he loses her faster. She has so many memories rooted to that house and the land. Some days, the familiarity of her kitchen and her garden is all that keeps her grounded. The instability of their situation eats at me night and day. I'm afraid the decision will fall to me, and I'll have to enforce it with an iron hand. I want to be ready. I'm scrolling the website of an assisted living facility when Teddy comes back in. All good? I call. He heaves a sigh of relief and drops down next to me on the couch. So good. I set my phone aside, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. Now that we've crossed the barrier of intimate touch, casual touch just feels natural. Teddy must feel the same because he sinks against me, propping his feet up on the coffee table. Then he pulls my arm tighter around his neck, bending my forearm across his chest. I kiss his brow. Who are you talking to? My sister. Which one? He hums contentedly, brushing his fingers down my arm. Shay. I called her. We had a good talk, finally. Finally? Yeah, it was time I came clean. About what? He laughs. Like, everything. Everything? Yeah. You, me, this whole crazy situation. I thought you told him what we did and why. Yeah, but before I just told them the basics. This time I filled in the gaps. I told Shay everything. Like, down to the details of my shoes on our wedding day. It helped, to finally get it all off my chest. I hated feeling like I was keeping secrets. You felt like you were keeping secrets by not telling your sister the shoes you wore to our wedding? Well, not secrets, I guess. But those details, yeah. By keeping everything quiet and rushing like we did, I denied my family a lot. I hurt them, Hen. I think I'm really only just now realizing how much I hurt them. Something Kara said tonight opened the wound fresh. But did she say? He brushes his hand down my arm again. She said Pietra promised her she could be the flower girl at your wedding. I go still, my heart clenching tight. The picture is so easy to paint in my mind. I can all but hear Pietra's voice saying the words, followed by Carl's little cheer of excitement. Carolina would have made an excellent flower girl. Yeah, I feel bad. He goes on. We really messed up that part, I think. Shay said again how much she wished she could have been there. I wish we could make it up to all of them. I hum in understanding. But if we hosted a party... A party? Many of my teammates in the past have had weddings abroad in the off-season. Then they host parties once the season starts again. But that helps soothe hurt feelings. He sits up, an excited look in his eyes. Like a reception? I shrug. If you want. He bites his bottom lip, leaning away, his mind clearly racing. Reaching out, I brush my fingers lightly over the locks on his shoulder. What are you thinking? Could we maybe hire a photographer too? We just don't really have any pictures of us. I mean, the ones on your phone definitely don't count. I can't send those to my sisters in a Christmas card. I chuckle. Since our little photo shoot in the bathtub, we've added a few shots to the password-protected folder on my phone. Of course. A photographer for Teddy, a dress for Carolina, and maybe a kiss? Once the words are out of his mouth, I can see he regrets them. He groans, shifting away. I prop my feet next to his, tucking him against me with both arms around his chest so he can't get away. What do you mean? Nothing. It's fine. Teddy. I wait, not letting him go. After a moment, he relaxes against me with a sigh. Okay, well, we didn't even kiss at our wedding. Like, I married you and... nothing. I sit with that truth for a moment. He's right, of course. It hadn't even occurred to me that he would want that. If my memory serves, he was panicking, and I was just trying to have it all over and done as quickly as possible to spare him any discomfort or embarrassment. I had a stolen pen in my pocket, Felix's dad's watch on my wrist, and the whole thing was in Swedish. He goes on, I could have been vowing to give you all my organs. I chuckle again, brushing my lips to his shoulder. I resent the feeling of his cotton t-shirt, blocking me from touching his skin. You didn't, I assure him. But that's the thing. I don't know. No one does but you and that snobby officiant guy. We didn't even have a witness. And I'll be fucked before anyone sees those mugshot pictures they took of us to submit with the license. I must admit, I am a bit distracted from all this talk of weddings and parties. I blame Teddy. His lock oil smells so good, like a soothing peppermint tea, and he's wearing some of my cologne. The mix of peppermint with the woodsy cologne has him smelling like a crisp winter morning. I press my face in at his neck, breathing him in until he squirms. Fuck, babe. Come on, he says on a groan. I can't think when you do that. Do what? Breathe me in like that. Like what? Like you're a wolf or something. It's so primal. I smile, nuzzling the soft skin behind his ear. Stop smelling so good, Den. He just hums and my arm tightens around him. I kiss his neck, right at the point where the scents merge. When I flick with my tongue, he gasps. You smell like me. It's intoxicating. Well, I've been using your cologne, so that tracks. I don't need to see his face to know he's smiling. My distraction is working. He's coming back to me, floating out of his panic spiral and back into my arms. Do you wear it to drive me crazy? He huffs. No, I wear it to drive me crazy. Loosening my hold on him, I let my hands roam over the firm planes of his chest. What do you mean? His body goes slack as I caress him. I just like smelling like you. Why? I nip his ear and he hisses, trying to hold still. Makes me feel like you're there, even when you're not. Like your skin was just touching my skin. It turns me on. So primal, I tease, slipping my hand up under his shirt. My calloused fingertips trace over his warm skin. He melts against me. God, Ian, I seriously can't think with you touching me, and I need to say something else. I go still, both hands under his shirt. But, pushing away from me with a frustrated groan, he sits up. Okay, so don't freak out. But someone said something nasty about us tonight, and Carolina heard them. I sit up. Good feelings gone. What was said? He shifts away slightly so we can face each other. They said I'm leaving you, which totally isn't true. He quickly adds. But they said it, and Caro heard, and she was definitely upset. My protective instincts surge at the thought of someone upsetting her. Who said it? Caro doesn't know. He places a hand on my shoulder. But it doesn't matter. People think it's true. Whether the guys are gossiping to their wives or the media is still stirring the shit, people still think this marriage is just like a publicity stunt, a means to an end. And that end is you getting full custody of Caro. And maybe that is how this all started, minus the interest in publicity. He quickly adds, we both just wanted to do whatever we could to protect Caro. But getting married as our solution was impulsive and reckless and we didn't even kiss. I say over him, squeezing his hand. Yes, I'm seeing more and more how unfair our rushed wedding was for everyone on all sides. He sits back. Right, well, I assured her I'm not leaving. Not like that I'm not leaving her. He quickly amends. I made a vow to her as much as you, and I'll not break it, Henrik. And I may have. His words trail into silence, and he bites his bottom lip again. I feel his anxiety spike, and I sit forward. But, mitt hjärta. He lets his breath out. Okay, I may have said something. It was in the moment, and it felt right. But I don't want to feel like I crossed any lines. I mean, you don't make kids promises you can't keep. That's like rule number 1. And I know I should have checked with you first. Teddy, just tell me. I told her I love her. I told her in English and in Swedish. God, Hen, it was eating me up not to say it. He adds with a groan. She needs to know how serious I am. Carolina's my little girl now, too. She's mine, and no one is going to say shit that will make her doubt my intentions to stay in her life. I'm not mad, I assure him, one hand on his thigh. He raises a dark brow. You're not? I shake my head, smiling with relief. No, I'm glad. It's not as if I didn't know. Anyone can see the way they are together, laughing and singing and making jokes. In those moments of play, he reminds me the most of Pietra. They're so different in personality, in all other respects. But loving Carolina brings out the best in both of them. Teddy is just the sort of joyous, fun-loving parent Carolina deserves. I've been finding my own way into parenting, shifting from being the Marlboro she only saw on video calls and holidays to being a daily fixture in her life. Ours is a quieter kind of love, the love of stillness. Arms to hold her, words of comfort to share. She goes to Teddy when she wants to laugh and play. She comes to me when she's tired, when she's sad and grieving, when she needs the world to stop spinning quite so fast. Both kinds of love are worthwhile, and Carolina deserves nothing less. I smile, glancing at Teddy. We really do make a good team. She's a very blessed little girl, I say, giving his thigh a squeeze. To earn your love is a gift not to be taken for granted. He inches closer. Hen, hi. What? He swallows. His nervousness now like an aura around him. I said it in haste to you before. At the restaurant. I kind of threw it at you, actually. Classic Teddy, right? My emotions get the best of me, and I sort of just blast everything I'm feeling, like a firework. I can't help but smile. A firework. It's such a fitting analogy for my Teddy. He burns hot, spiraling into air, bursting in a kaleidoscope of colors. He's everywhere at once, requiring all my senses to fully take in his radiance. But I do feel that way about you, he goes on, a giant blush on his freckled cheeks. I mean, I still do. I did then, and I do now. But I definitely should have finessed it better. I can't just go around blurting those things out. To Caro, or to you. I need to be more measured, more controlled, more... Teddy? I squeeze his thigh again, and he stops. My breath held tight. Still smiling, I lift my other hand and brush my fingertips down the locks on his shoulder. Never make yourself smaller. Not for Carolina, and certainly not for me. He flashes me that nervous smile. You gotta admit, I'm a lot. Especially for Swedish people. You are just enough. You're my partner, my husband, and you're Carolina's fiercest guardian. We're lucky to have you, Teddy. I, for one, mean to continue earning the trust you put in me. I will put you first, and I'll put you first. He scoots closer, his hand covering mine on his thigh. You and Caro. I mean, this can work, right? It's crazy. How this all started is so crazy. It's no wonder people gossip about us. Let them gossip. My anger still threatens to peak at the thought of someone saying cruel words where Carolina or Teddy can hear. They mean nothing to us. He nods. Yeah, they don't matter. Nothing matters but this. I take his hand, placing it over my heart. He splays his fingers, his body relaxing as he sinks closer to me. I reel him in, one arm around his shoulders. Yes, this is what I want. Everything else can be fixed. This may all have started in a haze of grief and panic, but that now feels like another life. Our families will forgive us. The press will ignore us. So long as I have Teddy, it will all be fine. In this moment, I just want him close to me. I want him sharing my air. I want to be his heir. Pulling him to me, I kiss him, my lips parted and seeking. He hums with relief, as if he too is starving for my affection. I cup the back of his neck, breaking our kiss. I believe you promised me a reward for my good behavior today. He grins, his hands braced on my chest. I did, didn't I? He leans closer, kissing me again. You were such a good crab for me, baby. So patient. Kiss. So helpful. Kiss. And I can't believe you actually let us paint your face like a rainbow tiger. I have. That's what has you most surprised? Attending the Rays' annual Bootacular Trunk or Treat doesn't seem like your jam, he says with a shrug. I let a glare seep through my contented expression. You should be more impressed with how I made no comment while you made plans to stroke my teammate from head to toe. Thrice over. Ooh. His grin widens. Is that why you were being so weird with Novi? I thought it was some kind of protective thing, like you were trying to intimidate him for me. Impossible. The only person alive who can intimidate that man is Poppy St. James. But you were jealous. He presses. You're jealous that I'm going to give Novi a massage? 3 massages. I hold up 3 fingers, still glaring at him. Laughing, Teddy grabs my wrist and climbs into my lap. With my finger still held up, he reverently kisses the tip of each one. Then he takes my hand and slips it back under his shirt, rubbing my palm up his bare chest. He arches into my touch, his hips grinding over mine. Letting my wrists go, he places both hands on my shoulders. Trust me when I say, there's no reason to be jealous of me massaging Novi, or anyone else on the team. Is there not? I'm your husband, so you're not allowed to massage me, remember? It's hard not to feel like I'm being punished for having the audacity to make you mine. He rocks on my lap again, teasing me with the groan, as my cock hardens against my thigh. Then he runs his fingers through my hair, tipping my head back. The rule is no massages at work. Novi was right. You're the one to be jealous of here, not him. Oh, yes? Why? He moves atop me, setting the fire in my chest burning brighter. Then he folds over me, kissing me, hands stroking. Because you can have the full Teddy treatment anytime you want. All you have to do is ask. Weaving my fingers into his hair, I tug him gently back, breaking our kiss. You would massage me too? Baby, too implies I'm going to massage you like I massage your teammates. And I don't typically massage my clients naked. You're an exception. Stifling a growl, I sit up. Hands on his ass, I hold him to me as I stand. He gasps, the sound coming out like a laugh, as his arms wrap around my neck, legs around my hips. Oh, God. Walking him forward, I don't stop until we hit the ball. He groans, his head tipping back. Pinning him with my hips, I free a hand, wrapping it around his throat. I'm the only exception. Say it. His smile is incandescent as he leans into the pressure of my hand. You say it. Say the words, Henrik. I grind him against the wall. Christ, my heart is racing. I feel desperate. He makes me want to lose control, or cede it. I know if I do, I'll feel nothing but pleasure. As he reads my mind, his smile is triumphant. You're aching for it, baby. You think I can't feel your hard cock pressed against mine? You need release. Say the words, and I'll give you what you need. Let me show you how good we can be. My senses are spinning as I try to remember how to form words in English. He does this to me. He tists me up, leaving me breathless and voiceless, completely incapable of thought. To go from feeling all but numb to life to this vibrancy, it's almost more than I can bear. Every moment with Teddy has been something new. Joy, curiosity, anxiety, lust, need, peace, frustration. He feels so much all the time. Like an electrical conduit, he transfers all his emotion into me. When we touch, we become a completed circuit. Feelings overflow from him into me. In this moment, I'm that cup with no bottom. I want him to pour into me and never stop. But his family is wrong about us. There's no fear of me draining him dry. There's too much of Teddy to ever claim all of him. He'll give me only what I need. He'll take such good care of me. Someone as precious as him can do no less. Say it. He teases again. Say, massage me. Those are the words he wants, but they're not the words I give him. It's time. I'm ready. I want to be his in all ways. I squeeze my hand at his throat and lean in, holding his adoring gaze. Fuck me.
60. Teddy. I lean into the pressure of Henrik's hand at my throat. What? I want you to fuck me, he says, grinding against me with his hips. Teddy, please. At the sound of his begging, I gasp, squeezing his shoulders. Put me down. He leans away from the wall, and I slide down his front, feet touching the ground. Only an inch or two separate our heights, but I still always feel like he's gazing down at me from on high. You're serious? You would want that? Like, you know what it means and where stuff goes, and you still want that? He rolls his eyes, which relaxes me a little. An eye roll is such a me thing to do. I've officially become a bad influence on this polite Swede. Now, he sings drinking songs and rolls his eyes and says lewd things like, fuck me. Dropping a hand between us, he cups my dick. His hold is firm, possessive. I want you to take this cock and put it inside me, he says against my lips. Paint my insides with your cum. Drag your nails down my back. Don't stop until I'm marked inside and out. Everyone will know why I call you min man. He leans away, and I see the glint of excitement in his eyes. Is that clear enough for you? Groaning, I pull him to me in a fierce kiss. I break away first, pushing on his chest. I swear, I was about to give you the best massage of your fucking life. I was going to make it so good, relax you from head to toe. Then, I was going to suck your cock and swallow all your cum like the good little whore I am. His eyes widen, cheeks blooming pink as I match him dirty word for dirty word. It's adorable. And now, I grin. Now, I'm gonna bend you the fuck over. Squeezing his ass in those stupidly snug lounge pants, I lean in closer. I'm gonna take your tight hole, spread it with my fingers, and fuck you till you're screaming my name. We don't stop until you're dripping with me. He drops his forehead to my shoulder, both hands clinging to the front of my shirt as he mutters something in Swedish. What's that, baby? I tease. Do it, he says in English. Take me, Teddy. Show me what this can be. Oh, God. His submission is such a fucking turn on. I'm usually the one who likes to play the brat and then get railed. Henrik's request feels like a gift, something precious and rare and so delicate. I have to be careful. I can't mess this up. As if he can sense the swirling shift in my thoughts, he tips my chin up. The blue of his eyes is so warm and inviting. The time for hesitation between us has long passed. We need this, yeah? We're ready. I nod, tears in my eyes. Yeah. Or, yeah. Whatever. Fuck. Henrik. I'm saying yes. I chase the words with another kiss, his soft beard hair bristling against my lips. Our hands are everywhere as we pull at each other's clothes, dropping our shirts to the floor. God, his skin feels like a furnace. He runs so hot. I brush my hands over his hairy chest, groaning with relief to feel him in my arms. Fuck. He's mine. Mitt hjärta. Wait. At first, I don't register his words. I'd just keep kissing him, shoving my hand inside a tight band of his lounge pants until I feel the warm silk of his dick in my fist. He groans, his forehead pressed to mine. We can't do this here. Go weg, Carolina. The utterance of her name has me pulling away, gasping for air as I glance around. We're standing half naked in the living room with my hand down Henrik's pants. Now that Caro is using crutches to get around the house, she could come out here and investigate. Knowing our girl, she will. She's too damn curious for her own good. I push away from him. Bedroom? Yours or mine? Yours is mine. I pull him forward. Did you think I wouldn't notice when you moved all your stuff back into the closet? By the way, we're renovating your perfect bathroom. Oh, Avi. There's amusement in his tone, but there's an edge, too. My quiet Swede is very particular about having everything just so. When we get into the kitchen, I turn to him and stop. He all but collides with my chest. Hands on his shoulders, I hold his gaze. There's only one sink, Henrik, which screams bachelor pad. And, if you haven't forgotten, you're married now. I wiggle my ringed finger in his face. And you gifted that bathroom to me as a wedding present. His smile widens. Oh, did I now? You did. And if you think I'm going to share a sink with you, you're crazy. I may share clothes and colognes, and yes, once in Sweden I accidentally used your toothbrush, but if you love me, you'll invest in a second sink. He leans away in surprise, then his brow furrows as he clearly considers my words. Shit. There I go again, letting my mouth run away with me, and Henrik is too damn literal. He takes me at my word every time. He never actually said the words yet, even if I think he might feel them. Did I just set him a test? Some bar he has to jump over? If he loves me, he'll get me a sink. Seriously? Why the hell didn't I tell him to get me a Porsche or a trip to Southeast Asia? God, I can't think about love sinks now. My husband just asked me to paint his insides with my cum, which is a memory I'll be replaying in my mind until the end of time. Groaning again, I grab his hand. Come on. He follows me down the hall and back into our bedroom. The lights are off, but a glow of yellow light stretches across the carpet from the bathroom. His side of the bed is so orderly and minimal. Mine is a mess of books I only pretend to read. I'm always too tired at night to focus on the words on a page. My new eye massager is plugged in atop the teetering pile. That I do use. It's amazing. Ow! Focus, Teddy. I don't even know what we need. I'm so out of practice. Henrik and I are definitely sexually active now, but up to this point, we've restricted everything to hands and mouths. I don't think I have any condoms. Lube, yes. I introduced Henrik to the wonderful world of lubed handjobs last week. He doesn't like fooling around in the shower, something about the water confusing his sensations. But he definitely liked the feel of my lube-slicked hand pumping his cock until he blew a load on my face. We should use a condom, right? I don't buy them for anyone unless they're wrapped. But I haven't bought any condoms while I've been living here. It felt too much like a jinx. Wish and plan too hard for something, and the universe makes sure it doesn't happen, right? God damn it. These stupid superstitious hockey players are rubbing off on me. Now, my version of the Stanley Cup playoffs is finally here, and I'm unprepared. I turn to Henrik. Please, tell me you have condoms. He leans away. What? No, of course not. Do we really need them? Honestly, we've been a bit lax when it comes to protection. Everything just sort of happened, and then I wanted it to keep happening, and it felt so damn good. I close my eyes, relishing the memory of the first time we came together on the bathroom floor. But safety matters. I mean, I got tested. I showed you the results. You did, and we both know you're fine. I keep going. So I guess I just let it go in my head that we should be using condoms during blowjobs too. But we totally can. We should, definitely. Yeah. Let's take a breath and let's talk about this. Teddy. Henrik grabs me by the shoulders. I lean away. What? He fights to hide a smile. He lifts a hand and brushes his knuckles along my cheek. Breathe with me. I suck in a breath as he places his hand back on my shoulder. There's no one else. You are safe with me, as I know I'm safe with you. But would using a condom make you feel more comfortable? His question makes my brain skip like a busted CD player. Would you be more comfortable? He just shakes his head, all calm, cool, and collected. I'm asking what you want, Midyata. Be brave now, and tell me. I let out a heavy breath, my eyes locked on the man in my arms. This is up to me? He would trust me to choose? Lost in the blue of his eyes, I say the words on my heart. Oh, God. Henrik, baby, I want to take you bare. I smooth my hands over his naked chest, loving the feel of his warm skin against my palms. I don't want to use a condom. I drop my gaze to somewhere around his collarbone. Would you be okay with that? It's a huge ask, I know. I've never done this with anyone. Well, not since I was a 16-year-old kid messing around at a swim meet. In my adult life, I've always been a paragon of health and safety. I'm even still taking my prep. But with Henrik, this doesn't feel like a risk. God help me. It feels like coming home. He tips up my chin, a soft smile relaxing his features. Min Teddy. Jag den och du min. His voice is a tad lower when he speaks in Swedish. I have learned enough of his repeated phrases to intuit what he said this time. I am yours, and you are mine. The words wrap around my heart, and I close my eyes, trying to memorize the feel of this moment. His everything. I'm Henrik's everything. Opening my eyes, resolve burns in my chest. Get on the bed. He hesitates, glancing over to the rumpled sheets of a bed I only ever allow us to sleep in. Our sanctuary, our safe space. If we do this on the bed, there's no more pretending this is anything but what it is. A full relationship with hearts and bodies entangled. God, we've been fooling ourselves for weeks. Nothing about this is fake anymore. Henrik is my husband. We are going to be married in every sense of the word. Slipping my fingers into the top of his pants, I reel him in, pressing a firm kiss to his lips. Take these off and get on the bed. Lie on your back. He holds my gaze, daring me to break first, as he shucks his pants down to the floor. He stands in front of me, naked, our marriage bed framed behind him. I press a hand to the middle of his chest and push him back. Smiling, he lets himself be guided. His calves hit the edge of the bed, and he sinks down. Reaching out with both hands, he reels me in by the hips, not stopping until I'm standing between his spread legs. He presses his face to the crotch of my pants, letting out a hungry sound that sends a shiver of need coiling up into my chest. I'm all instinct as I weave my fingers into his hair, tipping his head back. Take my pants off, baby. You want my dick? Want me to make you my man? He groans out a muffled yes as he drags my pants down my thighs, releasing my aching dick. It's hard and so ready for him. Get it wet. Fuck. He doesn't need my command before he's sinking his warm mouth around my length. He hums with relief, his hands gripping my ass as he bobs on my cock, taking me deep. I can hardly breathe. He looks so beautiful with my dick in his mouth. Slow, I say, tugging on his hair. We need me to last a little while longer. Baby, lie back. He fights the push of my hands on his shoulders as I try to guide him back. Instead, he eagerly sucks my tip, dropping a hand down to cut my balls. It's my turn to groan as I push him harder. That's enough. You asked me to take charge, and that's what I'm going to do. Now, be my good little crab and lie back on the bed. His teeth gently scrape the top of my shaft as he lets me go. He leans back, bracing against the mattress with his hands. Does all cum taste as good as yours? Desire burns through me as I follow him onto the bed. He scoots towards the middle, lying back. I kneel between his spread legs, my hands brushing up his thighs. Let me see. Folding myself over him, I claim his lips in a kiss. I press in with my tongue, flicking and teasing, seeking out any flavor of me. After a moment, I hum my approval. The taste isn't as heady as when he's swallowed a mouthful of my cum, but there's a hint of me there. The primal part of me crows with triumph to know I've marked him. It's not nearly as satisfying as blowing a load on his chest and rubbing my cum into his skin. And nothing will be more satisfying as what we are about to do. My man will take me where no one else has ever claimed him. God, I'm already dripping just thinking of his body giving way to mine. The push and pull of it, the heat, the thrill of him clenching me tight. Desperate to get started, I break our kiss and make my way down his chest, sucking his nipple until he gasps, teasing with my hands. Tell me what to do, he says, no less eager than I am to be joined. Teddy. I reach up, pressing my fingers to his lips. Now who's impatient? He groans, rocking up with his hips as I lick along the length of his hard shaft. I'm not used to being with a guy who is uncut. His foreskin fascinates me. It's so soft and silky. I love the smooth glide of it up and down with each slow pump of my fist. I draw my fist down, exposing his shiny head. Pre-cum wets his tip, just waiting for me to get a taste. But I have another idea. With a swipe of my thumb, I collect the cum. Rising over Henrik, I press my thumb to his lips. Taste. His expression heats as he flicks his tongue out. Tasting himself. My cock twitches as he sucks my thumb into his mouth, nipping the pad with his teeth. You taste pretty good too, right? He lets me go with a satisfied nod. Then he lies back, his hands gliding along my ribs and over the curve of my hips. More. Baby, we are just getting started. Using my hands, I massage and soothe, helping him relax, while my mouth continues to tease. I taste every inch of him, breathing him in. His skin is so warm. The scent of his body wash is soft on his skin, citrus and salt, with a soothing middle note I can't quite place. You smell like the sea. I practically moan into his stomach. He makes a sound like a hum of laughter, one hand braced on my shoulder. Well, that's fitting for a crab. I smile, nipping the soft skin at his hip. The combination of my hands and mouth quickly has him rocking on the bed, trying to thrust with his hips. Teddy, he begs, and I swear, there's no sweeter sound. I kiss lower, letting a hand slip between his legs to caress his upper thigh. What do you need, baby? More, he says again. With a turn of my wrist, I cup his balls, letting them rest warm and heavy against my palm as I stroke his taint with 2 fingers. He gasps, legs spreading like he's inviting me in. Fuck. It's so beautiful. I reach down a little further, touching the butt of his asshole with the pad of my middle finger. I give it a press, feeling his body's natural reaction. He tenses, even as he groans with need. Have you ever been taken here? He shakes his head, eyes shutting tight. No. Do you like when I do this? I like when you do anything, he says on a breath, stifling a groan as I give his balls a little squeeze. His admission has my confidence soaring. He wants me in charge. He said he wants me to show him what this can be. I know part of him meant it metaphorically, but he also means it literally. He's never been with a man. He doesn't know what this can be. Henrik literally wants me to show him. Turn over, I say, pulling on his hips. Hands and knees, baby. There's no hesitation in him as he does what he's told, rolling first to his side, then up on his knees. His trust in me is absolute. It's the most powerful of aphrodisiacs. I'm practically whimpering to get my first taste of him. The muscles of his shoulders flex as he glances back at me. I sense his nerves warring with his resolve. Tell me what to do. Nothing. I smooth my hands up his sides as I kiss his warm back. Just enjoy. Tell me to stop, and it stops. He rocks back into the press of my hands. Don't stop. Fuck, he's so perfect. So strong, yet so willing to give. Stroking my hands over the curves of his ass, I spread his cheeks, taking my first look at his tight hole. Reaching a hand between his legs, I curl my fingers around his hard shaft, giving it a pull. As he arches into that touch, I descend, kissing his ass cheek. He gasps, body stiff as he takes in the new sensation. With my free hand, I press in at his asshole, testing the tightness. You have to relax, I say against his warm skin. I'm gonna work you up to taking my cock, but let's just start with fingers, okay? Can I taste you? Here? I press in at his hole again, even as I stroke his hard length. He groans. Too much. I still. What's too much? Tell me what to stop. He taps my hand on his dick, and I let him go. Smiling, I give his ass cheeks a slow, firm squeeze with both hands. One thing at a time, then, yeah? Henrik, baby, I'm gonna play with your asshole now. Just say stop and don't stop, he commands over me. Still smiling, I spread his cheeks with both hands and descend, licking his tight bud. He cries out something in Swedish, rocking away. But then his hips press right back towards me, and I lick him again. Hold still, I growl. He moans, muttering something unintelligible as my grip on his hip tightens, and I start to play. I lick and suck, massaging his cheeks with my hands. Then I dribble some spit onto his hole and work him with my fingers, loving the way his body responds. Feel good? I hardly know, he says on a breath. What are you doing? Chuckling, I replace my fingers with my mouth and moan low, letting him feel the vibrations against his ass as I prod with my tongue. I flick and tease, rimming his tight bud, pressing in until I feel the muscle give. What does it feel like I'm doing? His only response is a desperate, muffled groan. Sitting up, I run a hand up his spine, pressing his shoulders down as I push inside him with one finger. Oh, Christ, he pants, his body instantly tensing. Fuck, he's so tight. I want to scream. I want to pull my finger out and shove my dick in. I want to pound his tight hole, fill him to the brim. But I wait. I go slow. That's it, baby. I soothe. Grabbing his shoulder, I push my finger all the way in. Then I kiss along his collarbone, up his neck, to his ear. How does it feel? I slowly slide the finger in and out, flexing the tip along his prostate until he groans. Teddy, Christ, how can it feel so good? Smiling, I pull my finger out to the tip. Want more? He nods. Rocking back on my ankles, I squeeze his ass cheek and spit onto his hole, pressing in with a second finger. He drops down to his elbows, forehead pressed to his arms, as I push in past his tight ring of muscle with both fingers. So good, I praise. Baby, you're so fucking tight. Relax a bit more for me, okay? He grunts something in Swedish. It doesn't sound like the word stop, so I keep going, using my spit to work the fingers in deeper, massaging his tight ring of muscle to help him relax. I pull my fingers out, and he groans in frustration. Want more? Yes, he groans, his voice muffled by the bed. Teddy, please. I swear to God, if this man keeps begging me, I'm not going to last until I'm inside him. Already my cock aches with the need for release. Scrambling off the bed, I dart to the bathroom. He pushes up on all fours, watching me go with a mix of longing and confusion. Teddy, what? I'll be right back, I call, rattling open the drawers under the sink until I find my small bottle of lube. I hurry back into the bedroom, already squirting some of the lube into my hand. What are you doing? Trust me. I climb back onto the bed behind him. I'm not saying I've got God's gift to dicks, but it's bigger than anything you've ever taken, right? He actually looks confused, the precious man. Teddy, I've never... I know, I say over him, stifling my laugh as I rub my lubed fingers over his hole. He swallows the rest of his words, rocking back against the pressure of my hand. Smoothing my free hand down his back, I work 2 fingers inside him again, letting him flex and press against me. Babe, you're a natural. You're gonna make such a tight fit for me. Feels so good. He manages in English. The give of his body is making me feel high. He's so eager to let me fill him. I don't know how I'll ever get enough. I need to be inside you, I say on a breath. Please, let me take you. Need to fill you, make you mine. Do it. I work my fingers in and out a few more times, twisting them until I press down on his prostate. His body spasms. Teddy! I know, baby. God, fuck, I know. Just give me a sec. I pull my fingers free and fumble with the cap of the lube, slicking the cool liquid all over my dick. Shifting forward on my knees, I grab him by the hip, inching closer until my tip is in position. Push against the pressure, baby. Bear down on me. And if it's too much, Christ, Teddy, just put your dick in me. The thrill of being treated like a bottom while I top him has my shaft twitching with eagerness in my hand. I slip my tip over his lubed hole, marking what's mine. Doing this bare is such a rush. I can't even imagine what the wet heat of his channel will feel like without the barrier of a condom to dull my senses. Taking a deep breath, I start to press in. I'm a groaning, eager mess as I feel my tip slip past his tight ring of muscle. Henrik grunts, pushing up on his hands. Christ in heaven! I try to laugh, but it comes out as a whine as I sink in another inch. Watching him take me is going to finish me too soon. Tipping my head back, I close my eyes and let myself feel everything instead. The warmth of him, the tight squeeze. God, I'm flying. Is this real? I'm half a dick deep inside Henrik Karlsson. We're married, and he just told me I'm his. Better yet, he just told me he's mine. Crying out, I start to move my hips. My instincts command it. I pull him back to me, letting his heat swallow me inch by inch as I stretch him to take me. Remembering myself, I smooth my hands all over him, tethering us with as much touch as possible. Are you okay? Does it feel good? He nods, unable to speak, eyes shut tight. I slip my hand around to stroke his hard cock as I press in again. You like my dick in your ass? You're so tight for me. So fucking perfect. So beautiful. Min man. The words come out in a stream as I stroke him slowly. His tip is dripping for me. Desperate for a taste, I swipe my thumb across his head and bring it to my lips, sucking on his essence with my tongue. Oh, God. Grabbing tight to his hips with both hands, I bury myself all the way inside him. Spots of light dance in my vision, and I'm seconds away from blowing my load. I've wanted this for too long. Now it's here and I can't make it last. Oh, fuck. Dropping a hand between us, I grip my balls tight, trying to stave off this aching need to come. Beneath me, Henrik moans, his ass clenching around me tight enough to make me see fucking stars. Teddy, I can't. I kiss his shoulders as we move together. Sliding in and out, I take him again and again, stretching his tight hole, burying myself inside the man I love. My husband, my Henrik. Oh, God. How did we ever finally get here? Teddy, he says again, his voice breathless and low. What, baby? Anything. I'll give him anything. Stop.
61, Henrik. Teddy steals behind me, his hands gripping my shoulders. It's all too much. The feeling of him inside me, the heat, the friction, the overwhelming need to come. I'm breathless and shaking, hands trembling. It's too much, and not nearly enough. What's wrong? He pants, his hands caressing my sides. Am I hurting you? No, I managed to grit out. It's pressure more than pain, though there was some pain at first. Now it's the feeling of being so full that dwarfs everything. Feeling full and feeling something foreign inside me. But it's not foreign, is it? It's Teddy. My Teddy. Christ, he feels so good. I never knew sex could feel like this. My dots are all a jumble. Do I really want him to stop? Use your words, Teddy pleads. Henrik. He pulls out of me, and I'm suddenly empty. It's like he's ripped the very soul out of me, and now the room feels like it's spinning. I'm gasping for air, hands gripping the sheets in tight fists. Teddy. It's the only word I can sensibly get out. His hold on me gentles. Was that? I mean, did you not like it? He's breathless too, worried, confused. I glance over my shoulder and see the look of rejection on his face. Desperate to make it go away, I roll up to my knees and take him into my arms. O mina skada, I murmur, kissing his brow. Mitt leave, no. I soothe him with my hands, rubbing them up his arms and down his back. I kiss away his fears, holding him to me with both hands. I'll never let him go. Did you not like it? He asks again, as I trace the curve of his neck with my lips. Because we don't have to do it like that. We can do other things. Weaving my fingers gently into the locks at his nape, I pull his head back, forcing him to look at me. The only light in the room comes from the bathroom, but it's enough to see the soft dusting of freckles on his cheeks and the green of his eyes. I see more too. I see his wariness, his fear. He wants this so badly for us. He needs it. His need spirals mine higher. I feel so possessive of him. No one can hurt my Teddy, not even me. The very idea that my hesitation hurt him has me growling in frustration as I pull him down with me. What? We continue. I lie back, pulling him atop me, kissing away his protests until he's breathless again. I know he wants this because his hard dick is pressed against mine. I may be the one pinned by his weight to the bed, but I take charge, moving my hips. More, I pant, biting his lip until he gasps. Fuck. He arches back, licking his abused bottom lip. His expression no longer looks haunted. It looks heated. Mark me, I command. Grabbing him by the back of the neck, I pull him down. Do it. Groaning with need, he comes alive atop me. His hand burrows into my hair as he pulls, jerking my head back. The sensation sets a fire in me as his mouth latches onto my neck and he begins to suck, scraping with his teeth, leaving his mark on my skin. I'm a live wire. In Teddy's arms I spark and flare. This aching need has to go somewhere. This wild feeling of release that coils inside me. I want to mark him too, crawl inside his skin. I said it earlier as a tease. I was trying to sound daring, whispering lovers' words. Acting with total abandon, I dragged the stubs of my nails across his shoulders with both hands. Crying out, he arches back. Fuck, Henrik. I like the way he cries out my name, so desperate and needy. I run both hands up his naked front, smoothing them over the planes of his stomach, brushing my thumbs over his dark nipples. He tips his head back, lost to the bliss of my touch. With a grin, I rake both hands sharply back down. Yes, he chants. Fuck, baby. Do it again. I pull on his arms, desperate to feel his weight atop me. He comes so willingly, the hesitation from moments ago now obliterated. I want you back inside me. I pant against his lips, surprising us both. He shakes his head. Henrik. I kiss away his protest. Can we do it like this? Can we try? We don't have to. I want to. Teddy, do it. No more walking around this world as halves. Make us whole. He groans, dropping his head down to my shoulder as he catches his breath. Then he pushes up with both hands, rocking back on his knees. I lie on the bed, gazing up at my husband, who kneels between my spread legs. I'm completely exposed to him, but I feel no shame. The marks from my fingers are faintly visible on his chest. Seeing them centers me. This is what I need. The other position felt good, but I want the feel of him in my arms. I want to look at him and hold him and kiss him as he feels me. Reaching out with both hands, I pull him down to me. Mit hjärta, I whisper, please. My quiet plea breaks his last ounce of resolve. Dropping down, he wraps his mouth around me, taking my link to the back of his throat. I cry out, arching on the bed, as he hums low, sucking me hard. He's so good at this. With tongue and teeth, he knows just how to tease me. He cups my balls, squeezing gently as he sucks, and I feel myself thrust out onto the edge of a great precipice. Eyes shut tight. I'm unprepared when he grabs me by the thighs and rolls my hips back, exposing more of me. I cry out again as he sucks one of my balls into his mouth, fingers pressing in at my ass. His hold on me is firm as he licks and teases, making my body his. If I were being dematerialized, I could feel no less undone than I do in this moment. Teddy, I pant, hands gripping the sheets. More. God, please don't stop. Need more. His mouth descends on my hole, and I moan like a dying man as his tongue prods. The sensation is odd but thrilling. I feel warm and achy, all my muscles contracting, even as I try to relax. Fuck, baby, you taste so good, he says on a breath. I'll never get enough. Never. He sinks his fingers deep inside me, moving them with slow, even strokes that have me all but levitating off the bed. Teddy, I cry again. I feel full, but not in the way I want. I know. His fingers slip out of me, and I'm a whimpering mess. I feel so empty. He scrambles for the bottle of lube. I hear the slick sound of him prepping his cock. Next time it will be my hands that prep him. Oh, God, baby, just hold on, he groans, shifting his hold on my thighs. How can he know how desperate I feel, how panicked and aching? I smile, eyes closing in bliss. Of course he feels just as desperate and aching as me. He wants this just as badly. He wants me. His tip presses in at my stretched hole, and I brace for the feel of his cock sliding back inside me. Henrik. Teddy's voice is soft, gentle. Look at me. I blink my eyes open, looking up at him. He's so beautiful, my man of sharp angles. He hovers over me, and my mind flashes to that first night in the bathtub, the night I first tasted him. Eyes on me. Reaching up, I cup his cheek. I see you. Don't look away, he pants. Never. We both suck in the breath as he sinks in that first inch. He rolls with his hips, stretching me. It doesn't take much before he's pressed all the way in again, his hands lovingly caressing my thighs as we settle together. Oh, fuck, he says on the breath. Feel good. Move, I plead. He thrusts a few times, slow and even, both of us groaning at the slick sound of his lubed cock moving inside me. The pressure is glorious now. The heat, the tension. There's a feeling of being stretched, a slight burning. Lost in the look of lust and awe in his eyes, I pull him to me, desperate for a kiss. He all but moans with relief as he falls forward, bracing with his hands on the bed as we kiss. His thighs slap against my ass as he pounds into me with wild abandon. With each thrust, I begin to forget where my body stops and his begins. He shifts a knee, lifting my left hip. The change in angle has me gasping. I break our kiss, wrapping an arm around his shoulders to keep him close. Like this. Move just like this. His movements become more erratic as he presses in, grinding his hips against mine. The tip of his cock presses in at just the right angle, finding some secret place inside me I never knew was there. Light striking a match to the paper touch, I ignite. Every thrust stokes the flames higher. Crying out, I hold him to me. Oh, Christ, don't stop. He slams into me, grinding hard, and a noise escapes me that doesn't quite sound human. Somehow I manage to get out the word, more, and my Teddy delivers, slipping a hand between us to stroke my cock. Henrik, baby, I'm gonna come. Yes, this is what I crave most. I see him now. I have him in my arms. My kiss is branded to his lips, but this will make me feel less empty, less adrift. I'm tethered in this moment to my body, to Teddy. He'll give me what I need. He always gives me just what I need. Come inside me, I beg. Teddy. Ah! Teddy unleashes, slamming his hips against mine, sinking his length as deep as it will go inside me. I drop my hands to his ass and pull, holding him to me as his back arches and he finally releases. The heat of him fills me, and I sigh with relief, even before I've come. I feel myself clench around him, and he groans, all but collapsing atop me. It takes me a moment to come back to my senses. Our bodies are slicked with sweat. He trembles in my arms, and I humble soft words of gratitude in Swedish. My fingertips tracing down his arm. This is what I needed, to be claimed by Teddy, filled to the brim. But then he's pulling away. The loss of his weight feels like a physical tearing apart of me. What are you doing? I can't conceal the hint of panic in my tone. Not finished, he grunts. Got too distracted. Wanted us to come at the same time. He crawls back between my legs, offering me a satisfied smile. But I'm suddenly self-conscious. I can feel his cum leaking out of me. It's okay, I mutter, shifting away. Teddy, I'm fine. You will be fine, he says in that teasing tone. Once you've choked me with your cum. Then he reaches a hand low and presses 2 fingers back inside me. I gasp at feeling so full again. At the same time, he wraps his other hand around my hard shaft and pulls down my foreskin, lapping at the head of my cock like it's his favorite lollipop. It's obscene, almost comical. It makes me smile. I tuck an arm behind my head and watch him, luxuriating in the feel of his fingers inside me, his mouth around me. "You're far too happy with my cock in your mouth," I say on a groan. He just grins, pulling his dripping fingers from my ass. He wipes a streak of his cum down the length of my shaft. I stare at it, watching as he licks it up. My breath catches as he does it again. He moans, as if the taste of his cum is the sweetest ambrosia. My cock hardens as I reach for him. I want to taste it too. His gaze heats as he flicks his fingers over my sticky asshole. "I made such a mess of you, baby. Will you try something for me?" I sit up on my elbows. "What?" He slips his two fingers back up inside me and parts them in a V. "Squeeze for me." I squeeze, gasping again as I feel more of his release leak out of me. Fuck. The heat in his tone has my every nerve ending sparking. "Look at you." His gaze lifts to mine, and I see the passion there, the love and adoration. "We said we wouldn't stop until you were dripping with me." "Ja, Godin," I say on the breath, meaning every word. It sounds strange to me in English. In Swedish, it just makes sense. Like the sky being blue or ice being cold. I'm Teddy's now. Cherished, claimed. I think I've been his for far longer than I knew. He smiles again, slipping his fingers from inside me. "That's right, baby. You're all mine. Men, perfect man." He smears his cum-licked fingers across my lips, chasing the action with the kiss. "How do you say perfect in Swedish?" I grin, holding him to me. "It's perfect." He blinks, leaning away. "Wait, really?" I nod, and he sighs with relief. "God, I'll finally get one right on the first try." He steals my laugh with another kiss. Then I groan into his mouth as he fists my cock tight, stroking me hard and fast. His tongue flicks with mine. I taste his release, mingled with the soft tang of the lube. "Come for me," he begs. "God, baby, come all over me. Make me drip too. So fucking perfect." I cry out, my hips pressing up into the furious stroking of his hand. "I'm yours." He pants against my lips. "Show him, baby. Show him how you claim your man." "Fuck," he shouts on a laugh, rocking back and angling my cock up as I come. It spurts from my tip, landing on his abs. He doesn't stop stroking me, and I just keep coming. "Oh, God," I cry, rocking into each stroke of his hand. "Yes," he praises. "Fuck, you're so beautiful." Ducking down, he catches the last of my release in his mouth, sucking my tip until I'm begging him to stop. I finally lie back, breathless and boneless, completely wrung out. There's a satisfied smile on his face as he rubs my release into his skin. In delight from the bathroom, I catch the glint of gold on his finger. His wedding ring. I didn't even put it there. He slipped it on himself while we were sitting in Poppy's office. In that moment, he bore an expression like he was attending his own funeral. No ring, no kiss, no family in attendance. Teddy is always so worried about what others want and need. He worries for Carl, for his sisters. But what about what he needs? I know now how much he loves weddings. He and Carl watch reruns of Say Yes to the Dress Atlanta by the hour. But did our rush wedding truly cost him? I've never stopped to consider what he needs to make it right, to put it in the past, so we can all look to our future. Grabbing his wrist, I pulled him to me, sucking two of his fingers in my mouth, tasting my release against his skin. He watches, his gaze still smoldering. Then I roll to the side, taking him with me. We're a tangle of limbs as our sweat-slicked bodies twist in the sheets of our marriage bed. Gone is the hesitation I felt these long weeks. Now I want to pull him closer in the night, want him to wake with his cock in my mouth. He is my husband. And this is our bed. I mean to please him in it. Once I have him on his side, I sling a leg over his hip, wincing slightly at the new stretch and burn from where I've been used. Was that good for you? He whispers. You liked it? I brush my finger down the tip of his nose, doing my best to memorize the pattern of freckling on his cheeks as I nod. Give me a minute to catch my breath, and we'll do it again. His eyes go wide as he laughs and leans away. Oh, God, what have I unleashed? I smile, rolling with him until he's pinned under me. Each moment with Teddy is a gift, and I intend to take none of them for granted. I kiss my way down his chest. I think I've got the idea of it now. You just lie back, McCharta. Leave the rest to me.
62. Teddy. Okay, now, stir, stir, I chant, holding the bowl while Carolina moves the whisk in a jerky pattern. Keep stirring. Tight circles, remember? Yeah, like this, says Henrik, trying to reach in and take over. I playfully slap his hand away. Babe, she can do it. Just give her a sec. Carolina furiously churns the eggs into the top inch of cinnamon roll mixture, an excited smile on her face. Am I doing it? Dig deeper, I say on a laugh. You gotta mix the whole bowl. We finally made it to the last day of her wearing the arm cast. The last scans of a break look great, so she gets the cast off first thing tomorrow. To celebrate, we're baking some cinnamon rolls as a gift for Hannah. Carl stands at the counter on her kitchen stool. She's perfected the art of balancing on one foot, keeping the weight off her healing leg. The cast will be on for another few weeks, at least. Henrik checks the time on the oven again, offering me a pained wince. I must go. I know. Leaning around Carl, I wipe a smudge of flour off his forehead. Baking with a 5-year-old who only has one good arm is always a bit of a messy adventure. Give me a kiss before you go, and I might consider saving you a cinnamon roll. It's game day today, an afternoon game against the Chicago Blackhawks. Henrik has delayed for as long as he can, but it's time to head in. He pulls me in by my shirt and kisses me. They're called cannibal in this house. Get it right, or I eat them all. With a last quick peck, he lets me go. I feel dizzy, lost in a haze of sappy love and contentment. I can't remember a time when everything in my life felt more perfect. Henrik says something in Swedish that has Carl nodding. Then she starts digging deeper into the bowl, properly mixing the dry and wet ingredients. Yes, I praise. Good girl. Keep going, min lilla chef. Once you get it mixed, I'm gonna knead it for you. But once the cast comes off tomorrow, you'll be kneading your own dough balls. She giggles, still aggressively whisking. About 15 minutes later, I'm setting the freshly kneaded dough into a bowl, covering it with a damp towel when Henrik walks out in a crisp charcoal gray suit. Whoa! I blurt. Schooling my expression, I offer him a cool wink. I mean, hey, sneaking. Henrik's eyes go wide. Who taught you that? Carl can't hold it in a moment longer. She cracks up with a loud, me? Chuckling, he shakes his head, holding his arms out. Well, how do I really look? Sitting on the edge of a counter, her sticky fingers dusted with parasoka, she gives him a once-over. You need a pink suit. He smiles. I'm sure you must be right. For today, will this do? She just shrugs, content to turn her attention back to eating all the parasoka. He looks to me, one brow raised in silent question. You think me handsome? I shrug too. You know how I feel about you in a suit. His smile widens, reaching his eyes. He steps around the island and gives me a last parting kiss. I'll see you both later. We'll be there. Go play hockey, skate fast, win pucks. He gives Caro a forehead kiss before he slips his protein drink from the fridge and a banana from the hook. Then he heads for the door. As soon as I hear it click shut, my phone starts buzzing on the counter. I check the screen to see Brad Brady's face smiling up at me. I tap the green button. Hey, Brad, what's... Help! He shouts over me. Ted, you gotta help me out, man. My heart leaps into my throat. My God, what happened? What do you need? I need you to cover for me at the game. Like, now. Like, pronto. Pre-game stuff is starting, and Cassidy already called off. She's in France or something. Without me, they'll be scrambling for PTs. Please, Ted. What happened? I say again. It sounds like you're in your car. I am. My stupid husband only just got himself into a stupid motorcycle accident. I hate fucking motorcycles. Oh my God. I sink down onto one of the island's stools. Well, is he going to be okay? Brad groans into the phone. They think he broke his clavicle, and he all but degloved his right elbow from a road rash. Jesus. Well, can you do it? I take a deep breath, thinking through all my options at warp speed. I mean, I have Carolina with me, and Hannah's in Orlando. Just bring her. Come on, you know one of the wags will take her. Please, I'm coming, I say over him, rising to my feet. It's all good. We'll get ready now and go. Oh, God, Teddy, you're a lifesaver. Not a problem. Just go take care of Dylan. Yeah. Hey, why did I fall for a biker, huh? Why couldn't I find myself a nice bird watcher or a guy who collects stamps? I laugh. We can't help who we love, can't we? If this man tests my heart like this one more time, he and his leather pants are going to take a long freaking hike back to Nebraska. Uh-huh. We both know Brad is crazy about Dylan. I shift the phone to my shoulder as I start cleaning up the cinnamon roll mess. Look, I need like 15 minutes here to get organized, then I'll head to the arena. Tell the others? Thanks, Teddy. You've really saved my bacon. Shut up. You do the same for me. Hanging up now. We both hang up, and I turn to Caro, now busy on her tablet playing a finger painting game. Well, min lilla honey bun, I guess it's take your niece to work day. Yay! Feeling better, I say, nice and loose. DeGraw rolls his shoulders. Right one is still feeling a bit tight, Doc. I give him a little more deep tissue stimulation, pressing in with my thumbs. I haven't had much one-on-one time with our new starting goalie. He's having an amazing season with no injuries, so he's been off my table. How are you adjusting to life as a Ray? The other guys treating you well? Yeah, everyone's been great, he says, speaking in a thick Australian accent. I read somewhere that he's only the second Australian to ever play in the NHL. His recruitment was all down to Mars Price. Something about a chance encounter in Japan, which led to the team flying DeGraw out for a trial. Tess ducks her head into the PT room, waving to grab my attention. Hey, we're heading out, she calls. Just pick her up whenever tomorrow. Thanks, I call back. It'll be early. Cast is coming off. Cast is coming off, she echoes in a sing-song voice. She came straight over with Emma when I called her from the car. The Langley girls will take her home for another slumber party, which means I now get to watch my man play hockey, and I get a child-free evening with him after the game. I shift my hands to DeGraw's other shoulder. Are you going out with the guys tonight? He just shrugs. Some players, especially goalies, get way inside their heads as part of their pre-game ritual. But DeGraw isn't like that. He always seems happy to chat. Yeah, probably. Cap says he wants us all there, win or lose. The win or lose threat is valid. Apparently, Jake worked it out with the Hawks team captain that the teams are going out together. It's karaoke night at Rips, which is practically a religion with the Rays at this point. I pause my massaging. Any better? DeGraw rolls his shoulders again, then his neck. Yeah, Doc. Wow, you're good. I smile. Well, they didn't give me a DPT for nothing. He chuckles. Need anything else? Help stretching? Nah, I'm good. Gonna go get kitted up. He hops off my table, bouncing on the balls of his feet. He has nothing like Ilmari's massive 6'5" frame, but he's still a big guy. Most goalies are these days. DeGraw is easily over 6 feet tall, but he has more of a swimmer's physique compared to Ilmari's thick rugby build. He turns slightly. Hey, do you know if any of the other staff are going out tonight? I raise a brow. What staff? Like the PTs and the equipment managers? Yeah, them. Or others. I shrug. I mean, maybe. Caleb Price is kind of a king of karaoke night. He's usually always there. Who were you hoping for exactly? No one, he replies quickly. Too quickly. My gossip antenna perks up. Come on, you can tell me. I'm all good, Doc, thanks. The poor guy is actually blushing. Hey, I call as he walks away. Maybe if you ask, I'll know the answer. Or I can find you the answer. He stops, his shoulders stiff. Slowly, he turns back around. Then he walks back over to me, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Okay. Do you know Roshni? I scrunch my brow, trying to place the name. Is she analytics? With that point of connection, a face flashes before my eyes. Pretty, bespectacled, and oh so serious. Roshni Varma is one of the Rays' new statisticians. They review game day tapes and come up with stats for the team's shooting and save percentages. They also handle the draft and playoffs, and they calculate zone start ratios. It's all very technical and number crunchy, and way over my head. I don't want to paint with a broad brush, but the analytics department here is just, well, they all fit the stereotype. There was a stats intern back when I was an intern. His name was Travis, and he arranged his Cheetos from largest to smallest before he ate them. The last head of their department retired as a multimillionaire, having invested early in the cryptocurrency craze. The only other guy I know designs his own video games and sells them to developers. He only keeps this job because he's such a big hockey fan. Roshni only just started. She's a gorgeous South Asian woman with curly black hair, walnut brown eyes, and a little diamond stud nose ring. I should reserve judgment, right? Until I learn whether she categorizes her socks by fabric type. I look to DeGraw. Want me to see if she's going tonight? If not, I'll try to invite her. His eyes go wide. No. Thanks, Doc. Spinning on his heel, the poor guy flees the room like his ass is on fire. I don't get a moment to ponder his odd behavior before Polly taps me on the shoulder. You free, Doc? I could really use some help stretching my hammies. Sure. I pat the empty table. Hop up. 63. Teddy. I forgot how exciting it is to be behind the scenes on game day. The energy below the stands is just as electric as above. Everyone hurries around, setting the stage for the first intermission with snacks, electrolytes, fresh sticks, and blades. Some of the players have quirky habits where they change their gloves or skate laces between every period. Lindbergh likes to slurp on a jar of pickle juice. Some of the defensemen swear by mustard shots. They down packets of Heinz yellow mustard like they're tonic shots. It's revolting. Thank God Henrik's only habit is his obsession with some obscure Swedish sock brand. They make the only socks he'll ever wear with his skates. I snort, remembering how I was ready to judge Roshni for doing the same thing. Maybe everyone involved with hockey has to be just a little bit weird. Maybe that's why I feel so welcome. In the last seconds of the first period, the game is tied at 1 point each. Chicago got a lucky score within the first 3 minutes, which set a rather ominous tone. But a brilliant shot by Langley brought us back even, renewing the fans' spirits. The buzzer sounds, ending the period. "Ooh, here they come!" someone shouts. It's pandemonium as all the guys come rushing in off the ice. I work with the other PTs to do a quick round of check-ins. We assess each guy for any aches or pains they need addressed. Jake took a hard hit into the boards, but he has no complaints. And Henrik took a stick to the side of the face. I pat his thick shoulder pad. "Hey, babe, you okay?" He glances up, his hair wet with sweat. His temple looks slightly pink and puffy, but there's no broken skin. "I'm fine, Vityata." He snakes his arm around me, pulling me closer. Hey, Langley teases. "None of that now, boys." "Great score," I tell him. "Someone had to," Henrik mutters. He's had 3 shots on goal, all caught in the goalie's glove. "You'll get one in," Langley assures him, taking a crunch out of an apple. Let's go, Ted. We need you. Henrik drops his arm from my waist, but I can't help brushing my fingers through his sweaty hair as I race away, ducking back into the PT room to help some of the guys limber up for the next period. I'm finishing with DJ Perry when my phone buzzes in my pocket. I open a new message from Brad and almost retch. Oh, God. It's a picture of Dylan's elbow injury. DJ peers over my shoulder. Whoa, that's gnarly. I grimace. Yeah. Is that Dill? Yep. My phone pings with another message. Brady. They say he's gonna need a skin graft. Well, duh, says Novi from my other shoulder. That guy's got no skin left. One of the other forwards, Flash, steps in next to him. What are y'all looking at? From there, my phone gets passed around to every person in the PT room, each one exclaiming in disgust and surprise at the state of Dylan's injury. He could be an extra on The Walking Dead, Polly mutters. Jake just waves his hands, leaning away from the phone. No way, I don't want to see that shit. Caleb takes a look, then hands the phone to Henrik as he appears in the doorway, kitted up and ready, except for his gloves and helmet. The others are all talking and moving around, so I don't hear it when my phone pings with a new message. I definitely hear it when Henrik glares at me from across the room and says, Who the hell is Fish Lips?
64. Henrik. I stare down at Teddy's phone and read the message again. Someone named Fish Lips texted him just as Caleb handed me the phone. Fish Lips. Hey, beautiful. Someone said you were back with the Rays. Had to see it to believe. Perfect timing, eh? Let me take you out after the game. You know I can show you a better time than that old bump Karlsson. Teddy crosses the room to my side and reaches for the phone. What's up? There's a ringing in my ears as I hold the phone away from him. Who is Fish Lips? I say again. His expression shudders, and I have my answer. No one. Uh-oh. Flash hops off the closest BT table. Daddy looks mad. I glare at him, pulling the phone in close to my chest. He raises a brow, glancing between us. What? I just assumed that would be y'all's vibe. You strike me as the rough, spanking, call-me-daddy type, Karlsson. And with that, I'm gonna go empty my bowels, says Tremors, stepping past me through the open door. Teddy holds out his hand. Babe, give me my phone. I have no right to keep it from him, even though I want to squeeze it to powder in my fist. I hand it over. He snatches it quickly, reading the message with a low groan of annoyance. Fucking seriously? Who is it? It's literally no one, he says again, stuffing the phone in his pocket. The ringing in my ears gets louder as the room clears out. We're running out of time. I see the seconds ticking down on the game clock. I have to head back out to the ice, but suddenly hockey doesn't matter. I need Teddy to answer the goddamn question. Teddy? He huffs, flapping his arms. Fine. You want to do this here? We'll do this right here. He was a guy I matched with on a dating app 6 freaking years ago. And we never even hooked up. He quickly adds. Absorbing this information, I cross my arms. What did you do? Jake steps past me, clapping a hand down on my shoulder pad. Karlsson, bud, a bit of free advice? Never ask that question. I ignore him, my eyes only for Teddy. Your funeral, Novi mutters, following Jake out. Teddy just shakes his head. Henrik, I swear it was nothing. Tell me the nothing, I press. It can't be worse than what I'm imagining. Oh my God. We matched on the app and flirted a little. He took me out after a game in Chicago, and it sucked. He was pushy, and he kissed like a fish. And I bolted from the bar. End of story. I tense, eyes narrowing. You met him in Chicago? Yeah, 6 years ago. And now he says he sees you here. He's here now. His eyes go wide. Maybe. I don't know. Because I don't care. He adds emphatically. Did he play for the Blackhawks? He dips his chin, holding my gaze. Yes. I know this is ridiculous and irrational, and 50 other words synonymous with completely inappropriate, but it doesn't stop my mind from filling with images of my Teddy in the arms of one of the men now out there skating around in a Hawks jersey. I'm not upset that Teddy has a romantic past. We all have one, even me. Teddy has never judged me for having taken lovers before him. That Teddy flirted with another man, even kissed another man, can easily be excused. It's the indignity that I cannot excuse, the outright insult to me as Teddy's partner. This man knows we're married. The news of our wedding has been blasted everywhere for weeks, not to mention Poppy's Operation Mighty Oak campaign, and all the images of us on dates, drinking cocktails at high tide, dancing barefoot on the beach, laughing with friends in that Japanese pub. He knows Teddy is mine, and still, this man dares to send such a message. He thinks, with the crook of his finger, Teddy will go running to him, fall into bed with him. That has me seeing red. Tell me his name. Teddy leans away. Babe, it doesn't matter. Gripping his Rays polo shirt tight in my fist, I pull him closer, burying my face at the crook of his neck. I'm desperate to catch a hint of my scent on his skin, the physical reminder that he's mine. It's there, waiting for me, that scent of peppermint oil and budded spice. I groan, dragging my teeth over his skin until he gasps, hands braced on my padded shoulders. Karlsson, let's go, someone shouts. Yeah, you can make growling noises with Teddy later. Henrik, Teddy says in my ear. Look at me. He pulls away, both hands gripping the collar of my jersey. I'm not going to do some shitty other man drama with you right now. Until you said the word fish lips, I forgot he even existed. Please, tell me you believe me. I'll block him. He's blocked, okay? I wrapped my hands around his wrists and pulled him down. I believe you. The relief on his face is so instant and so complete. Then he leans in, pressing his lips to mine. God, I love you, he says against my lips. Henrik, I love only you. Before I can reply, someone jerks on the back of my jersey from out in the hallway. Jesus, man, let's fucking go. Kissy time can wait. Teddy steps away from me, still smiling. Go. I'll be here when it's over. Caro is at the Langleys, so Rip's tonight, okay? It's karaoke night. I groan. The last thing I want when I'm feeling this tense is to sit on a stool at Riptide's Bar and Grill and watch other people sing. I want Teddy under me, inside me, shouting my name. No one can show my husband a better time than me. Tonight, I mean to remind him of it.
65. Teddy. The moment Henrik turns the corner and heads back out to the ice, I jerk my phone from my pocket and craft a scathing response to Fish Lips, a.k.a. Corey Lamont, middle string forward on the Chicago Blackhawks. I meant every word I said to Henrik. Corey and I were nothing. Less than nothing. I was a lonely college kid, and he was a handsome professional hockey player arranging gay hookups on the sly. We matched in Chicago, and I was stupid enough to agree to meet up with him. Online, he was charming, but that was only to get me to say yes. In person, he was arrogant, rude, and clearly only interested in a quick fuck. After the game, he took me way outside the city center to some seedy bar and grinded on me for half an hour. I finally ducked away to use the bathroom, and he followed. He cornered me and stuck his tongue in my mouth, slurping at me like a fish until I made some excuse about actually needing to use the bathroom. Then I bolted out a side exit and took a taxi back to the hotel. That's it. That's the epic love story of Teddy O'Connor and Corey Fishlips Lamont. Henrik doesn't need to know about that chapter of my life. I was a horny, reckless kid. I went with a man I'd just met to a part of town I didn't know, to a bar where I felt unsafe. And all for what? A chance at a love connection? It was dumb. And so fucking dangerous. And the taxi back to a hotel cost me like $40. In truth, that disaster of a date with Fish Lips was the last time I ever took that kind of risk. I deleted my account on all the dating apps. I just hated the way he made me feel. So small and dirty, utterly disposable. Thumbs flying, I type out my message, then read it back. Teddy, you stupid fucking fuck. My husband just saw your message. You better thank your lucky stars I didn't tell him your name. Otherwise, the Zamboni would be cleaning you off the ice in tiny, bloody pieces. I wasn't interested 6 years ago, and I'm not interested now. Fuck off forever. I'm blocking this number. Middle finger emoji. There. No room for misinterpretation, right? Feeling better, the righteous indignation flows through me as I hit send. Then I block Corey's number with a muttered, "Goodbye, fish lips." I didn't conceal his name to protect him. I did it to protect Henrik. My husband means far too much to me to see him get in trouble out on the ice over something as trivial as a bad date 6 years ago. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Hey, Ted, Karlsson just got checked pretty bad. Zapped out of my stupor, I look around the PT room. What? All the guys are huddled around our TV. The second period has already started. Dustin Evers, one of the athletic trainers, steps back pointing at the screen. Chicago just did a shift change, and number 9 came busting out like a freight train, slammed Karlsson down to the ice. He's okay, though, he adds as I dart across the room. What? Hard in my throat, I catch the tail end of the replay footage. Henrik takes possession of a puck, but he only gets in one good stride towards the goal before a flash of white and red barrels into him, knocking him down to the ice. The player has a big number 9 on his jersey. Above the number, his name is stitched in thick, black letters. Lamont. Oh, fuck! The game ends 4-1 with a Rays win. Corey chased Henrik all over the ice for 2 periods, scrapping like he had something to prove, but Henrik still earned 2 of the goals. My throat feels like it's on fire from how much I cheered for him, even if I was only watching it on the TV in the PT room. The second goal was wild. Henrik hooked it on the end of his blade, a lucky pass from Lindbergh, and did a kind of pirouette around Corey, flicking the puck into the top of a net. To my surprise and delight, he kept Moneymaker as his goal song all season. It's ridiculous and makes me love him so much I fear I might literally pass out each time I get to watch him skate around the rink in a victory lap. The game ended 20 minutes ago, and I'm deep into all the cooldown routines. I've got DeGraw back up on the table, helping him stretch out. Well, Doc, he asks, did you hear? Hear what? I say, putting pressure on his hip as he turns. About Roshni? He grunts, breathing through a stretch. Is she coming? Oh, fuck me. With all my personal drama, I forgot to even ask. He must read my face. It's okay, Doc. I'm sure she's not coming. She hasn't come to anything. Does she know she's invited? Meaning, have you invited her? He just grunts, rolling to his other side. I'll take that caveman sound as a no. She's so far out of my league, he mutters, gazing off at the poster-clad wall. Plus, workplace romances, eh? Who needs them? I snort a laugh, helping him into a deeper hip flex. Judging by the dynamics of this team, like, literally everyone, myself included. I was so head over heels for my workplace crush, I went off and married him. So, careful with that talk, DeGraw, or you might just be next. He chuckles through his deep exhale. Yeah, Doc. Good advice. By the time I get DeGraw off the table, most of the other guys are clearing out, fresh from their showers. Hey, Novi calls over to me. Rips tonight. I'm bringing Coley. You guys in? We're coming, I say with a wave. Any chance you'll get Karlsson on the mic? Says Polly. I just laugh. Doubtful. But hey, if you can find someone to be our chili, I'm up for singing No Scrubs. Cool. Do I get to be T-Boz? Hell no. I'm T-Boz. Always. Laughing, he waves me off. I find Henrik waiting for me in the hallway, dressed in his charcoal suit. He's fresh from a shower, the hair at his nape still wet and curling slightly. Hey, babe. You ready? Karaoke time. Once I'm close enough, he pulls me in with his free hand and kisses me, rough. I sigh with relief, opening my mouth to take his tongue. The kiss is powerful and claiming, leaving me in no doubt of where his mind is at in this moment. I gasp as he pulls away. We're going home. But karaoke, I'm taking you home, he says over me, his voice practically a growl. Then he loosens his hold on me, his shoulders relaxing a little. Teddy, please. I nod, brushing my hands down the lapels of his jacket. Yeah. Okay. Hey, you two lovebirds, Jake calls from down the hall. He wanders closer, one arm around Caleb's shoulder. Karaoke starts in 20. Don't be late. I think we need a rain check, I say. Caleb just snorts. He definitely knows what's up, but Jake shakes his head. We must be noble in victory, just as the Hawks will now be generous in their defeat. Seeing the looks on our faces, he rolls his eyes. Come on, guys, just stay for 2 songs. Then you can go. Captain's orders, he adds with a stern finger point at Henrik. Fine, Henrik mutters. I brighten a little, equally as excited by the prospect of a little social time with Henrik as I am alone time. This way, I'll get both. Sounds like the perfect night to me. Before he can change his mind, I weave my fingers in with his and pull him along after Jake and Caleb towards the parking garage.
66. Henrik. Rips is bursting at the seams. The outside bar area is packed with Rays, Hawks, and all the fans who caught wind of our karaoke night. More people seem to be arriving every minute. The wait staff is so overwhelmed that it's taken 20 minutes just to get our first round of drinks. At this rate, it'll be midnight before I get my garden burger and fries. Teddy sits on a stool at the bar, and I stand behind, my hands bracing the bar to either side of him. Call me possessive, but Hawks are swarming all around, and I know at least one of them has their eye on him. If Teddy would just let me know, fool, I could stand here brooding and watch the man until we leave. I asked again in the car, but Teddy just groaned and told me to drop it. Now he's deep in animated conversation with DeGraw, who sits on the stool next to him. They're discussing the merits of some statistician who works for the team. I get the feeling Teddy is trying to boost his confidence enough that he'll ask the Bowman out. But what if she's perfect for you? Teddy cries with a wave of his hand. What if she's a lesbian? DeGraw retorts. Teddy snorts into his beer. Oh, God. I think I just got beer up my nose. Reaching between them, I grab a napkin and hold it up for him. He takes it, dabbing at his chin. Thanks, babe. Then he's turning back to DeGraw. All I'm saying is that you won't know until you ask her. DeGraw's eyes go wide. Then he grabs Teddy's arm. You could do it. Do what? Ask her for me. Oh, my God. Teddy wrenches away from him. Ask her out for you? Or ask her if she's a lesbian? Honestly, both are super pathetic, Hunt. You need to just be a big hockey player and ask her yourself. Groaning, DeGraw folds his arms on the bar top and slams his head down with a tunk that rattles their beer glasses. Teddy laughs, giving his back a consoling pat. Cheer up. Maybe you'll find out she's a lesbian with an exhibitionist kink. That could be fun, right? But ever DeGraw replies is lost to the sound of someone strumming an electric guitar on stage. All around us, the crowd starts to cheer. Teddy spins around on his stool and leans in, shouting in my ear. I'm going to go use the bathroom before karaoke starts. Save my stool, and order DeGraw another beer so he can drown his sorrows. Patting my shoulders, he pecks my cheek and darts away. I take his place on the stool, gesturing at the bartender for another round. Glancing over my shoulder, I watch Teddy weave away through the crowd. As he passes the corner booth by the door, one of the Hawks slams down his beer, rises from his table and follows. My heart drops from my chest. DeGraw leans in and shouts, So what are the chances you're going to sing tonight? Save Teddy's stool, I reply, already on my feet. Everything all right, mate. For professional hockey players, there are moments on the ice when you feel outside of your own body. The rhythm of the game is instinct more than anything. My muscle memory takes over, my senses sharpen, and I just flow with the energy of the game, In those moments, I just know what will happen next. I see it play out in my mind, like a case of deja vu. Weaving through this crowded bar, I feel it. Hey, Karlsson, where are you going? McGraw calls after me. Karlsson! I can't stop now. My feet are taking me where I need to go, and I know exactly what will happen next.
67. Teddy. Come on, man. Did you die in there? I pound my fist on the bathroom door again. I'm standing in this dark hallway as a fluorescent bulb flickers overhead. The wall behind me is covered in a sea of faded posters for everything from beach events to missing pets to items for sale. The music starts up outside, and the crowd surges with a cheer. I just barely hear the door lock click before the door swinging open, nearly catching me in the face. Sorry about that, says Jake, stepping out of a bathroom. His cheeks are flushed, eyes glassy, hair tousled. Caleb steps out behind him, looking a little more put together. He pats me on the shoulder with a smug, "All yours, man." My mouth opens in shock as I watch them both saunter away. "Oh, fuck both of you!" Caleb waves over his shoulder, giving Jake's ass a swat as they both turn the corner to head back outside. Grumbling, I step into the bathroom and take care of my business. I jerk a few paper towels free, dry my hands, and toss the papers atop the already teetering pile in the trash can. I barely have the door open before someone steps into my space, blocking me from getting out. "Hey, Ted. Long time no see." I glare up into the face of Corey Lamont. He's tall and broad-shouldered, with a madman haircut and a little cleft in his chin. I'd still call him handsome if I didn't know he was such a pompous prick. "Fuck off, Corey. Forever. Or did you not get my last text before I blocked your number?" "Oh, I did." He grips my arm, stopping me from slipping past. So feisty. I jerk away from him. "No touching, asshole." "I heard you got married," he says in a teasing tone. "And you still just had to shoot your shot, didn't you? You're pathetic. Let me go." He leans in, a sweep of his dark hair crossing his brow. "I also heard it was a publicity stunt. Something to do with Karlsson's kid, right?" Seriously, who the fuck is still out here saying our marriage is fake? Because I'm about to kick them in the fucking cunt. If it's Corey spreading the gossip, I'll kick him twice. There's nothing fake about my marriage. Corey leans in, his other arm bracing against the open doorway. "Come on, you can tell me the truth. I know that stiff Karlsson can't possibly keep you satisfied." "You wouldn't know the first thing about what keeps me satisfied, seeing as we never fucked." I twist my arm out of his grip. "Now get out of my way before I knee you in the balls." He just grins, baring his teeth like a wolf. "You thought you were so cute, slipping my hook the last time. You left me standing there with my dick in my hand." Fuck. The asshole is already drunk. His breath is hot, reeking of beer. I grimace, leaning away. "I imagine it's not a foreign sensation for you, right? Alone with your dick in your hand?" He inches closer. "Teddy the tuna. The one that got away. Well, I caught you now, little fish. Come on, baby. Just one taste." Heart racing, I dare to try to duck under his arm just as he grabs for me. He pulls at my shirt and I stumble as he turns. We both fall against the wall. The faded posters for missing cats and used jet skis crinkle behind my head as I twist around and push on him hard with both hands. "Get the fuck off me!" His eyes flash with anger as he recovers his balance, still trying to block my way. "You're a fucking whore, you know that? And you're a bad loser." "Oh yeah? Yeah. I watched Henrik best you out on that ice all night. My man beat your ass, and now you're being petulant, trying to take what isn't yours." "You owe me for being a dirty fucking tease," he snarls. "Should be quick now that you're putting out for that clumsy Swedish asshole. Crack!" "Ouch!" I cry, shaking out my fist. "Oh, fuck! That fucking hurt!" Corey reels around, one hand rising to catch the blood now dripping from his nose. His expression is all surprise. You hit me, you little bitch. Talk shit about my husband again. I'll do more than hit you, I shout, adrenaline pumping. And you ever touch me again, I'll run you over with his goddamn Porsche. Then I'll let Henrik fuck me on the hood while you scream. Is that clear enough for you? Teddy, the tuna is off limits. The moment he digests my words, he lunges, surprising us both with his drunken violence. I scramble backwards, crying out as Corey goes stumbling past me and into the wall. But he's not actually stumbling. He was shoved from behind. Henrik? I step back, eyes wide. Oh God, stop! Henrik and Corey wrestle down to the floor in a great storm of grunts and curses. Their fighting tips over a stack of boxes. Plastic cups and lids go rolling around on the floor. Corey fights to break free as Henrik wails on him with both fists. Corey's legs kick about, but Henrik keeps him pinned. Babe, stop! I beg, trying to grab Henrik's arm. He shouts something in Swedish as Corey wrestles an arm free and starts hitting him back. Did you touch him? Henrik switches in English. Did you fucking touch him? Get off me, fucking asshole! Guys, stop! All the commotion gets the attention of people down the hallway in the main dining room. A woman screams, Someone call the police! God, no police, I shout. Henrik, stop! I dive for him in earnest, pulling on his arm. Just leave him! He attacked you! He's drunk! I pull on him harder. Come on, baby, just leave with me, please. Hey! Hunter DeGraw comes running down the hallway, followed closely by Flash and Polly. A Hawks player is there too. Break it up! Hunter shouts. He barrels in next to me and grabs Henrik by both arms, lifting him bodily away from Corey. Let's leave this kind of fighting for the ice, eh, fellas? The other Hawks player ducks around me and pins a bleeding Corey to the wall with his forearm, keeping him from lunging at us again. Come on, Cor, calm down! Corey laughs, blood in his teeth. What's the big deal, huh, Karlsson? Your boyfriend and I were just talking. He's my husband! Henrik shouts, now restrained by Hunter and Flash. In moments, Jake appears, all his mirth from minutes ago gone. He storms down the hallway in full team captain mode. What the hell happened? Karlsson and Lamont were fighting, Polly explains. Jake glances from Henrik, his clothes disheveled and his chest heaving like a rhinoceros, to Corey, who looks like he'll have 2 shiners and is still bleeding from the nose. Jesus! Why? It was me, I admit. Corey's drunk and he wasn't taking no for an answer. We were just talking, he sneers, dabbing at his bleeding nose with the back of his hand. Henrik jerks under the hands restraining him. Don't talk to him. Talk to me. Hey, he wanted to talk to me, Corey taunts. Oh, you're such a fucking liar, I shout. I was minding my own business and you know it. Please, you wanted me to follow you. Practically begged for it. Say another word to him, and I kill you, Henrik bellows, fighting against his teammates. Okay, Jake shouts over him, stepping between them and putting up his hands. Fuck's sake. Ryder, get Lamont in the bathroom and clean him up, he says at the other Hawks player. He doesn't get to walk out of his hallway to a bunch of cameras looking like the victim of a bear attack. None of us needs that kind of bad press. My heart drops out. Cameras? Of course everyone out there who heard the shouting will have a smartphone, and someone shouted something about the police. Oh, fucking fuck. I got him, Ryder mutters, pulling on his teammate. Come on, Cor. Corey just smirks. But Teddy and I weren't finished. Jake rounds on him. You got a fucking death wish, asshole. 'Cause with a snap of my fingers, my guys let Karlsson go to finish your drunk ass. No, I plead, adding my hands to the ones holding Henrik at bay. I can take him, Corey slurs. I can take any of you pansy-ass bitches. Jake, he's sorry, Ryder says over him, pulling him away. If not now, he will be in the morning. He's dead, Jake growls. Clean him up and get him out of here, Rye. With a nod, Ryder shoves Corey into the bathroom, slamming the door shut. As soon as the Hawks are gone, Jake lets out a breath. For fuck's sake. Seriously, guys. Bar brawling on karaoke night in our own backyard. Tears fill my eyes at the look of rage on Henrik's face. We shouldn't have come. I knew Corey would be here. I just thought he wouldn't care enough to do or say anything stupid. I was wrong. Jake raises a brow at me. You and Lamont have history? Barely, I mutter, chest filling with white-hot shame. He sighs, nodding to the guys to let Henrik go. Hunter and Flash loosen their hold on him. I step in. Jake, someone said they were calling the police. Please, Henrik can't get arrested. We have Caro, our custody case. It won't come to that, he replies, squeezing my shoulder. Straighten up, he says at Henrik. You and Teddy will walk out with us. Get to the parking lot and keep going. Don't say a word to anyone, understand? Just go home. Henrik nods, running his hands through his mussed hair and straightening his shirt. I'll come back and deal with Lamont. We'll put the fear of God in him to keep his mouth shut. It'll be fine. He turns to the other defensemen. Polly, Flash, stay with them. The guys both nod. I can go too, says Hunter. Jake shakes his head. Sorry, man. You're way too valuable if this turns into a brawl in the parking lot. It won't, I assure them all. We'll go straight home. I look at Henrik, heart in my throat. Right, babe? I hold out my hand, desperate for him to take it. After a moment's hesitation, he does, his fingers wrapping possessively around mine as he reels me in. I let myself be pulled, not stopping until my arm is around his waist, face tucked in at his shoulder. I fight the urge to cry, clinging to him. God, I think I'm trembling. Polly leads the way with Hunter. Henrik and I follow. The other two take up the rear. The dining room is ready for us. Half the room is looking our way. Some people are standing. There are definitely phones out. A few of them flash. Henrik tucks me in tighter at his side, trying to shield me. Just keep walking, Jake says from behind us. Don't look at them. Smile and keep walking. The crowd buzzes like a hive as the karaoke music outside hums. The whole building feels like it vibrates with an excited energy that doesn't match our somber group. Henrik keeps me tucked in tight at his side as we walk right through the restaurant, past the hostess stand, and out the front doors into the parking lot. Jake and Hunter wait under the lights of a front porch as Polly and Flash walk with us out to the car. All three men have their heads on swivels, looking for more trouble. Where'd you park? Says Flash. Back of the lot, Henrik replies, guiding me that way. We get to the Porsche, and he opens my door, not letting me go until I'm safely inside. I can't hear what he says to the others before he opens his door and slides in, closing it with a snap. The sounds of a karaoke band filter out on the night ocean breeze. It sounds like Caleb is singing a Billy Idol song. I feel like I'm outside of my body, not really part of this moment. The car purrs as Henrik puts it in reverse. With 2 quick turns, we're rolling down the A1A highway. Henrik, I'm sorry, I finally blurt. Don't what? Apologize? I have to if I feel like I've done something wrong, and I have. He attacked you. I shake my head, tears stinging hot and heavy. You didn't hear it all. I heard enough. I goaded him. He pissed me off. I said things to stir him up even when I knew he was drunk. I did this just. Stop. Henrik shifts gears, and the Porsche picks up as we race down the beach highway. No more talking. I need quiet. I bite my bottom lip, heart racing faster than the car. Each breath sits shallow in my chest. Henrik passes the first turn that would lead back towards our apartment. Then he passes the second. Henrik, it's fine. But that was the exit. I glance over my shoulder. Babe, we're driving in the wrong direction. We're not going home. My heart races faster. We're going in the wrong direction to get to Carolina, too. Then, where are we going? Out. Out where? He just keeps driving. 68. Teddy. After about 15 minutes of silent driving down the A1A, Henrik pulls off onto a dark sandy road that looks like it leads right into a damn sand dune. I sit up in my seat, looking around. Babe, driving on the dunes is all kinds of illegal. The car takes a sharp turn around a row of low palm trees, and then we're in a small 6-car parking lot, all but tucked away from the main road. Ours is the only car here. The Porsche's headlights gleam on a large sign at the end of a lot that clearly states there's no parking after dark. Babe, we can't park here. Get out. Henrik turns off the car, opens his door, and steps out. I have no choice but to scramble out after him. I stand next to the car, breathing in the crisp beach air. It's salty and a little sweet, with just a hint of brine. I look up, spying all the stars overhead. Man, it's beautiful out here, I say, still looking around. How did you even know about this place? Henrik steps around the front of the car and pulls me to him, taking me with another rough kiss. I melt against him, arms going around his neck. His kisses are fevered and claiming. He nips with his teeth, all but bending me back until I'm pressed up against the side of the car. I heard you. I search his face by the light of the stars, hands brushing down his chest. Heard what? In the hallway? With him. I heard what you said. My mind races as I think back through all the horrible things that were said. Corey was the drunk asshole, but it certainly wasn't my finest moment either. I grimace. Which part? Henrik leans in, his hips pressing against mine. The part where he called me a clumsy Swedish asshole. My heart skips a beat as he lowers his hand to the top of my athletic pants. Henrik, what did you say, Teddy? I lick my lips, my breathing shallow as he slips a hand inside my pants, stroking my dick over my briefs. I groan, bracing him by the arms. Oh, fuck. His thumb presses over my head until my pre-cum makes a little wet spot I know he can feel through the briefs. He hums his approval. I'm waiting. I said. My mind is reeling, too distracted by his proximity, the feel of his hands on me. I can never think when he's touching me. Fuck. I think I said if he talked shit about you again, I'd do worse than hit him. He smiles, giving my dick another teasing squeeze. And if he touched you, what then? I swallow the nerves sitting high in my throat, holding his fiery gaze. Oh, this is so fucking happening. Feeling bold, I wrap my hand around his wrist, keeping his hand in my pants. I told him I'd run him over in your car and let you fuck me on the hood. His gaze is equal parts proud and triumphant. I feel awash in the glow of his approval. He called you my boyfriend. I fight a growl, my grip on his wrist tightening. We're not boys, and you're not my friend. You are mine, Henrik. Flesh of my flesh and bone of my bone. I mean to pass through this life as your other half. He nods, his smile tender and beautiful as a fucking sunrise. Two halves made whole. I sigh, my forehead dropping to the middle of his chest. What do you need? His free hand strokes my shoulder as his thumb circles the tip of my dick again, making me twitch. Say it. Leaning away, I hold his gaze, hoping he can see how desperate I am, how needy for him. Make us whole. Right here. God, baby. This time, I'm the one begging for it. I work both hands up under his shirt, feeling the warmth of his skin against my palms. His smile falls, and my hands stop their caressing. You knew he was there tonight. You knew he was watching you. My heart stops, and the words to an apology are on the tip of my tongue. It takes everything in me to swallow them back. The old Teddy would have fallen over himself to smooth it over, make it right. Even in the car, I was ready to apologize. But in Henrik's arms, I am remade. He makes me feel confident and in control. With him, I am my truest self. With him, I trust myself. No compromises, no making myself smaller. Squaring my shoulders, I hold his gaze, I won't apologize, because I've done nothing wrong. His shitty, drunken behavior is his own problem. And I told you, he means less than nothing to me. I cup Henrik's face, desperate for him to see me in that way only he can. I would never risk what we have. Not ever. Do you believe me? His gaze is molten as he tips his chin, kissing my palm. I believe you, Mityata. There's only me for you. At his endearment, I groaned with relief, sinking against him. God, baby, yes. I cling to him with both hands, seeking a kiss. He obliges, his lips warm and inviting. I feel fevered, like I'm suddenly crawling out of my own skin. Tell me what you need. I need you to touch me everywhere he tried to touch me. Burn his memory from my skin. He swallows my plea with another heady kiss. Mouths open. We devour. Gone is all finesse. Like twin fires, we burn. His hands are everywhere, touching every part of me. Our kisses turn into mutual panting as we fight to get closer, pulling at our clothes. You're mine, he growls against my lips. My Teddy, my pure heart. Yes, I chant, jerking my athletic pants down. Yours. I don't care that my bare ass is pressed against the side of his Porsche. I just need my dick out. The cool air is a relief against the fire in my blood. I'm gasping, fisting his hair tight, shoving him to his knees. Suck me. Suck my dick, baby. Please. My man goes so willingly. He drops to the gravel with a hungry groan and grabs me by the hips, sucking my hard length to the back of his throat. Fuck! I tip my head back, lost to the sensation of him pleasuring me. His mouth is so warm and wet, his beard bristling against my sensitive skin. I weave my fingers into his thick hair, gripping tight. He likes a little roughness, likes when I guide and pull. When I start to rock with my hips, fucking his face in earnest, I'm rewarded with the most perfect humming moan that vibrates down my shaft and licks like fire up into my chest. Oh God, I'm gonna come. The stars blink overhead. Just beyond the dune, the ocean laps at the sand. Too many cadences at once. My racing heart, the lull of the waves. Henrik sucking and bobbing on my dick like he's trying to win a goddamn medal. He reaches a hand between my legs, his fingers brushing along my taint, and I buck into his mouth. Oh, fuck! I feel like a desperate teen about to get caught. I mean, we are out in the open, exposed to the wilds. My God, I think there are pumas in this part of Florida, and another car could come along at any moment. I hear them rushing past out on the highway. I see the flicker of their headlights through the fronds of the shrubby palms. We should stop. We have a perfectly good bed at home where there's no risk of getting caught. Henrik pops off my cock and stands, panting for breath. Grabbing my arm, he tugs me over to the front of a Porsche. Turn around, he growls. Hands on the hood. Gazing up at him like he's the answer to every unsolved problem of the universe, I smile. Make me. He blinks twice, translating both the words and my intention. Then he lunges. An excited laugh bursts out of me as he grabs me around the middle and turns me to face the car, shoving my shoulders down. I'm practically preening as my husband bends me over the hood of his sexy sports car, my hands splayed against the sleek blue paint. I'm so full of my own gloating, I don't even register the first slap. A surprised gasp escapes my lips as I rock forward. Then I feel the sharp, nettling sting on my ass cheek. Eyes wide, I glance over my shoulder. My husband looks just as surprised. Slowly, he shakes his head. Teddy, oh fuck, baby, do it again. His eyes flash, his split second of panic replaced once more with need. Groaning low in his throat, he slaps my ass again. Hard. It stings like a motherfucker, even as it makes my cock twitch and drip. I can't help but grab it, giving it a stroke. God, it's still wet from his mouth. Don't come until I say, he commands. I'm not nearly done with you. Whimpering, I rock into Henrik's touch as he massages my ass cheeks, giving each a firm caress. Baby, please. I want you inside me. Fuck me. I want your cock. I choke back a laugh as he slaps me again, this time on the other cheek. Folding himself over me, he wraps a hand around my throat, pulling me up until my back is flush with his chest. You'll take what I give you, he growls in my ear, nipping below until I hiss. I'll fill your ass with my cum when I'm good and ready, and not a moment before. Rush me, and we'll end the night here. I flex my hands on the hood of his car. Flash was wrong earlier. You're not the daddy type. But clearly, spanking is on the table, which, thank fucking God. He raises a brow. You really like it? Getting spanked? Fuck yes. Baby, it's so hot. I like getting choked too, but we can work our way up to that. When you really feel like having some fun, you can chase me. At the flash in his eyes, I crow inside. Oh yeah, look at you. I bet you're tripping at that, aren't you? Being the brat I am, I rock back with my hips, pressing my bare ass against his crotch. Imagine getting to chase me, pin me down, and fuck my brains out like we're two wild animals. Growling, he slams forward with his hips, rubbing his hard cock against my ass cheek as he pushes down on my shoulders. Stop trying to distract me. You don't want me to fuck you on the hood of this car. I do, I cry, turning back to face the windshield. Fuck, baby. I do. God, anything. I'm yours. I'm a mumbling mess as he finally undoes his belt. He's still in his game day suit, just without the jacket and tie, shirt sleeves rolled up. Do I need to stretch you out first? I would answer him, but he's got his hard dick in his hand, tapping it against my ass cheek, so my brain is putting all its effort into standing right now. I have lube, he goes on. I blink, glancing over my shoulder. Wait, seriously? He fishes a little packet of lube from his pocket, holding it up. I smile, feeling all warm and floaty. Well, aren't you, Mr. Prepared? Eagerly anticipating a beachside fuck, are we? He just shrugs. The guys put 100 pack of these in my locker as a joke shortly after our wedding. Look who's laughing now. My mirth settles as I sense the barest hint of his unease. He's still pretty new at this. You won't hurt me, I assure him. I trust you. Make me feel good, like only you can. Turning around, I'm content to watch our shadowy reflections in the windshield. I hear the soft crick as Henrik opens the lube packet. Then I'm gasping at the feel of his slick fingers pressing in at my asshole. Huffing out a breath, I let myself sink into a cozy little subspace. Henrik is in control now. He'll take such good care of me. He presses in with 2 fingers, stretching me open. You're so tight, Midyata. The burn of that first stretch has my dick twitching. I moan, rocking back against his hand. You'll fit. Please, baby, give me your cock. God, I need it. His fingers slip out as he mutters a soft curse in Swedish. Then he's fisting his thick shaft, letting it guide slick and heavy between my cheeks. We both groan as his tip breaches my tight outer ring of muscle. Slow, I say on a breath. He holds my hips tight enough to bruise as he rocks against me, stretching me with each thrust. Every inch of him I take has me feeling more anxious and breathless. I need to come. That's what this is. The anticipation is killing me. I need him to unleash himself on me, use me, fill me, tear me apart. I can't, he pants. I hold still, trying to search his face in our reflection. What is it? Talk to me. Can't bear it, he grits out. Need to come. I smile, triumphant. Baby, look at me. He grunts, looking down at where we're joined. God, help me. Look at me, I press. In the windshield. Look at my reflection. He glances up, seeing the shadows of us reflected by the moon and stars above. His hands on my hips soften their crushing hold. There you are, I say with a smile. Just breathe for a sec. Keep looking at me and breathe. Slowly, he begins to thrust again. I can hardly bear the pleasure of being filled so full. I brace against the hood of the Porsche with both hands as he sinks all the way. Tension coils in my gut as my own urge to come presses in on me. You're in control, I pant, moving my hips against him. No one comes until you say, just take me. Take your pleasure from me. God, take anything. With a desperate groan, Henrik wraps his hands around me, bracing against my chest. I feel his warm breath at my ear as he pants. You feel so good, min Karlak. I can't bear it. I tip my head back, exposing my neck to his lips as he fucks me in earnest. Our hips slap together as he claims me over and over. Deeper, harder. His hand grips tightly to my shoulder. Then he's rocking back on a shout. Oh God, he's fucking pounding me, and I can't get enough. His energy is so chaotic and beautiful. Speaking of chaos, I feel like a lit fuse, seconds away from detonation. The spark is sizzling closer and closer to the pile of TNT that is my waiting orgasm. My fingers are tingling, balls twitching. He's not even touching my dick yet. When he does, it's all over. Henrik! His hand shifts from my shoulder to around my neck. Then he's pulling me back, the pressure at my neck firm. My hands wrap around to reach any part of him I can. I pull on his shirt, his hair, seeking any purchase. Touch yourself, he commands. Pinch your nipples. Fuck. Breathless and trembling, I brush my hands down my chest, rubbing my thumbs over the fabric of my shirt. My nipples are peaked beneath the fabric. Then his hand is gone from my neck, and he's clawing at my shirt, up my torso, and off, tugging it over my head. I feel like I'm free-falling, arms in the air, pinned by the calves to the Porsche as he keeps his dick buried inside me. He tosses the shirt into the dirt and pulls out of me. Gasping for air, I fall forward, catching myself with my hands on the hood. My pants are wrapped around my knees, keeping me trapped. Off, he commands. Take them off. I'm dizzy with lust. God, he's fucked the sense right out of me. My pants. You want me buck naked where any passing pelican can see me? I want you spread wider, he growls in my ear. I want to get deeper. Swallowing an eager whimper, I kick off my left shoe, tugging my knee up until it comes free of my pant leg. Then Henrik grabs my thigh and spreads me wider, bending me forward back over the hood of his goddamn Porsche. My left knee balances on the sleek surface, fingers of both hands splayed. I cry out as Henrik buries himself to the hilt inside me. Fuck. Fuck. He begins to thrust again, his hands on my hips, jerking me back and back. He sinks deeper, and we both moan. The glide of his cock against my prostate has me squirming. Forget the box of TNT. Forget Icarus shooting towards the sun. I'm a fucking meteor. There's no stopping this. I told Henrik he was in control, but nothing will stop me coming now. Henrik. I chant his name, my own prayer. His hand snakes around my hip, and he finally takes my dick in hand, stroking it from root to tip. Come for me, Midieta. Feel my hand. His permission unleashes me. Clenching tight on the dick in my ass, I roll with my hips, thrusting my hard shaft into his lubed fist. Once, twice. My orgasm overtakes me, and I'm coming on a garbled shout. My warm release fills his hand as he strokes me hard, making a sticky mess all over my shaft that drips down from my balls onto the hood of a car. Taking his cum-soaked hand, Henrik roughly grabs my chin, twisting his hold on me to sink 2 fingers into my mouth. Suck. Groaning, I lick and suck my jizz from his fingers, crying out when he finally unleashes inside me. His hot cum fills me, and he rocks against my ass, keeping himself buried deep, slowly thrusting as he rides out the last cresting wave of his orgasm. My jaw hurts. My arms are shaking, and my asshole has its own heartbeat from the pounding it just took. But I feel so happy and so incredibly full. Henrik's dick slips out of me, his cum leaking down my thighs. He pulls me to him, turning me around to wrap me in a hug. I cling to him, my face pressed to his shoulder. I don't care that I'm naked with only one shoe, my pants twisted around my ankle. I'm Henrik's, claimed, body and soul. Nothing else matters. I pull away just long enough to kiss him. I love you, I whisper against his lips. Henrik, baby, I love you so much. He smiles down at me, his hands moving all over me, soothing every ache and pain. He cups my cheek, and I know this is the moment. He's finally going to say it, my man of few words. But these are words we both need. God, how I've waited for them. Teddy, He goes tense. Then he curses in Swedish, spinning me around to block me with his body. I see the bright headlights before I hear the crunching of the gravel under tires. Oh, fuck! Stay behind me, he shouts, tucking his dick back in his pants. Babe, I only have one shoe, and my pants are inside out at my ankle, and I have no shirt. But I'll be fucked if I let whoever's in that car get a shot of me hopping around on one foot with my dick flapping in the wind, trying to get my pants to go outside in. A big SUV rolls to a stop at the mouth of a parking lot, blasting rock music, headlights shining. I feel like an idiot hiding behind Henrik, both my hands on his shoulders. He stands before me, shirt ripped open, pants unbuttoned. At least his dick is tucked away. He lifts a hand, guarding his eyes from the sharp glare. He's so tense, ready to slay the steel dragon for me. The music cuts, and the passenger door opens. Someone pops out beside, standing on the rails. A wolf whistle cuts over the sound of a roaring engine. Hey, Karlsson! Hey, Ted! Having fun there, fellas? I relax, stifling a laugh. It's Chris Woodson, Henrik's teammate. Fuck, Woody! Henrik shouts. Cut the goddamn headlights. Nah, we'll head back out, he calls back with a wave. Leave you two lovebirds at it. Jake just wanted to make sure you weren't out here burying bodies or some shit. Wait, we? I shout. Who the hell is we? Polly's driving, he calls back as Polly taps the horn. And we brought Flash, Boosh, and DeGraw just in case. Someone waves out the other window. Hey, Ted. Yep. I think that's Hunter. Fucking perfect. How did you even know where to find us? Henrik shouts. Phone GPS, Woody calls back. Jake has us all linked, remember? You two have fun. Don't get caught, one of the guys yells from the back seat. You know, again. Woody slips back into the SUV, and the rock music blasts up again. Polly whips them around in a tight circle. Then they shoot back out onto the beach highway in a crunch of gravel, leaving Henrik and I standing here breathless, mostly naked, and covered in cum. I give Henrik's shoulder a squeeze. Any chance of them ever letting us live this down? Henrik shakes his head. No, never. It only takes a moment before we're both cracking up, laughing so hard we cry as we find the rest of my discarded clothes, stumble back into the Porsche, and race away from the scene of our first crime.
69. Henrik. How do you feel? I ask in Swedish. Watching Carolina flex her hand, newly without its purple cast. Strange, she murmurs, rotating her wrist to evade a doctor's shoulder. My bone isn't broken anymore. No, your body healed itself. I brush a hand down her thick Dutch braid, kissing the top of her head. You're so strong, mit lilla lam. But not my leg, right? Not yet, but soon. And then I can do ballet again? And go to school? Of course. Mr. Torres says you're doing wonderfully well with your English lessons. He thinks you'll be ready for American school in January. And ballet? Her brow furrows with that serious look of a child determined to have her way. Emma Langley is doing a recital with her ballet school of Swan Lake this Christmas. The Langleys invited us to attend. It's all Carolina has been able to talk about for days. I nod again, offering her a patient smile. As soon as your doctor clears you for athletic activity, we'll enroll you in ballet. Miss Maria is saving a spot for you in Emma's class. Emma says they do classes for daddies and daughters too. Would you go with me more, bro? I can show you how to play. It's not hard. I chuckle. Of course I will. Can Teddy come too? He was supposed to be here with us this morning, but he agreed to help cover for Brady to the end of the week. He should be home by lunchtime. We're celebrating Carolina's big milestone tonight with Hannah and Torres. Hot dogs and ice cream on the beach. Carl's choice. Her face falls as she drops her hand to her lap. What's wrong, Lam? She glances up at me through her lashes. Do you love him? Daddy? Of course I do. Why would you ask me that? Her bottom lip quivers. He told Miss Shea you don't. My heart stops. What? Then did you hear this? On the phone. He says you won't say it, and it makes him sad. I groan, crossing my arms. It's possible she misheard their English. Or if she only heard Teddy, then she only heard one side. But why would Teddy talk of such things where Carolina might hear? And why discuss it with his sister instead of talking with me directly? I glanced down at Carl. And why were you listening to his private conversation? She pouts. Are you mad? Sighing, I sink back in my chair. No, Lam, I'm not mad. I didn't mean to listen. Honest. I just woke up. I place a hand on her shoulder and give it a squeeze. Carl, look at me. She looks up, bottom lip still quivering. If you don't say you loved him, they go. But Prince Derek didn't say it, and Odette left. Then the monster got her. If you don't say it, Teddy will go. I don't want Teddy to go. He has to stay. I'll say it, I assure her, brushing my hand down her long braid again. I'm getting better at braiding. My skills are nothing near as accomplished as Teddy's, but I can now manage a passable French braid, a Dutch braid, even a fishtail. You have to, she says again, her eyes narrowed at me. I will, I repeat, feeling very much like I've been chastised by my bossy older sister. Thinking of Pietra, I sigh. Your uncle is an old Swedish fart, Carolina. She giggles. I'm not used to saying what I feel, I admit. Your mother was always so much better at it than me. And Mama, she always says exactly what she thinks and feels. You and Pietra get that from her. I miss Mama, she murmurs, and I miss Mama. I wrap my arm around her. I miss your Mama too, Lamb, every day, so much. And Mama. We'll go visit her in the spring, yeah? As soon as my hockey season is over, we'll show Teddy the lake and the beach. We'll take him looking for mushrooms. She sits up with an excited smile. And you in the backen? I smile. Of course. She and Pietra had season passes to the Little Children's Discovery Center in Stockholm. I got them for Carolina as a third birthday present. I want Teddy to stay forever. He won't leave if you tell him he can stay. My smile widens as I picture the two of them laughing and playing together, practicing ballet in the mirror. Years from now, they'll argue over homework, and he'll complain she drives too fast in my car. I can see it all. I see a future for the three of us, warm and bright. It's not the future any of us expected, but now it's the future we all deserve. I glance down at her, nudging her with my elbow. And me, Lam? Do you want to stay with me forever, too? She takes my hand. I have to. Why? She shrugs. You were sad before I came, Marbrew. You're not sad anymore. Wiping away my unexpected tears, I look to the ceiling and say nothing, letting my niece hold my hand. The elevator door opens on our floor, and I push Carolina out to see Hannah waiting for us at the end of the hall. She scrambles off the floor at first sight of us, phone in hand. Her eyes look puffy, like she's been crying. Hannah, look! Carl calls in Swedish, waving her uncasted arm in the air. It's all better now. Look at you, Hannah coos, finding her a smile. All the while she casts me a look of warning that has my stomach sinking. What is it? I say, reaching in my pocket for the keys. Why are you here so early? I pause, glancing around. And why are you waiting in the hall? Did you lose your key? No. I guess I didn't feel right about just going in. She clutches to her phone. Is Teddy not with you? He had to cover someone at work. She steps back. I think I'll come back later then. No, stay. Her eyes go wide at my command, giving me all the proof I need that something is definitely wrong. Come in, Caro calls in English as I push her inside the apartment. We were gonna make you cannibale, but then we had to go to the hockey because someone lost an elbow glove, and then I went to play with Emma. Anna glances from Caro to me. Sometimes, between the constant switching from English to Swedish, things get a little lost in translation. You're welcome to come in, I assure her, gentling my tone. Then you can tell me what's wrong. So you haven't seen then? You don't know? Seen what? She glances from me to Caro again. Groaning, I take the hint. Start the coffee. I'll get her settled in. By the time I have Carolina on the couch with a plate of apple slices and a princess movie, Hannah is in the kitchen, clutching to a mug of coffee. What happened? I say again, taking the other prepared cup. Oh, Henrik, she cries. It's so awful. How have you not heard? Show me. Setting her mug of coffee on the island, she unlocks her phone and hands it to me. On the screen is an article. On thin ice, inside the public freefall of the NHL's most private player. My frown deepens as I read. It's a scathing expose article on me. In the first paragraph, the author calls me a loose cannon and a PR liability. There are pictures from Rips last night, Teddy tucked under my arm, grainy photos of Lamont exiting the bar with a bloody face. Between my fight on the ice with that rookie during the Golden Knights game, yes, there are pictures of that too, and my brawl with Lamont last night, they're calling me violent and dangerous. Somehow the author even tracked down evidence of my recently broken endorsement deal. They argue inside sources say the brand broke ties with me because I was bad for their image. No mention at all of our scheduling conflict. Every word of the article is malicious, salacious, and completely unfounded. There is no truth to any of this, I say, holding the phone out for Hannah, but she shakes her head. Keep scrolling. I flick with my thumb, letting more of the story zip past. I stop on a new set of images. One is of me, Hannah, and Caro at the ice cream shop a few weeks ago. We meet there all the time for her to take Cara before I headed off to practice. The pictures make it look like I'm kissing her. Well, I am kissing her, but only her cheek, and only in greeting. There's a shot of us laughing together, us smiling, each holding one of Caro's hands as we walk down the pier. We look like a happy little family. Our outfits are different in every shot, which plays perfectly into the narrative that Hannah and I must be secret lovers, engaging in a weeks-long tryst. I sigh. Hannah, I'm so sorry. Why are they doing this? She says through her tears. To make money, I imagine. Why else? But it's not true. None of this is, right? Of course not. I hold out her phone. I'm only sorry you were dragged into it. She takes the phone and steps away, wrapping her arms around her middle. But why are they taking pictures of us? Of Carolina? Can it even be legal? Yes, it's legal. They blurred her face out of the pictures they published. But it's so cruel. So irresponsible. My frustration rises. I know. It all just feels so violating. She goes on. I didn't know what to do. I woke up to all these alerts from family and friends. Those pictures are everywhere, Henrik. Someone tried to tag me in them on Instagram. On the way over here, I got a request to do an interview. My anger flares. Say nothing. You will only fuel their fire. Best to let this all die out. She shakes her head. Teddy must hate me. He doesn't. Or he won't when he finds out. He knows it's not true, too. As if speaking his name is a summons, the front door opens, and Teddy comes charging in. His locks are a mess, half up, half down, and he looks like he sprinted here from the parking garage. Teddy! Carolina cries in welcome, waving with her whole arm. Look, I got my cast off. He rattles his keys down in the tray and kicks off his shoes. That's great, honey, but I gotta talk to Marlboro for a second. He jogs into the kitchen, letting out a breath as he lowers his voice. What the actual fucking fuck is going on? I sigh. I take it you know. Of course I know. My phone went crazy with all my sisters calling at once. They were ready to come down here and barbecue you until I called them off. Hannah burst into tears. Teddy, I'm so sorry. His eyes go wide as she stumbles into his arms on a stifled sob. He tries to soothe her, patting her back. Hey, it's okay. Hannah, we know this has nothing to do with you, okay? They made me look so awful, she says through her sniffles. But I would never, Teddy, I'd never break up a marriage. My dad cheated on my mom and left the family when I was 9. So I know that pain. You have to believe me. We do, I assure her, stepping closer. But Teddy holds up a warning hand, keeping me back. Best to just let her have a good cry. Proximity to me will likely only make it worse. You saw the article? I say at him. Oh, I saw. The articles, the videos, the stupid fucking photo diaries. Who knew he had such a bad boy streak, huh? He teases, still patting Han's back. I guess I bring it out in him. We'll have to get him a motorcycle to go with his leather jacket. Hannah makes a sound between a laugh and a sob. We need to call Poppy, he says over her shoulder. She needs to know, if she doesn't already. I lean my hip against the island, sipping my coffee. I resign myself to taking it with milk and sugar. Teddy and Hannah won't prepare it any other way. At this point, I don't know what else we can do, other than let it all die down naturally. The fires of controversy always flame out. But this isn't just idle gossip now. Hen, this is serious. They have pictures and inside accounts. All meritless, I growl. Idle gossip about us is one thing. Proof that you're violent, That you're a dangerous liability? This could ruin your chances at future endorsement deals. Hell, it could get you traded. The Rays won't want to carry the weight of your new bad boy reputation if it will reflect poorly on them. Neither will any brands looking to keep a family-friendly image. Hannah pulls away from him, her mascara running as she turns to me. Oh, God, this could get you traded? Teddy winces, patting her shoulders. Still not your fault, he assures her. Before I can respond, my phone starts buzzing in my pocket. I check the caller ID and see my dad's name. I look to Teddy, holding up the phone. I have to take this. His eyes go wide. Is it Poppy? Aylin? My dad? Turning away from the kitchen, I walk down the hall and accept the call. Hey, Dad. Oh, Henrik, what have you done? Closing the door to the bedroom, I sit down on the edge of the bed and try for a tone of levity. I take it the story about my new devilish reputation has arrived in Sweden. This is no laughing matter, son. A reporter came to the house this afternoon. My heart stops. But he asked all kinds of questions, upsetting your mother, confusing her with rumors of your infidelity. The questions played with the holes in her memory. She told him you weren't married. She's been crying all evening. Now she keeps asking for Pietra. My rage surges. Why did you let him in? Why did you speak to the reporter at all? I told you. Never talk to the press. I didn't, he retorts. Your mother let him in while I was out in the yard. The man said he was writing an article about your hockey career. He asked for pictures from your time in the SHL. I groan. Dad, any pictures he could ever need are already publicly available. Or he could contact the teams I played for directly. Same for the NHL. He doesn't need to go to my mother. Yes, well, you know how she gets confused. By the time I came inside, she'd already set him down with coffee. She denied you were married. I assured him that you were. Then he kept asking whether you had a violent nature as a child, which upset her greatly. He was trying to get a new angle on the story making the rounds in the American papers. He showed us the pictures of you and that poor nurse. Dad goes on. Henrik, infidelity is so distasteful. I'll admit, I'm surprised at you. It's not true, I shout. Dad, I am very happily married to Teddy. Hannah is our employee. She's Carolina's nurse. Nothing inappropriate has ever taken place, not even close. Well, why put yourself in the position to be compromised in the first place? If greeting someone on a public street is proof of infidelity, then we are all unfaithful every day of our lives. We're both quiet for a moment. My chest rises and falls with each breath as I clench my fist, trying to calm down. Son, we're just worried about you, he finally says. You've been so careful to keep your reputation all about hockey. I huff a laugh, shaking my head. No, Dad. All I had was hockey. What? Rising to my feet, I pace into the bathroom. Before Carolina came to stay with me, before Teddy, all I had was hockey. It was my whole life. Well, you were dedicated. I was a ghost. Practicing games, planes, buses, hotel rooms. I had no life, Dad. No friends, no focus, no dreams, no plans. Nothing outside of hockey and the four of you. Then Pietra died, and I wanted the earth to swallow me too. But then Teddy and Caro came into my life, and now? Dad waits. And now, son? I smile, looking around at the mess in my bathroom. Teddy's hair products are piled on the edge of the counter. Carl's bath toys litter the floor of the shower. My gaze settles on the lonely sink, and I laugh, dragging a hand through my hair. God, Dad, now I have so many plans.
70. Teddy. Well, we're right back where we fucking started, sitting on the couch in Poppy's office, waiting for her to tell us how she's going to make this all go away again. The only difference is that her lovely, chatty receptionist has been replaced by a highly competent Korean college student named Yoon Hee. Henrik sits next to me, looking as relaxed as I have ever seen him. Why is he not more upset about all this? Why isn't he freaking out? It's been 2 days and Hannah is still a mess. Now Poppy is pacing, and I feel like I have gravel churning in my stomach. But he's just sitting there, sipping the coffee he brought us, looking like he doesn't have a care in the world. He catches my anxious stare and smiles, placing a hand on my thigh. Can't even go away for 3 weeks without it all going to hell in a handbasket, Poppy mutters, still pacing. Sorry, Poppy. She spins around in her heels. Oh, Teddy, don't you apologize, honey. This isn't your fault. It's not your fault either, she quickly adds at Henrik. The press is just, well, the worst. But what else is freaking new? But you have an idea? I shift to the edge of the couch. Some plan to get us out of this? Some way to spin it all in Henrik's favor? She huffs, dropping down in the chair opposite us. I'll not deny it, boys. This really is a rotten kettle of fish. These tabloid vultures aren't doing you any favors, and the story we were trying to avoid got out in the end. Which story is that? I say. Over the last couple days, more articles have been published. Internet sleuths even pulled pictures from my time as an intern. I didn't know they existed. Action shots of Henrik on the ice, me watching from the bench. There's even one of him walking off a bus on a game, me a few steps behind. He's stoic and aloof, completely unobtainable, while I look like a puppy, panting at his heels. Frankly, they are embarrassing. More embarrassing than half the guys finding us with my pants around my ankles. At least at the beach I was thoroughly fucked. The intern-era photos showed just how hopeless and desperate I really was. Poppy gestures to the spread of articles on the coffee table between us. These photos act as a sort of timeline. At best, the stories make it look like Henrik took advantage of you, preying on your innocence as an intern. I snort. My innocence? Yeah, I lost that back in middle school. At worst, she goes on, these new articles are still painting your quickie marriage as a sham designed to help Henrik gain custody of Carolina. Your mother saying you're not married hasn't helped. My mother is unwell, Henrik replies. The Swedish press already issued a retraction, correcting her words. I know, she goes on, but pair that little speed bump with the infidelity rumors, the proof of violence, and the broken endorsement deals, and it's not looking good. She pauses at Henrik's ringing phone. It buzzes on the coffee table, and I see Ellen's name on the caller ID. Oh, fuck. He glances sharply at me before looking to Poppy. I have to take this. Please. She waves her hand. Be my guest. He brings the phone to his ear and answers in Swedish, his tone clipped. In moments, he's turning it on speaker and setting it on the coffee table. Then he switches to English. Poppy, this is my lawyer in Sweden, Ellen Ågren. Ellen, I have you here with Teddy and my team publicist. Hello, comes her soft voice. Hey, Ellen. I wave at the phone, even though she can't see me. What update do you have for us? Says Henrik. She sighs, and my heart drops from my chest. I'm sorry, but it's not good news. I grip his knee. What news? He presses, covering my hand with his. I've just been on the phone with Carolina's caseworker. There are concerns about your suitability to be her primary guardian. Based on what? He challenges. Fabricated articles in sports tabloids, the manipulation of my mother, social media posts. There are concerns about your recent displays of violence, on and off the ice. My God, violence on the ice is his literal job, I cry. He's a professional hockey player, for Christ's sake. And off it. Henrik sits forward. Ellen, the stories have it wrong. It wasn't a drunken brawl between rival teams. I stepped in when a drunken Blackhawks player attempted to sexually assault my husband. Does the Swedish government now hold with assault? He assaulted you, Teddy? There's proof of this? I glance from Poppy back to the phone. He tried, but like Henrik said, he was drunk and his team had just lost. It doesn't excuse anything, but I don't want to press charges. We have 5 witnesses to the altercation, Henrik goes on, including the team captains of both the Rays and the Chicago Blackhawks. Clearing her throat, Poppy sits forward. Miss... Ogren, Poppy St. James here. I've spoken to the head of PR over at the Blackhawks personally, and they assure me Mr. Lamont will not be pressing any charges. To do so would mean legal retaliation, and Mr. Lamont is the one at fault here. Not Henrik, and certainly not Teddy. There's not a judge in the state of Florida who would rule otherwise. Can you get me something in writing to that effect, including witness statements? I can, Poppy assures her. Ellen is quiet for a moment. I think she might be taking notes. By sharing your marriage license publicly, we've put the gossip about you not being married to rest. But there's still the matter of a rumored infidelity. You must know how serious this is in cases of child welfare. The rules about paramours being introduced to children are quite strict. There is no infidelity, Henrik says over her. Miss Nielsen works for us. She's our in-home nurse for Carolina. Yes, I have that noted here. But she stays in the home with you? She shares guardianship of Carolina? No, she works in the home, I clarify. But she's no more a guardian than Caro's teacher, Mr. Torres. Or is he part of this dark web of infidelity too? Henrik squeezes my hand. Poppy sits forward again. Miss Ogren, how serious is this? They can't really be considering revoking Henrik and Teddy's custody, can they? It's too cruel for words. Heart in my throat, I slap my other hand atop Henrik's on my knee, bracing for the tsunami wave. They can, Ellen replies. They are. Oh, God. Tears burn my eyes. But Henrik lunges forward, grabbing the phone off the table. Ellen, clarify. They're considering revoking custody, or they are revoking custody. They're still just considering, she replies. I let out a breath, my hand pressed to my chest. My heart is racing and I feel sick. Ellen tells them to come again, Henrik declares. What? They must come again and interview us all. Henrik, I will not have the custody of my niece determined by baseless tabloid articles and meritless speculation. They will come, and they will interview everyone in Carolina's life, everyone who has been close to her these past months. Nurse Hannah and Mr. Torres, the Langleys, Frank at the ice cream shop, her doctors and PTs. Everyone will tell you what you already know. My niece is happy and loved. Surely there must be a way, Poppy chimes. Given the public nature of Henrik's job, these are certainly unprecedented circumstances. A second home study seems only fair. The team would cooperate in any way you need. Ellen is quiet for a moment. I'll ask them to schedule another home visit. Henrik lets out a breath, sinking back against the couch. Thank you. All we want is a fair chance. In the end, these media stories will play themselves out. When the dust settles, Teddy and I will still be here, loving and caring for Carolina. Because we are family. And I will fight for my family. I'll do whatever it takes. I still have tears in my eyes, but now I'm smiling, looking at my husband with such pride glowing in my chest. He's so good to us, good for us, so quiet and principled and strong. It's crazy to think that just a few months ago, I was more worried about Burning Man and trips to Thailand. Henrik and Caro have taken every single one of my life plans and flipped them inside out. I don't care what we do, so long as we're together. I'll move to Sweden and dance around a maypole. I'll eat pickled herring with my breakfast. Hell, I'll even learn to knit. Okay, I won't actually be doing the second one, but the other stuff sounds cool. In the end, Henrik's right. It only matters that we are together. He switches to Swedish, his voice measured and controlled as he plans with his lawyer. All the while, he keeps one hand on my thigh. Firm, unwavering. For 6 years, the idea of Henrik Karlsson was a fantasy. I painted him as perfect in my mind, timeless and untouchable. I still can't believe I now have the real thing. But he's no longer perfect to me. He's moody and taciturn, slow to change. Sometimes he leaves his beard trimmings in the sink. He's completely tone deaf and annoyingly prompt. He's perfectly imperfect. And he's mine. He was a dream. Now he's my home. And I will fight for him too. I'll fight for our little girl and the life we're building. Because he's right. We belong together, the three of us. Family.
71. Henrik. Cheryl, the social worker, sits at the kitchen table across from me, her fingernails clicking on her keyboard. She wears rings on all her fingers and bangles on both wrists that clink faintly each time she moves. She's interviewing us for our second home study report. We've been at this for an hour, with no end in sight. Teddy has already refilled each of our coffee mugs twice. On his third attempt, Cheryl covered the top of her mug with her hand. Any more Java, and I'll be cartwheeling out of here. Now he sits next to me, his knee bouncing with nervous energy. He had his time in the hot seat yesterday. She interviewed him for over 3 hours, asking a range of questions about his early life, his upbringing, his current relationship with his family. She quizzed him in detail on his connections to his nieces and nephews, his experiences as a parental figure. They talked of Carolina, of what she means to him. I listened with pride as he spouted off everything from her favorite food to her second favorite ballet position. He then provided Cheryl with the rank order of Carl's preferred stuffed animals, which included all their names and magical abilities. So far, she's asked me similar questions. I've spoken of my young life in Sweden, my relationship with Pietro, my early hockey career. From what we've found, your sister may know well, she goes on. In the event of her passing, did Pietro want you to have custody of Carolina? Do you believe that was her wish? Without question, I reply. Why? I consider for a moment, unraveling the threads of my grief from the facts of the case as best I can. Next to me, Teddy squeezes my hand in encouragement. I loved my sister with all that I am. She was the older sibling, but she relied on me. How so? She never had the patience for organization, and she loathed anything so mundane as the routine of paying bills or planning ahead. Even before her death, I was already caring for them both. In what ways? I paid for her apartment, her car, Carolina's school. I made sure they wanted for nothing. As our parents' health has declined, I've cared for them too. Pietra knew that if anything happened to her, I would continue to care for Carolina. Since her death, all that has changed is geography. Now Carolina lives in the home with me. And how are you liking the change? I swallow a sip of my coffee. Pardon? To go from being her uncle, paying the bills, to becoming her live-in guardian is a huge step for you both. I'm asking how you've weathered the change. Have there been disruptions to your life? Your patterns of behavior? Every pattern of my life has been completely disrupted, but it doesn't follow that such disruptions are unwelcome, and are not all her fault. I add, glancing at Teddy. Can you give me an example of how a pattern has changed, and how you've reacted? I consider for a moment, setting my coffee aside. My nighttime routine has certainly changed. Can you explain? I smile, leaning back in my chair. Before Teddy and Carolina came to live with me, I lived alone. My nights not traveling or playing hockey were spent quietly in my apartment. I may have listened to a podcast while I exercised on my stationary bike, after which I stretched and showered. Then I brushed my teeth, and it was lights out by 10 o'clock. And now? I glanced at Teddy again, and he chuckles. Just tell her, babe. I turned back to Cheryl. Now, my nights home are full of baking, bedazzling, and bath time, in that order. And Carolina and Teddy each have a nightly hair and skincare regimen that would rival a Hollywood starlet. Cheryl laughs. Do you participate? Oh, yes. I've been enrolled in the Teddy O'Connor School for Uncles Who Can't Do Hair. She laughs again. My, that sounds serious. It's grueling. I reply. Compared with learning to braid hair, competing in the last Winter Olympics was a breeze. Would you consider these new routines an unwelcome change to your daily life? Do you ever resent them? I stare down at the table, my mind filling with the sounds of Teddy and Carl's laughter and singing, echoing around my bathroom. Teddy standing at the sink, spritzing his locks. Carl sitting in the shower with Barbies on her lap, her casted arm and leg carefully wrapped to keep out the water. No, the chaos they bring to each day is now more precious to me than any cheering crowd, any professional accolade. Cheryl smiles, her eyes going misty. That's a lovely thought, Henrik. It's the truth. Before Teddy and Carolina, I lived to work. My apartment was a place where I marked time, waiting to go back on the ice. And now? Now I work to live. I'm one of the last in and first out. I do my job, and I do it well. And I still love hockey, don't get me wrong. But my life is so much more now. I look to Teddy, squeezing his hand. I could never resent them, and I'll never take them for granted. Teddy's smile is dazzling as he looks at me, tears in his eyes. His love shines out like a beacon. Across the table, Cheryl furiously types on her tablet. Would you consider yourself a violent person, Henrik? I go still, my cup of coffee halfway to my lips. What? Cheryl looks up over her tablet. Her tortoise-shell-framed reading glasses have slipped to the tip of her nose. There was recently a report made about an incident that happened at Riptide's Bar and Grill. You were involved in an altercation? No one pressed charges. Teddy is quick to say. It was all a big misunderstanding. I grimace, setting my coffee down. Cheryl looks to me. You became violent with a man who was being violent with Teddy. Is that correct? Teddy sucks in a breath, his bouncing knee freezing to stone. That's correct, I reply. Teddy was cornered coming out of the bathroom by another hockey player who was trying to press sexual advances on him. Teddy rebuffed the man, and the man got agitated. He pushed Teddy against the ball and called him a whore and a tease, among other things. And you attacked him? I stopped him from further attacking Teddy. I correct. Why not call for help? Surely the restaurant manager could have intervened. Or you could have called the police. I huff, shaking my head. You know nothing about the situation. Teddy winces, giving me a pained look. But I won't feign politeness. Not about this. It's too important. What don't I know? She replies. Her tone is open, non-judgmental. She's genuinely seeking my answer. I take a deep breath and let it out. You're assuming there was time for me to go through the motions of seeking out a higher authority, like a manager or the police. But have you ever heard your partner cry out in fear, Cheryl? No, she murmurs. I haven't. Then you don't know what she would have done in my position. She nods, conceding the point. And my partner is a black man, Cheryl. Add to that, he's gay. Do you really think it would have been safer for me to sit back and call in the support of a police officer while my black gay husband was being attacked by a white man? A man with the multi-million-dollar contract on the line and the might of an NHL franchise at his back. You really think that would have de-escalated the situation? Probably not, she replies, eyes on her tablet. I knew I could handle it. I go on. I've been handling men like Lamont all my life. There's violence inherent to a sport like hockey, it's true. Sometimes the quickest way to solve a problem on or off the ice is just to tackle the man and wail on him for 30 seconds. I found it's a useful tool for behavior modification, but for all grown men, usually wearing protective equipment. And I promise you, he gave as good as he got. I leaned forward, elbow on the table. But if you're questioning whether I know where the line is, if you're implying I may turn the violence of my sport onto my own family, I'll have to politely tell you to go fuck yourself. She blinks, leaning away. Next to me, Teddy groans. Henrik. I love my niece, I say over him, shrugging his hand off my shoulder. I love her more than my own life. I would never raise a hand to her in anger, not ever, just as I would die before I raise a hand in anger at Teddy. They are my reasons for breathing. I will protect him from any harm, but I will never be the harm. Carolina is safe with me, so is Teddy. In that moment, in the bar, tackling that brute to the ground with my own 2 hands was the most effective way to keep my Teddy safe. And before you ask, yes, I would do it again. Smiling weakly, Teddy places his hand on mine on the table and gives it a squeeze. Understood, Cheryl replies, typing down a few notes on her tablet. I glance to Teddy, and he gives me a nod of reassurance. I squeeze his hand back and we wait. After a few tense moments, Cheryl looks up over her tablet. Tell me about how you two first met. Teddy is all smiles as he stretches back in his chair. Do you want to start, or should I? I pick up my mug of coffee, taking a sip of the lukewarm brew. I'll start. Cheryl looks to me, her fingers poised over her keyboard, ready to type. The first thing you need to know about Teddy is that he has expensive and terrible taste in coffee. 72. Henrik. Pressure good? Lying face down on the massage table, I grunt something that sounds like a scent as the PT intern Cassidy glides her thumbs up the column of my neck. You're carrying quite a bit of tension, she explains as she works. Astute observation. It's been a week since the social worker interviewed us all again. A week and we've heard nothing. Before it would have been in my nature to sit and wait. Having Caro has changed that in me. Now there can be no waiting quietly while our fate is decided by other people. I have to do something. I have to fix this. I can't just lie here with my head metaphorically in the sand. If you could just try to relax, Cassidy says in a soothing tone. But I can't relax. If anything, my shoulders tighten as she pushes down with her thumbs. Why don't we try taking a few deep breaths? She offers after another minute. It's no use. Lying here is only making me more frustrated. I'll get no relief from a massage today. I have to get up. I can't call Cheryl, and it's too late to call Elin in Sweden. Perhaps I'll go for a run. Is something wrong, Mr. Karlsson? Before I can reply, the door opens. Knock, knock, asshole. Novi lets himself in, turning up the dimmed lights. Hey, you almost done in here, bud? Flustered, Cassidy steps back. We have this room reserved for another 30 minutes, I think. Really? Well, by my watch, you're done. But tell you what, he says over her. I keep an open tab down at the coffee cart. Why don't you go get yourself a little afternoon pick-me-up? Leave me and Karlsson here alone to talk hockey for a minute. Assistant captain stuff. Very secret. My groan echoes into facehole. Both of you can go. Thanks, Cass. You're a treasure, Novi calls, ushering her from the room and closing the door with a snap. I sit up to find him leaning against the door, arms crossed. Muttering a curse in Swedish, I swing my legs off the table. Neither of us cares that I'm dressed in nothing but my boxer briefs. What do you want, Novikov? He stares me down. Do we have a problem, you and me? No. He chuckles, dragging a hand through his hair, still damp from his shower. We finished up practice less than an hour ago. Yeah, see, only I don't believe you. Why not? Because you just called me Novikov. You guys only do that when you're pissed at me for something. Except Mars. He only ever called me Novikov. But even you call me Novi. I sigh, my shoulders prickling with all this unresolved tension. It's not about you. His eyes narrow. Then what is it? I've skated with this man for 6 years now, and while I wouldn't say we're friends, we've always been friendly. He doesn't mind my awkwardness, and he always invites me to things. And yet, we've never shared in each other's confidences. Not once in over 6 years has he sought me out to ask me about my feelings or the state of our relationship. So I start now. I cross my arms over my naked chest, glaring at him. What's your game, Novikov? He chuckles. And we're right back to Novikov. See what I mean? Okay, so spill. What did I do? Nothing. Sure. Except Coley has the emotional sonar abilities of a freaking dolphin, and he thinks you're upset with me. I told him he was crazy, and he told me I had to come set a few things straight. Are you listening? I grunt with annoyance as he holds up a finger in my face. Number one, what's happening with your niece fucking sucks. I don't know how you've been able to stay so calm about it. If someone was threatening to take my kids from me, I'd already be in jail for going full Punisher on their asses. I lean away, surprised by the vehemence in his tone. After a moment, I sigh, giving him my truth. If I appear outwardly calm, you should know that it's a thin mask I bear, growing thinner by the day. I can well fucking believe it. Which leads me to point number 2. I'm sorry about the massage stuff. What? You know, yanking your chain about Teddy and his magic massages. It's no mystery that I like to tease. Coley and I sort of get each other off on the whole jealousy kink thing. Usually it's super fun. I swear to God, when that man gets wound tight enough, he can pound me into another fucking dimension. I scowl at him. Fast forward, Nov. He snorts, checking the time on his watch. Right, well, that's my point. It's just teasing. I have no interest in Teddy, Karlsson. It's important to me that you know that. Coley's the only man I've ever been with. He's fucking it for me. He and Poppy are my world. The rest is just my excess flirting energy. He adds with a wave of his hand. It has to come out of me, or I'll fucking burst, you know? And you and Ted have just been easy targets. But with everything else you got going on, I don't think you need to be teased right now. By me, or anyone else. So that leads me to point number 3. I sigh. Christ, you have a third point? He grins. I do. His smile falls as he points beyond the door. Whatever else happens with your kid, don't fuck this up. I glance at the door. Fuck what up? What else, asshole? Teddy. Despite myself, my jealousy bristles at the look of intensity in his eyes. Just say what you really came to say. I can sense we finally come to the heart of it. He crosses his arms. All right, I will. When I look at you, Karlsson, do you know what I see? I hold his glare. No. I see myself. I see who I was 6 years ago, before Poppy and Cole flipped my life inside out. When I get scared, when things feel too heavy, I run. I've always been a runner. My running is a physical flight. You're a runner too, but you run here. He taps the side of his temple with the finger. My racing mind trips at his accusation, and I let out an audible breath, leaning away in surprise. Novi smirks. Yeah, I see you running in there. You've been running for weeks. Thinking, plotting, scheming, second-guessing. But you and I are lucky, Karlsson. We picked partners who will run with us. Hell, I imagine Teddy's anxiety can run circles around yours all damn day. But there's something I've learned sharing my life with Poppy and Cole. Apparently I'm now accepting life advice from Lucas Novikov. What have you learned? The gift isn't that they can keep up with us, he explains. It's not. He shakes his head. Nope. The gift is that they're the only thing in this life we want to run to, not from. So run to him, Karlsson. Whatever else happens, never stop. Before I can respond, there's another knock on the door, and Novi leaps to pull it open. Hey, there he is. One-armed, he pulls Teddy into the room. Teddy sees me all but naked on the table, and his eyes go wide. He glances between us, clearly looking for the other PT. You told me to meet you here? Am I interrupting something? Nope, Novi replies, his tone cheery. I only beat you here by a minute. Cassidy just left. Actually, this is a bit of a bait-and-switch situation. Classic Novi, right? I'm a scoundrel. But hopefully this time you won't mind, because I've decided to donate my last Teddy massage to Karlsson. Poor guy begged and pleaded with me for long enough that I just had to give in. Teddy and I both stiffen, glancing from each other back to Novi. "But I can't massage Henrik at work," he says, his tone very. "Which is why the schedule will still read that it's me in here with you," Novi replies with a wink, "when in fact, I will now be sneaking up to Poppy's office to fuck her on her desk. It's her own fault for wearing those heels with the ankle strappy things. She knows I can't resist. We'll all taste a bit of afternoon delight, and no one needs to ever know. Deal?" Teddy waits for me to make the decision. Novi's last words fill my mind, taking up all the space I was using for worrying and overthinking. Run to him, never stop. Locking eyes with my Teddy, I hold out my hand. "Come here." He steps right past Novi, so easily drawn in by my quiet command. I part my knees and lure him closer. He doesn't stop until his thighs hit the table. Then he's in my arms, his hands brushing over my bare shoulders as I cup his face and kiss him, staking my claim. I barely register the door closing as Novi leaves the room. After a few more moments of kissing, Teddy pulls away. "Wait, what really happened before I came in here just now? What did he say?" I smile, brushing my thumb over his parted lips. "He apologized for teasing us." "Really?" I nod. "I think he's grown a conscience since Poppy and Morrow broke into his home and moved himself in." He grins. "Hard to believe, but I think you might be right." He glances around the room. It's little more than a repurposed closet, barely big enough for the massage table, with overhead lights set on a dimmer switch. There are 4 of these rooms situated along the same wall in the PT suite. "Should we... I mean, he was obviously joking, right? We can't do a massage in here. We could get in trouble." Teddy speaks sense. Rules are rules. But now I have him in my arms, and all that worrying I was doing has finally eased. My God, Lucas Novikov is right. But Teddy, it's like the chaos of the world stops, and my racing thoughts quiet. With Teddy, I find stillness. Only with Teddy do I find peace. I smile, brushing his locks off his shoulder. "No more trouble than fucking you over the hood of my car at the public beach." He blushes. Exactly the reaction I wanted. I love the way the warmth blooms in his cheeks under that soft spray of freckles. Each one is a fleck of caramel I want to taste. As he notes the hungry look on my face, a nervous smile spreads on his. "What's gotten into you?" "Hopefully you," I tease. "After my massage, of course." He snorts a laugh, pulling away. "Are you serious right now? You're finally going to let me massage you?" Feeling lighter than I have in days, I flip onto my stomach and place my face back in the cushion cutout, lock the door, and dim the lights. I listen to him move around the room. The soft click of the door lock already has my cock twitching. I regret lying so eagerly on my stomach, pinning it to the table with my hips. Music starts up on the Bluetooth speaker. Cassidy was playing something that sounded like spa music. Teddy plays smooth, soft jazz. Novi and I had agreed on an hour-long full-body massage. Is that what you'd like as well? His tone is clinical. My sweet man. He's trying so hard to be professional. Determined to rattle him, I shrug a shoulder. Let's just see how long we last. What does that mean? I can't imagine we'll make it more than 15 minutes before you're asking me to suck your cock. I wince, as he twists his fingers into my hair and pulls my head up and out of the face cradle, forcing me to look at him. He doesn't bother hiding his smile or the heat in his eyes. Keep pushing me when I'm just trying to do my job, and we won't get to the part where I ask. I'll just flip you over right now, jerk that ass to the end of the table, and make you take me. Before I can respond, he lets me go, and my head plops back into the cradle. I chuckle, adjusting my hips so I'm not crushing my hardened cock. I'll start with your shoulders, he declares, rubbing his hands with oil. What level of pressure would you like? Hard? He steps up to the head of the table where I can see his shoes. Let's begin. The moment his warm, oiled hands start to touch me, I relax. He moves them methodically over my shoulders. his pressure firm as he follows the line of each muscle, finding each nerve bundle, every knot and ache. His pressure is divine as he works the knots loose in my left shoulder first. I mutter a curse in Swedish, and he eases up a little. Feel good? Not too much pressure? So good, I mumble, my eyes closed in bliss as my body goes slack. I had no idea you were carrying so much stress in your shoulders, he says after another minute or two. Babe, you're riddled with knots. I know. I'm going to talk to Brady. We need to finesse your cool-down routine. There's stretching we can modify, heat therapy, and you need to swim more. Swim? Mm-hmm. It's great recovery for you. Hockey is so high impact. I know you love to run, but you need your therapies to do less damage, not more. His comment about my love of running makes me smile, but I can't fight the relieved groan that escapes me as he starts to really dig into the knots on my lower trapezius muscle. I don't know if Novi told you, but I have a strict no sex noises policy on my massage table, he teases, still digging in deep with his thumbs. That sound was involuntary, I grunt. His pressure lightens as he works a knot loose, each movement so measured and controlled. Well, just don't do it again. Second warning. I stiffen. Second warning? What was the first? Seriously? You boasting that I'd be begging to suck your cock within the first 15 minutes of this massage? Now, lie there like a good little hockey player and let me do my work. With a heavy huff, I exhale, relaxing back onto the table. Caro starts aqua aerobics for her leg in a couple weeks, he says after a few minutes. We could both go with her and get in some laps at the pool. I smile. You know, if we both go, she'll demand we get pizza after. I've been traveling so much lately. Carolina has determined that any time all three of us are able to make it to her PT together, it's a party that must be celebrated with pizza and chocolate milk. I'll concede to the pizza, if you promise to take better care of yourself, he replies. I reach for him. I can't help myself. Dropping my arms from the table, I brush my hands up the back of his thighs. Now it's his turn to groan as he tenses, but he doesn't step away. You know, I'm really trying to be professional here. I want to make this good for you, baby. I want to help you. You do help me. You're so good to me. He swats my hands away, moving to the side of the table to work on my middle back. Okay, so then let me really help you. I could start massaging you more at home. I hate to feel like you're not getting what you need just because we're married. I'm more qualified than Cassidy, and I have gentler hands than Brady or Jeff. Hey, I push off the table up to my elbows, grabbing him by the wrist before he can step away. You do help me. He looks down at me, shaking his head. As I watch, tears spring to his eyes. Then his shoulders sag. Hey, what is this now? I just feel so helpless, he admits. There's nothing else I can do. How can there really be nothing else? We're not talking about massages now. I know, I say. I feel the same. Sighing, he takes his free hand and cups my cheek. Oh, Hen, you've done everything you can. As have you, I assure him. All we can do now is wait. Turning my face into his hand, I kiss his palm, breathing him in. His skin smells faintly of warm honey from the massage oil. What do you need from me? What? I hold his gaze. We can't keep running, Miss Yarta. Not from this. We have to stay, and we have to wait. So let me distract you. Take what you need from me. He lets out a shaky breath, his gaze darting around the room as he tries not to look at the long lines of my all but naked body lying on this massage table. Why is he holding himself back from me? Fighting a smile, I raise a brow. You're allowed to look at me, Miss Yarta. You're allowed to enjoy what you see. I feel guilty, he admits. Is that crazy? Like I'm not allowed to have good things while there's this constant threat of the one big bad thing? No. I sit up, swinging my legs off the table as I pull him to me. No, we can't live like that. Whatever happens with Carolina, there's still you, and there's me. That doesn't change. He bites his bottom lip, shaking his head. His gaze is focused somewhere near my clavicle. I brush my hand over his hair, trailing my knuckles along his cheek. Talk to me. I'm only in your life because of Carolina, he murmurs. If she goes, if I can't help you keep her, stop. I cup his face with both hands. Christ, is this the weight you've been carrying for weeks? You think this is all on your shoulders? Months, he admits. Since Sweden. And it's all on me. Aylin said it. The judge said it. But Henrik, what if I'm not enough? You are? Yeah, but what if I'm not? I sigh, pressing my forehead to his. My eyes shut tight. Slowly, he relaxes a little, his hands lifting to wrap around my wrists. You make my world stop, I whisper. What? I lean away. He needs to see me, needs to see the truth in my eyes. That's what Novi and I were in here talking about just before you arrived. He called me a runner. He told me I should run to you because you're where everything stops for me. His eyes widen. He really said that? I nod. I know that you only came into my life for Carolina. I'm asking you to stay in it for me. Not because I want your help with Carl. I don't want your massages or your smoothies or your interior decorating skills either. He fights a nervous smile. Okay. So I think you're trying to be sweet right now. But to me, that just sounds like a whole lot of rejection. I chuckle, brushing his cheek with my thumb. I'm trying to say that you're enough. Badly, apparently. His smile flickers, and I can't help but reach out and touch it too. It's not about what you do for me, I go on, or what you do for Carolina. It's who you are that I care about. I want you, Teddy, just as you are. I want you in my life. Stay. He steps back as I slip off the edge of the table and stand. Operating on instinct, I drop down to one knee, reeling him in by the hips. He drops his hands to my bare shoulders. Henrik, what are you doing? I want you to stay with me. Pressing my face to his hip, I breathe in the cool scent of his athletic body spray. He squeezes my shoulders, his breath catching on a gasp as I cup his crotch, feeling the hardening of his cock beneath my hand. Stay with me, I repeat. Henrik. He whispers my name with the reverence of a prayer. Slowly, I tug his pants down, relishing in the sight of the cut lines of his hips, the lean banded muscles wrapping his thighs. He's my perfect work of art, powerful and beautiful. His cock hangs hard and heavy for me, waiting. He's always waiting for me, my patient man. I take him to hand, and he curses, one hand shifting to brace the back of my head. I look up, needing to see his face as I wrap my lips around his tip and taste that first essence of him. He groans, lips parted on a breath, as he watches me suck and tease. He's fooling no one with this hesitancy. His hand is like iron on the back of my head, keeping me in place. I push back against him, loving the struggle, as he finally steps in with his hips, making me choke. I hum with relief, hungry for more, my hands gripping tight to his ass. Make it stop. I pant the moment he lets me up for air. Teddy, please. I know, he soothes, all his hesitancy shattered. Eyes on me. Don't look away. I drop down to both knees, rocking back on my ankles as Teddy takes over. He's gentle but direct, guiding my actions with soothing words. Just let go. I'm right here, baby. I'm not going anywhere. Look at me. I groan with relief, taking his cock to the back of my throat again and again. He sets a punishing pace, fucking my mouth like he owns it. God help me, he does. We both know it. Every part of me is his now. These last few months have changed us forever. How did I ever live without him? Baby, I'm gonna come, he pants, making shallower thrusts with his hips. Open your mouth. Show me. Want to watch you take my cum. I tip my head back and open my mouth. Teddy keeps one hand fisted tight in my hair. holding me just how he wants me. Then he curses softly as his other hand makes a tight fist around his shaft. He jerks himself hard and fast, just a few quick pulls before he sighs with relief. Our gazes hold as warm cum jets from his tip, landing on my waiting tongue. Like a fiend I devour, claiming every drop. But it's that look of ecstasy I was really chasing. This is where the world stops. In this moment, lost in the look of love in his eyes, there is no worry, no stress or pain. There is nothing outside the marrow-deep knowledge that Teddy is here but me. Sated and drowsy, I lean forward, all but slumping against him. Stay, I say again. Eyes shut tight as I press my face to the bare skin of his hip and breathe him in. Please stay with me. His hands are gentle as they touch and soothe, his fingertips brushing through my hair. Where the hell am I going to go, huh? You've ruined me, Henrik. One look at you, and I was done. Just say the word, and I'll follow you anywhere.
73. Teddy. Was it always this cold in here? Jayla blows hot air into her hands, trying to warm them up. I feel like it wasn't this cold last time. On my other side, Natalie wears a puffer coat zipped up to her chin. Serves you right for always thinking you need to dress with your tits out. Jayla tugs on the bedazzled V-neck of her Rays t-shirt, which only makes her ample cleavage more pronounced. Don't be jealous because you got Auntie Deb's flat chest. Nat scoffs. Me? Jealous of you? Don't make me laugh. Sandwiched between them, I can only groan. Come on, no fighting, please. We're in full Operation United Front mode, remember? Jayla rolls her eyes, flicking her braids over her shoulder. We know. We're here, aren't we? Nat adds. It's game night. Nat left the baby at home with Darius, bringing only her older girl, Evie. She and Camilla sit in the row in front of us, showing Carolina how to play a bubble-popping game on the tablet. The intermission between the second and third periods is almost over. Rays are down by 1, but it's been an exciting game. They're playing the Panthers, so the arena is a pretty even mix of red and teal, and completely sold out. Checking the time left on a game clock, Nat grabs her purse. I'm going to go get the girls more popcorn. You two want anything? I shake my head. I'm too nervous to eat or drink. Get me some chicken tenders, Jayla calls as Nat starts jogging up the stairs. And French fries. Hey, and some of those roasted pecans. As soon as Nat is gone, Jade nudges me. You okay? I just shrug, looking out at the ice as the Zambonis do their final pass, smoothing the surface back to shiny white glass. Am I okay? It's been a whirlwind 2 weeks since Henrik and I sat in Poppy's office, feeling like our life was imploding. In those 2 weeks, we've dealt with the second home visit, 4 away games, new PT regiments, and moving a full-time caretaker into the boat shed to live with Henrik's parents. It turns out that having a reporter take advantage of Maria's confusion was the last straw for Henrik. His dad fought it at first, but Alma is a retired nurse who plays cards and likes to garden. She's the perfect helpmate for Maria. It's not a permanent solution, as Alma has plans to move in with her daughter over the summer, but it's a temporary fix that seems to be easing everyone's minds. Alma is there during the waking hours, helping around the house and in the garden. She stays with Maria if Gunnar needs to go to the shops, and she monitors their medicine intake. We don't have the results of our home study yet, but the whole team and all the wags were willing to be put on an interview list for the caseworker. Hannah and Sam Torres were each interviewed again, as were Tess and Ryan, Brady, Poppy, even Novi. His interview was the only one we received immediate feedback on. Cheryl blushed, shuffling her paperwork, and called him quite a character. Cheryl also asked to interview my family. They stepped up without hesitation. Shay said Cheryl interviewed Mama for over 2 hours. When I expressed concern that Mama might sabotage the custody arrangement, Shay all but reached through the phone and smacked me. She loves you, Teddy, and she's sorry for how that first meeting went down. Return her calls and she'd tell you herself. Shay was right. I was being a coward. I was afraid not talking to my mother would somehow save me from hearing something I didn't want to hear. But all it really did was make me sad and frustrated. It was Henrik who finally stepped in. 2 nights ago, he pulled the jar of olives from my hand after dinner, replaced it with my phone, and pointed to the balcony door. Call her. Now. I called my mom, and we talked late into the night. It's not all fixed by any stretch, but it's a start. God, just when everything in my life was starting to feel settled, it's all up in the air again. We can't think, can't plan, when our life isn't our own. I mean, will Carolina even be with us for Christmas? Or will they come and take her back to Sweden? It'll kill us both if they take her away. I can't even think what it will do to Carolina. No, but Henrik's right. We've done everything we can. It's out of our hands. All we can do now is wait. Which just happens to be one of the many things I'm terrible at. Jayla nudges me again. Hey. I glance her way. You know we're with you, right? Maybe we gave you a hard time at first, but that's only because you surprised us. If you say Henrik is the one, he is, I say over her. He's the one, Jay. He's my only one. She smiles. Then I'm happy for you. The players skate onto the rink to the applause of the fans. Jayla claps along with the music, watching them warm up. It's not hard for me to find Henrik. He skates past, working a puck on the end of his stick. Making a sharp turn, he flicks it into the back of the empty net. Fuck, he's so beautiful. Even when all I can see is the bottom half of his face. Next to me, Jayla hums. You're different with him, you know? Different how, I say, not taking my eyes from him. You're more relaxed, I think. I laugh out loud. Yeah, right. You are, she says over me. You seem more sure of yourself. You've grown up, Teddy. Before, you were a boy. Now, look at you. A husband, a daddy, a doctor. You're a man now. I let her words sink in as I watch Henrik down on the ice. She nudges me. What are you thinking? I've always felt like I was sort of blasting through life, you know, taking risks, making mistakes. She laughs. We all make mistakes. It's called living. I shake my head, still lost in thought. No, I think I was afraid to really live, you know? At least I was afraid to live as me. I teased Henrik for compartmentalizing, but I did it too. How so? I kept putting pieces of myself in boxes. Too loud? Put it in a box. Too emotional? In another box. I tried to be whatever people around me needed me to be. I did it so much, I think I forgot who I really was. Her expression softens a little. And now you've remembered? I smile. Henrik helped me remember. And Carl. There's no such thing as too much Teddy for them. With Carl, I can be as loud and as silly as I want. I can bedazzle t-shirts and sing until I'm hoarse. She loops her arm with mine. And Henrik? I watch him skate past, warmth glowing in my chest. With one look at my face, she's pulling away with a huff. God, forget I asked. I laugh, keeping her pinned at my side. Don't get me wrong, the sex is fucking epic. I mean, just the other day we were in the massage room at work and nope, no way. She waves her hand in front of my face. To me, you're still 7 years old, wearing Superman pajamas, asking me how to make mac and cheese. It's not just about that, I say, still laughing. In fact, it's not really about the physical stuff at all. She glances up at me. What do you mean? I mean that with Henrik, for the first time in my life, I tried to build the relationship first. No sex. I think depriving me of sex was the key needed to unlock me. Does that make any sense? Unlock you? Yeah, like unlock my personality. I was so afraid Henrik didn't want me sexually that it started to not even matter if he liked my personality. So I just let it all out. He got the full Teddy treatment with no filter. And he stayed, she teases. I shrug my shoulder in my bedazzled wag jacket, recalling the sweet words he whispered to me in the massage room. I think he might like me just as I am. Go figure, right? She hums, clapping along with the music as the lights in the stadium lower. What? I say, raising my voice to be heard. She just smiles, shaking her head. Oh, Teddy. What? I say again. I think he might love you. I thought you said we could get ice cream, Camilla whines. We have to wait for your Uncle Henrik, Jayla replies. But it's right there! She stomps her foot, pointing to one of the concession stands, which has pictures of ice cream posted on the wall. They're shutting all these down, Natalie explains, holding hands with Evie as I push Carolina in her wheelchair. Now that her arm cast is off, she's using her crutches way more. But at these crowded home games, it's nice to have her safe in the buffer of a chair. The game is over. Rays lost by 2. Now we're working our way down the concourse towards the WAG room. Henrik usually texts me by now. I don't know what's keeping him tonight. My phone buzzes in my pocket with a new message. Poppy. Press room. Now. Hurry. Oh no. Nat looks over at me. Teddy? What's wrong? Asks Jay. You look like you've just seen a ghost. Stay with Carolina. What? I said, stay with Carolina. I've got to go. Not waiting for their reply, I take off down the concourse. Teddy, hey! Where the heck do you want us to go? Excuse me! I shout, ducking around some drunk Panthers fans as they weave their way towards the stairs. Out of the way! I take the stairs 2 at a time, racing down for the lower level. Marjorie, the volunteer docent, stands watch at the press entrance as I sprint up. My goodness. Everything all right, honey? I pat down my chest and all my pockets, trying to catch my breath. I can't find... Fuck. My pass is missing. Groaning, I press a hand to my forehead. My arena pass is in the front pocket of my backpack, which is strapped to Carolina's wheelchair. I don't have my pass. Marge, It's not here. Oh my God, of all the times to not have my arena pass, something is happening down there, and now I'm gonna miss it. Marjorie glances around. That's okay, honey. You go on through. Just like that, the storm clouds clear. Wait, really? She smiles, holding a finger to her lips. It'll be our little secret. Grabbing her by her bony, bird-like shoulders, I smack a kiss on her cheek. Miss Marge, if I wasn't married, I'd get down on one knee. Well, my heavens. Ducking around the stanchion, I bound like a gazelle down the escalator. Landing at the bottom, I dart left and hurry down the hallway to where the crowd of press members wait. Looks like a full house tonight. It's always a full house when we play another Florida team. I weave my way through the back of a crowd, looking for a good view of the top table. I think the press conference only just started. Coach Johnson is in the middle seat, DeGraw is to his left, Novi to his right, and there next to Novi sits my Henrik. He hasn't done a press conference since the one where we announced our marriage. That feels like it happened a lifetime ago. Sorry we're running a little late, folks, Coach Johnson says into his microphone. If you all find your places, we'll get started. The first 3 rows of a press are all seated, while the cameras are clumped behind in 2 rows. Floaters with cameras stand around the edges, snapping pics, while ancillary staff like me stick to the edges. Poppy catches my eye and waves, miming a relieved wiping of her brow. Then she points to Henrik and gives 2 thumbs up. What, are we playing charades right now? What the heck is going on? Okay, folks, Coach Johnson goes on. Before we get down to brass tacks and talk about the game, Henrik Karlsson is going to make a quick announcement. I hold my breath as Henrik leans forward, his forearms folded on the table. Like the other players, he's fresh from a shower, dressed in his Rays warm-up kit. Thank you, Coach. His deep voice is like a balm. I felt it was time to break my silence about the events that have been unfolding for me personally over the last few weeks. There's a shuffle amongst the press as they eagerly await the chance to snag a useful soundbite. At the start of the season, I announced my marriage to Dr. Teddy O'Connor, he begins. I said then that I would only make one statement regarding our marriage, and I meant it. As an exceptionally private person, I consider any details about my life with my husband to be off limits for the press. He looks slowly down the lens of each camera as he speaks, moving from left to right. That you have tested this again and again, crafting your baseless stories, making a mockery of us, even dragging our friends and family into your schemes is inexcusable. I think I speak for every person in professional sports when I say that keeping our private lives from the press sometimes feels like a full-time job. A thankless job at that. And it's a job I've been failing at for weeks. Finally, he catches my eye. Offering me a quick nod of reassurance, he looks back to the front row of the press. You all seem determined to get a story out of me. But the truth is, I'm a painfully ordinary person. I work hard and have no time for hobbies. I eat overnight oats for breakfast every morning, and I go home to my husband every night. Ours is not a wild life of parties and drunken debauches, unless the parties are tea parties, hosted in our niece's closet with her dolls. A few people chuckle. If you want a story that's really worth telling, I'm here to give you one. It's about a brave, compassionate, willful woman named Maria Karlsson, who just happens to be my mother. She also happens to suffer from dementia. There's a new shift in the crowd as they all wonder where this is going. I'm wondering the same thing. I've never made this public before, he goes on. With my parents' blessing, I do so now. I do it as a warning and a plea. You see, in your rush to print salacious stories about me, you all seem to forget that I am someone's guardian, someone's husband, and someone's son. And my mother is in a precipitous decline. Anyone who has any experience with dementia knows what it's like to watch the person you love fade away before your eyes. She's not been immune to the gossip these last few weeks. How can she, when one of you crossed the line, going to our house and forcing your way in? There's an uncomfortable stir at this. Some of the press shift in their seats and start to look around. Henrik continues to stare them down. My mother no longer has the mental faculties to reason away the lies being told about me. So to say these last few weeks have been devastating for us would be an understatement. Leaning into the mic, he looks right down the lens of the closest camera. I pray you hear this message and heed it. Our families are not here for your entertainment. Well said, says Novi, tapping the table with his fist. Next to him, Coach Johnson nods. I am the public figure, Henrik goes on. My husband is off limits. My niece, an innocent child, is most certainly off limits. And yes, even my mother. Especially my mother. Anyone who meets her now cannot doubt that she has trouble with her memory. And yet, not 2 weeks ago, a member of the press forced their way into my family home, sat at my kitchen table, and used her. I will not forgive, and I will never forget. An echoing silence follows his remarks. He glances my way, and I nod. God, I am so proud of him. Leaning one last time into his mic, he keeps his eyes on me and declares, in honor of my mother and the sacrifices she's made to support my long and successful hockey career, today I announce that I've partnered with Ray of Hope, the new philanthropic wing of the Jacksonville Rays, to offer a matched donation of $2 million for dementia care. A gasp goes around the room as cameras flash. I'm smiling, radiant, so full of love for this man I could burst. $2 million will be donated to the Alzheimer's Association, he continues. We aim to offer grant funding for Florida-based families like mine in need of in-home care support. Poppy St. James intends to take over the management of this fund, with plans to grow it in the future through additional donations. There's a smattering of applause at this announcement. Henrik's smile for me is warm as he gives a nod. Then he looks back at the front row of press. An additional $2 million is being donated to assist in the building of Sweden's first dementia village. This is an innovative and thoughtful approach to memory care that prioritizes autonomy as a key measure of quality of life. Autonomous living has been the sole focus for my own family as we make necessary transitions, providing the best care possible for my mother. Clearing his throat, he sits up and gestures to Poppy. More details regarding these new partnerships will be made available by Ray of Hope in the coming weeks. At this time, all further questions can be directed to Poppy St. James. That's me, Poppy calls from the corner, waving to the press. Her exclamation pops the tension in the room. Most people laugh. There's a much more generous round of applause. Then everyone settles back into their chairs. To my surprise, Henrik nods once to Coach Johnson. Rising from his chair, he quietly leaves the stage. Coach Johnson sits forward. Right. So, were there any questions about the game? 74. Teddy. I don't stay for the end of the press conference. I know Henrik left to come find me. Slipping from the back of the crowd, I make my way through the tunnels, jogging towards the double doors that lead to the WAG room. Orlando, the security guard, waves me past the checkpoint with a nod. I turn the corner to find Nat and Jayla standing with the girls in front of a brightly painted mural. A local artist crafted it to look like a watercolor painting of a school of rays on a coral leaf. The girls are each exclaiming, pointing out the different fish. Jayla sees me first. Where did you go? Nat spins around, eyes wide with concern. I jog up, smiling from ear to ear. Sorry, Henrik was doing the press conference. I didn't want to miss it. Jayla's expression is wary. Everything good? I nod. God, I feel like I have a pinball loose in my chest. It's pinging all around, making my heart flutter, and I can't stop smiling. Nat grins. Ted, what are you into? What did you do? Before I can reply, the door at the end of a hall slams open, and Henrik comes striding out, still in his Rays warm-up kit. Which, thank God for whoever was in charge of picking the 5-inch inseam on those uniform shorts. His tree-trunk thigh muscles flex as he jogs down the hallway. Hey, Henrik, Jayla calls with a wave. Can we still say, good game? Nat mutters at me. I groan, shrugging her off my shoulder. We promised the girls we'd go get ice cream, says Jayla. Hope you don't mind. If Henrik hears her, he makes no sign of it. He only has eyes for me. His energy is volcanic as he sweeps down the hallway, determination thundering with every step. Once he's close enough, he smiles. My God, he's dazzling. I hold out my hands to him. Babe, that was amazing. I'm so proud of you. Henrik reels me in, kissing me breathless. Behind me, the nieces all squeak. His passion and excitement only fans mine. I'm gasping when he breaks the kiss too soon. Still smiling, he drops down to one knee. Henrik, what? Marry me. Behind me, my sisters shriek, and the girls fall apart in a fit of swooning giggles. My brain does a backflip while my stupid, boyish heart starts doing cartwheels. Babe, we're already married? I don't care. His gaze is steadfast, the blue of his eyes deep and warm. Marry me again. Marry me properly. With flower girls and photographers and vows in English. And a kiss! Carolina squeals, bouncing in the seat of her wheelchair. And a kiss, he echoes. I just shake my head. This is crazy. Too much is happening. There are too many unknowns. How can he think about us getting remarried while we're dealing with his family and Carl's PT and our work schedules and this press-fueled nightmare with the caseworker? He searches my face, his brow furrowing slightly. Why do you hesitate? I try to process all my thoughts and emotions to form one succinct answer. Well, why now? Jayla steps in behind me, shaking my shoulders. Are you crazy, Teddy? Just say yes. Shh. Natalie pulls her back. I want to hear his answer. Slowly, Henrik rises to his feet. His heated gaze dances over the letters of my name, stitched onto the left breast of my wag jacket. His number is on both my arms and my back. Our names are combined across my shoulders. Tedrick. Two halves of one whole. Why now? I repeat. He has to say it. I think I'll die if he won't. Smiling, he cups my cheek. Because I love you. I close my eyes, leaning into the press of his hand. Behind me, my sisters and nieces squeal again. Look at me, he soothes, both hands now resting on my shoulders. I blink my eyes open, ignoring my blurry tears. I love you, he says again. You know I do. You knew it before I did. Before I could ever form the words, you already knew. I love you as a friend, as a lover, as the partner of my life. I hoped you did, I admit. But he shakes his head. No, you knew. You know me, Mityata. No one has ever made me feel more seen than you. No matter what comes, we will be together. Yes. I place both hands on his hips, anchoring myself to him as I nod. Henrik. Yes. I'm yours. You know that. I would have liked a second sink to prove your love, I tease. But I guess this works too. You have to give him a ring, Camilla shouts from behind me. That's true, Natalie says from my left. A proposal usually comes with a ring, Henrik. If you're doing this all again, do it right, honey. Lips pursed with amusement, Henrik drops his hands from me and works the slender gold ring off his right pinky. My heart officially fucking stops. He holds it up for my sisters and nieces to inspect. Will this suffice? Jayla's eyes narrow on the band. Is that real gold? I groan, but Henrik just chuckles. It is. A Karlsson has worn this as a wedding ring for over 100 years. It was my mother's. She gifted it to Teddy, the man who is my heart's fire, mate of my soul. Those were her words, correct? He adds at me with a teasing smile. It's all I can do to nod, tears ready to brim over. I've kept it safe for you, Mityata. You told me to wait and give it to a partner I love, cherish, and adore. He holds it out to me. Will you take it now? Take it, like you've taken my heart. Sweet Lord, Jayla murmurs. Nat elbows her. Will you hush up? Let the man have his moment. Kneel down, more bror, Carolina calls. They always kneel down. Yeah, honey, do it right, says Jay. I feel like I've swallowed a fucking rainbow as Henrik dutifully drops to one knee again, holding out the slender gold ring. He takes my right hand in his, pressing a tender kiss to my knuckles. Theodore Malik O'Connor, make me the happiest man alive, and marry me again. In English, Nat adds over my shoulder. Yes, in English, he agrees. And I'm Flower Girl, Carolina shouts. And we're all invited, Jayla adds. Of course. He gives a solemn nod. Then he looks to me. So, will you, in front of our family and friends, will you vow to be mine for always? Say yes, Uncle Teddy. If you don't say yes, I will. Henrik just waits, smiling only for me. Feeling joyous and free, I nod. Yes, Henrik. I'll marry you again. Fingers trembling, he slips the thin gold band onto my right pinky. We both stare down at it, finally at home on my finger. He brushes his thumb over the band. Leaning down, he kisses it. His lips sear my skin like a brand. It's a sacred act, a sealing of his intent. In this moment, I decide this ring is never coming off my finger again. Grabbing him by the shirt, I pull him up to standing. My arms go around his shoulders, and then we're kissing. The hallway erupts in cheers as our family loses it. I'm laughing and crying, kissing him again and again. I love you, I pant, our hands everywhere as I claim his mouth. I love you. I'll marry you. God, baby, I'd marry you every day of a week. He hums a laugh, holding me close. Once more will be enough, I think. Nat peeks around me, tapping us each on the shoulder. Then she pulls a scowl that could rival my mother. Word to the wise, if Mama doesn't get to walk Teddy down the aisle this time, she'll probably burn this whole arena down. Henrik nods. Noted. Leaning up on her toes, she kisses his cheek. Welcome to the family. Why didn't you tell me about all that stuff with the donations? I say, my fingers woven with Henrik's atop a gear shift. We're cruising home in the SUV. After our celebratory ice cream party, we dropped my sisters off at their hotel for the night. Camilla and Evie begged us to let Carolina stay too. I've already denied them all so much time to bond as cousins. One look at my face, and Henrik quickly agreed. We've all made plans to have a big breakfast tomorrow before I take them to the airport. For tonight, I finally get Henrik to myself again. Poppy asked me not to, Henrik replies. Not until everything was settled. And I didn't want to get your hopes up if it came to nothing. Well, so how did it happen? He keeps his eyes on the road. Apparently, Poppy has been looking for an exit from public relations for a while now. She's been helping Mark Talbot build the scaffold of a new philanthropy foundation. Ray of Hope? He nods. They had plans to announce it in the summer. She came to me with this idea, and they had to scramble to move up their timeline. But Talbot seems pleased, and Poppy is thrilled. She'll be announcing her departure from Ray's PR just as soon as they hire her replacement. I lean my head back against the headrest. Ray's PR without Poppy St. James? It's like the end of an era. He hums his agreement, taking a turn one-handed as he pulls us onto the street of our apartment building. I turn my head to take in his profile, illuminated by the passing streetlights. Announcing a major donation was an amazing idea. It's such an important cause. And you stated the case so well. You think so? Totally. In the end, it's all about preserving human dignity. In their rush to print stories, the press seems to forget about the people behind them. These are very human lives they hold in their hands. And they have the power to crush us into dust with a few pointed words. Maria deserves more. Carolina definitely does. Henrik just nods again. And Gunnar and Maria are really okay with it? Being in the press like this? He sighs, pulling us into the parking garage and coasting into our reserved spot. Dad and I are both protective of Mom, and the Swedes are notoriously private people. But you are right. It's a matter of human dignity. That reporter knew my mother was unwell. He glares at the steering wheel, squeezing it tight. He knew, and he pressed her anyway. It's unconscionable. It should be criminal, I mutter, mirroring his anger. He glances at me. It may not do enough to stem the flow of bad press. Lifting our joint hands off the shifter, he kisses my knuckles. I will do whatever else is required to keep you and Carolina safe. I'll retire from hockey, or I'll get myself traded to a European team. The spotlight dims rather dramatically beyond the glare of the league. Heart in my throat, I sit forward. Henrik, no. All this bullshit aside, you're having an amazing season. Have you heard any rumors from the team about trading you? No. And this announcement tonight speaks of Talbot's willingness to support you on and off the ice. He's rolled you out as his first major partner for his flagship philanthropy foundation. I mean, that's no small thing. He nods, his thumb brushing over the back of my hand. And the caseworker came back, I add, trying to reassure myself now as much as him. We have to trust she'll see through all the media drama and cut to the facts. And the fact is that Carolina is happy, healthy, and loved. None of this has touched her. We won't let it touch her. We can protect her, Henrik. You and me, together. We can be everything she needs and more. We'll love her the way Petra would want her to be loved. Reaching across the car, Henrik pulls me in for a kiss. I love you, he says against my lips. I know I don't deserve you. Shut up, I growl. The stupid center console is blocking me from climbing into his lap, which is all I want to do in this moment. Take me upstairs. We kiss our way up the elevator and into the apartment. I kick off my shoes and am taking off my wag jacket when Henrik reels me in by the wrist. No, wait. Keep it on a moment longer. Feeling drunk on anticipation, I drop my hands. Why? I need to show you something. I lean away, eyes wide. What do you need to show me? He takes me by the hand. Come with me. We pass through the living room. Gone are the boring white walls and furniture pointed at a lonely TV. Now the space actually looks lived in. Cozy blankets draped on the couches, art on the walls, framed pictures of us on the bookshelves. Carl's art box lies open on the coffee table, a mess of colored pencils left scattered atop her latest half-doodled masterpiece. The results of our morning baking session sit on the counter in the kitchen. Carl and I made Swedish thumbprint cookies, dolloped with raspberry jam. The baking process was a sticky mess, but great PT to improve her fine and gross motor skills. And the results are passable. I may be a shit cook, but there's definitely potential for my baking. Babe, what? Just come, he says, leading me down the back hall and into our bedroom. I look around with narrowed eyes. Nothing looks out of place. The bed is made, for once, and Henrik installed this floating shelf thingy that helps me organize my bedside table. The books I don't read are stacked on the shelf, while a charging station lets me plug in all my various electronics and hide them in the top drawer. I frown. Nothing's different. He walks backwards, pulling me into the bathroom. I had it in mind to propose to you in here, but then the moment came. I found I simply couldn't wait. Besides, I think it mattered to your sisters that they got to be involved this time. It did, I say, placing my hands on his chest. It mattered so much. Thank you. I brush a kiss to his lips, feeling light and bubbly, like I swallowed a case of cola. He smiles. What did you want to show me? Taking me by the shoulders, he turns me around. I gasp as I take in the new vanity. It's a near match to the old one, but where there was only one sink, now there are two. And next to the right side of a vanity, two new floating shelves hold all my hair and skincare products. Oh my God! I spin around, hands on his shoulders. Babe, you got me a love sink! His smile widens. I did. How? When did you do this? Tonight, while we were all at the game. Tess let the delivery men in and Ilmari installed the shelves. I beam at him. You're so sneaky. But I'll admit that I knew something was up when your phone was pinging yesterday. Your phone never pings unless it's from me. Between that and your silence over the media stuff, I was getting worried. He shrugs, brushing his hands down his arms. I wanted it all to be a surprise. I turn in his arms, smiling at our reflection in the mirror. I love it. And I love you. I wait, holding his gaze. Pulling me in close, he kisses the crook of my neck. His arms unfold from around my middle, his hands coasting up the hard planes of my chest. Jag älskar dig, he breathes in my ear. It lives, garlic. Without. Min man, I tease, pressing into him. He pulls aside the collar of my wag jacket, sucking on the point where my shoulder meets my neck. I fight a shiver, arching against him. Why did you want me to leave the jacket on? He hums, still kissing me as he walks me forward. We don't stop until I hit the vanity, my hands bracing against my new sink. Our gazes catch in the mirror. His intensity makes my stomach flip. Reaching around, he strokes his hand down the column of my neck. I'm going to fuck you against this sink while you're wearing nothing but my number on your back. Watching him say the words hits even harder as I hear them whispered in my ear. Henrik. Jerking me back against his chest, his other hand wraps around to slip inside the top of my pants. He cups my hard dick, nipping at my ear as he adds, and you're going to watch every second of it in this mirror. You'll watch me fuck you and know you're claimed. My man, there's my number and my cum. Only you, Teddy. I whimper, dick twitching as he starts to stroke me. Only me. My only love. His expression is adoring as he holds my gaze in the mirror and leans away. Take your clothes off. Everything but the jacket. My hands are at the top of my pants, ready to shuck them down, when I stop. Excitement bursts like little pops of fireworks in my chest as I smile. Make me. With a growl, Henrik folds me over the sink and jerks my pants down around my ankles. His hand wraps around to fist my hard dick, and I'm flying, rocking back against him. He's already panting, watching my face in the mirror as he strokes me. Will you never just do as I say? I huff a laugh that sounds more like a groan as he circles his thumb over my tip. Is that what you want tonight, baby? Want me to get on my knees and treat you like a king? His brain short-circuits as his brow furrows. I laugh out loud. He's just too damn easy. I spin around, ass pressed against the sink, my hands smoothing over his chest. I'll tell you what. Tonight, I'll only be a brat until you get your dick inside me. Then, I promise to melt in your arms and let you fuck me into oblivion. Deal? His frown deepens as he considers. If you irritate me too greatly, am I free to spank you? I laugh again. Like you even need to ask. I kiss him, pressing my body against his. Just you wait. We haven't even started to dip our toes into the pleasure pool. I've got toys that'll make you think your spirit was sucked out of your balls. His eyes go wide, and I can't quite tell if there's a hint of interest mixed in with his shock. Fine, we'll take it slow. No vibrating cock rings tonight. Tipping my chin up, I kiss him again. We have the rest of our lives to learn and play together, find out what the other really likes. For now, we'll do things your way. I turn in his arms and slip out of my wag jacket. In the reflection, Henrik glares at me. Teddy. Feeling confident and in control, I shrug out of my t-shirt, leaving me naked and Henrik fully clothed. For good measure, I tug off a folded teal bandana that was holding my locks back, tossing it to the floor. Then I slip back into the jacket and bend myself over the sink. I believe you wanted to fuck me with nothing but your number on my back. Groaning, Henrik folds himself over me, his hands smoothing up my naked torso. I've never wanted anything the way I want you. I rock back into each stroke of his hand on my dick, watching the possessive way he kisses and touches me in the mirror. I catch his eye, and his hold on me softens. He flicks my hair aside and kisses the sensitive spot behind my ear. You have me, I assure him. Forever.
75. Henrik. Jacksonville Beach is swarming with families. It's the opening night of the annual Deck the Chairs event. Sponsors bid to decorate one of 50 lifeguard chairs. What follows is 6 weeks of concerts, parades, and events for the holidays. There's a musical light show and movies on the lawn. Food trucks provide dining options, while local businesses get to connect with members of the community. My cold Swedish heart melts for Christmas, so I've always enjoyed attending, even before I had Teddy and Carolina oohing and awing on either side of me. She can finally bear weight on her leg. The cast is off, but she still has to wear a thick walking boot that wraps around her shin, keeping the bone protected. She walks at my side, wearing a festive Christmas jumper and Santa hat, tugging at my hand every time she sees something fun. Teddy and I are wearing jumpers too, at his insistence. His features a Christmas tree that actually lights up on the front. Mine has a glittery snowman. At this rate, I'll be brushing glitter from my beard until New Year's Eve. We can't walk 10 feet down the lane before someone from the team is shouting our name and waving us down. The Rays always sponsor a chair, and it's become tradition for the players and their families to take pictures with it each year. Many of the players use the picture as their Christmas card photo. I think that's why Teddy has us dressed up like this. Hey, Karlsson family! A very pregnant Rachel Price walks up, wheeling a wagon behind her. Their son Jamie sits inside it, playing with a bubble wand. Love the Christmas sweaters. Caleb walks at her side, bearing the younger of their two boys in a sling. The toddler has crashed out to sleep, mouth open. A mop of curly blonde hair peeks out from the top of the baby sling. Hey! Teddy waves in welcome. Have you seen the chair yet? Yeah, we just left Jake over there, Rachel replies. Poppy roped him into sticking around for a bit to take pictures with families. Is it epic? Poppy's become determined to win the chair decorating contest for years, to no avail. Last year, our entry included an animatronic stingray that moved and sang carols. Rachel shrugs. It's pretty cool, I guess. We're a house divided this year, says Caleb. A house divided? I repeat. Yeah. Out of the Net has a chair this year, too, Rachel replies. So we gotta support our man. And our Tess, Caleb adds. Rachel laughs. Right. You'd think this contest was as serious as the Olympics for the way she's been running Omari ragged these last few weeks. I glance around. There's their chair. She turns and points. One row past the Rays chair, like 5 down on the left. You'll find Omari over there with the Langleys. She reaches out, placing a hand on my arm. Just whatever you do, tell Poppy you're voting for the Rays chair. You don't want her to swap out your Christmas cookies for lumps of coal. Every year, Poppy hosts a party and makes enough desserts to feed a village. Cookies and fudge, rum balls, macaroons, coconut clusters. Every player and member of staff gets a thoughtfully organized tin of the most delicious treats. It's one of the highlights of my holidays. Next to me, Teddy groans. Man, I forgot about her cookies. She gave me a tin when I was an intern. I think I cried when I ate the last mocha truffle. Rachel smiles. Since you're both on staff, don't be surprised if you get 2 tins. We had to beg her to stop giving us 4 every year. It's too many cookies, and we could never eat them fast enough. I cast Teddy a warning glare. If you think I'm sharing any cookies with you, think again. He crosses his arms. If you love me, you'll let me have the whole tin. Draping my arm around his shoulders, I kiss his brow. Nice try. Rachel and Caleb both laugh. Hey, she says, one hand on her belly. Do you guys have plans for the holidays? Henrik, I know you usually go back to Sweden if you can. Not this year, I reply. Now that they added the New Year's Eve game, there's just enough time for travel. She nods. Yeah, Ilmari really wanted to get home to Finland this year too. But with the kiddos, it's just too hard. And you're pregnant. Caleb presses with a scowl. That's why we're not flying across an ocean to Finland. Because you're pregnant with our twins, Hurricane. She just rolls her eyes. These babies still have plenty of time to cook. I'm fine. She turns to me. We were thinking of doing a quick trip up to my family's ranch in Montana. I wanted to make a party of it. Take the private plane. My brother will meet us there with his husband and their girls. And the Langleys will come. You guys would be welcome too. I bet Carolina would love the snow. Hearing her name, Carolina perks up. I love snow. Rachel smiles down at her. I knew you would. Do you know how to make snow angels? While Carolina explains her favorite memory of making snow angels in detail, I glanced at Teddy. He just shrugs, casting a wary glance down at Caro. I know what he's saying without words. We thought we would hear something from her caseworker by now. It was 2 weeks of chaos. Then nothing, nothing, nothing. Aylin has advised us not to prod. There are processes for these things, and pushing our point won't make anyone rush. She told us not to go anywhere this holiday. We shouldn't be traveling with Carolina until we hear from the court about any potential changes to the custody arrangement. You don't have to decide now, Rachel says. There's time. Want to just let us know? Can we? Teddy replies with a big smile. There's just some stuff still up in the air. She nods, reading between the lines. Then she glances at Caleb. Babe, we should get going. Tess asked us to bring them back some coffee and donuts. We part ways with the prices, leading Carolina in the direction of the Rays lifeguard chair. Teddy loops his arm with mine as we walk. Carolina walks in front of us, zigging and zagging to take in every sight and sound. Montana would be fun, he says with a wistful sigh. It would be fun, I reply. I'd love to be able to give Carolina a white Christmas, a little taste of home. But we should probably wait until we hear something. I know. It's just hard to turn down an offer to ride on Hal Price's private jet again. I smile, patting his arm. Next year, we get to our photo shoot at the Rays deck chair, which includes approximately 50 poses, with Jake and Poppy acting as dueling set directors. The chair is designed to look like a coral reef with all these fish and rays swimming around it, all wearing Santa hats. Carolina eats up every moment, posing first on the chair, then on each of our laps, then we all stand in front of it, then a shot with her on my shoulders, my arm around Teddy. Okay, Teddy calls, snatching my phone from Poppy. I think we probably got a good shot in there somewhere. Jake helps me get Caro down from my shoulders, while she whines that she can see all the chairs better from up there. I get her down to the ground as, next to me, Teddy gasps. Oh my God, babe. He shoves my phone in my face. I take it, leaning away, wincing at the bright screen. What? Look! I look down at the screen, but I see nothing except the screensaver photo Hannah took of Teddy, Caro, and me at the beach a few weeks ago. What am I looking at? He presses in next to me, grabbing my wrist to turn the phone. I was just holding it, and it just buzzed in my hand. Babe, you got an email. Okay. It's from Cheryl. My breath freezes solid in my chest. You're sure? He huffs, dropping his hand from my wrist. Well, my God, check it and see. Noting something wrong, Poppy swoops forward and takes Carolina by the hand. Caro, honey, have you seen the back of the chair yet? It's so cool. Come check it out. She tugs her a few feet away, exclaiming loudly about the lights and designs on the back of the chair. Heart in my throat, I open my inbox and tap the new email from the caseworker. Teddy stands at my side, both hands gripping tight to my arm. The anxiety is rolling off him in waves. Well, I read the email twice through, making sure I miss nothing in the English to Swedish translation in my head. Then I let out the breath I've been holding for 4 long months. She's ours. Teddy cries out with relief, wrapping his arms around me. Oh God, really? I nod, holding him to me with one arm, my other arm trapped between our chests, my hand still holding the phone. She says we still have to follow through with the remaining protocols, but the judge has changed our status from temporary custody to full custody. He presses a kiss to my neck, then he pulls away and reaches for the phone, reading the message for himself. Just behind him, Jake has tears in his eyes. I'm really happy for you, Karlsson. I nod, my own eyes feeling misty. I know it's what my sister would have wanted for her. Jake smiles, glancing from Teddy back to me. That's not quite what I meant, but I'm happy for all of it. You deserve good things. He holds out a hand to me. I take it, clasping his hand in both of mine. Thank you, Jake. Teddy finishes the email and sinks against me, wrapping both arms around my waist, burying his face against my shoulder. Oh, God, babe. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I've just been borrowing air for weeks, feeling like I'm suffocating. I know. I drop Jake's hand, wrapping both arms tight around my Teddy. I kiss his temple, his cheek, the corner of his mouth. Thank you. I whisper between each press of my lips. Thank you. For what? I lean away, cupping his face. Without you, none of this would have been possible. Without you, they would have taken her from me. I'm not sure I could have fought it. You would have, he assures me. Henrik, you're so strong. She gets that from you, as much as from her mother. I see that now. You would have fought for her. I smile. The love of my life is happy in my arms. His tacky blinking sweater is now dusted in glitter from the one I wear. I feel lighter than air. The only things keeping me tethered to the ground are Teddy's hands on me. Now let to be do. He laughs, the sound joyous and full. Now we finally get to make plans for our future, starting with Montana for Christmas. Then you're going to marry me again. I nod, relaxing my hold on him. I was thinking something small. For Christmas? What, like a small present? No, for the wedding. I was thinking we planned something small. You know, just Carolina, your family, and our close friends. Oh, honey. He lovingly pats my cheek. That's why you're not planning it.
76. Teddy. Did you have fun tonight, Nom? Henrik sits at the head of Carolina's bed, tucking her in, while I lie across the foot of it. She gives a sleepy nod, still clutching the picture book we bought for her at Deck the Chairs. We have a surprise for you tomorrow, he says. Her eyes blink open. What is it? He smiles, smoothing her blankets. You get to take the walking boot off. She sits up, the book flopping to the side. Really? Yep, you're all healed, I say, propping my head on my hand as I stretch out on my side. Are you excited, honey? She nods fervently. Now I can do ballet and surfing and ride horses on the beach? I laugh, sitting up. Easy, Supergirl. One thing at a time, okay? First, you gotta prove how strong you are by finishing up your physical therapy. We're gonna race Moorborough in the swimming pool. And school? I can go now? Henrik nods. You start at the new school in January. She settles back against her pillows. After a moment, her tired smile turns into a pout. Henrik brushes her hair back. What's wrong? I'll miss Mr. Tors. I thought you didn't like that he made you learn math, I tease. Her pout deepens. He taught me about the bees and how the sun makes food for flowers. Henrik considers for a moment. But if we promise to have Mr. Tors over for dinner once a month, that way he can learn all about your progress at your new school. She nods, her pout softening a little. And Hannah. I step around to the head of the bed, placing a hand on Henrik's shoulder. What about Hannah, honey? She glances between us. If I don't have my cast anymore, will Hannah go too? I wince, catching Henrik's eye. He recovers smoothly, taking her book and exchanging it for Teddy the bear. I already spoke with Hannah, and for your birthday, we're all going to Disney World together. Carl squeals with delight, squeezing her bear tight enough to pop him. Princess makeovers! Oh, girl, just you wait, I say. We're gonna do everything. Every park, plus the water one, fireworks, animal safaris, all the shows. And Hannah will ride every ride with you. Moorborough and I will too. I don't miss the way Henrik's shoulders stiffen, or the way Carl looks to him and stifles a giggle. What? I glance between them. What's wrong? Nothing, Henrik mutters, rising from the bed. At the same time, Carolina shouts, Moorborough is afraid of roller coasters. I slowly turn to face him, one brow raised. Seriously? He crosses his arms, defiant in the face of my surprise. The safety hazard. I just shake my head. I did this to myself. I fell in love with a Capricorn and married him. This is my life now. There's no one else to blame, and there's definitely no turning back. I'm standing at the sink shirtless, nearly done with my nighttime hair and skincare routine, when Henrik steps into the bathroom. He leans against the open door with his arms crossed, looking divine in a low-slung pair of housepants and a fitted gray t-shirt. All good? I say, adjusting the elastic band of my headscarf on my forehead. She still asleep? He nods. Yeah, she's out like a light. Good. I rub the last remnants of my lock oil into my palms, warming them with the friction. How do you feel? He raises a brow. About the custody decision? Obviously. We walked around in a daze all night, looking at the rest of the decorated lifeguard chairs, playing carnival games, eating tacos from a food truck. Nothing felt real. We were just sort of floating. Then we came home. Now we're here. Henrik considers for a moment. Honestly? I pause, setting aside my little jar of under-eye serum. Yeah, babe. Honesty. Always. His brow furrows as he shrugs. I suppose it feels a bit anticlimactic. Oh my God. Right? I turn to face him, leaning my hip against the sink. So anticlimactic. Here I was, worrying my entire personality. I was starting to dress to match my own frown lines. Like, what am I even supposed to stress out about now? He chuckles, unfolding his arms and slipping his hands in his pockets. I'm sure you'll think of something. I mean, yeah, there are already like 5 things. I give a distracted wave of my hand as I turn back to face the mirror. We have to plan for Christmas and Carl's new school. We need to get her a backpack, folders, new colored pencils. Then there's the wedding, our trip to Sweden to see your parents for the bye week. As I talk, Henrik crosses the room, stepping in behind me. I'm dabbing my expensive gel serum under each eye with my pinky as his hands go to my shoulders. I still as he starts to rub circles with his thumbs. I raise a brow at his reflection. What are you doing? Touching you. I smirk, setting the little jar of serum down. Don't start something you can't finish, old man. He hums. Old, am I? Older than me, I tease. And apparently afraid of roller coasters? Stepping in close, he lowers his face to breathe in my skin, trailing the tip of his nose from my shoulder up the curve of my neck. I fight a shiver, hands dropping to grip the edge of a sink, as his lips press to the point just behind my ear. Are you afraid I'm not exciting enough for you, Mityata? Married to a boring old Swede who eats oats and drinks his coffee black? I shrug, leaning into his touch. I already fixed the coffee thing. He kisses my neck, his hands trailing down my sides. Did you now? Mm-hmm. Don't think I don't see you reaching for the milk every morning. You like it a little sweet, admit it. I gasp as he wraps a hand around my neck and jerks my body against his. And what? Reaching around me, he slaps something down on the vanity. I glance down at what looks like a little black remote. What's that? What does it look like? He says in my ear. I smile, pressing myself against him. It looks like a remote. But to what? He nips the skin at my shoulder, making me groan. Try it and see. I pick up the remote, wholly distracted by his hands and lips on me. It's a simple thing with only a few buttons. I press the little on button. Behind me, Henrik jerks, his hands gripping tighter to my shoulders. He mutters a curse in Swedish. Then I hear a faint buzzing. My eyes widen as I stare at him in the mirror. Babe! He groans, stepping in until I feel his erection against my ass. I gasp again. Henrik Karlsson, are you wearing a vibrating cock ring? Spinning around, I cup his crotch. And yep, there is definitely something wrapped around my man's junk right now. Let me see. Teddy. Grabbing the top of his lounge pants, I jerk them down, freeing his cock. It's half erect, growing harder. There's a thick ring of black silicone wrapped around the top of his cock and strapped under his balls. The ring buzzes, and Henrik grunts, stroking his shaft. Where the heck did you get it? He shrugs. The internet. Do you not like it? I grin up at him. The question is, do you like it? How does it feel? Good, he mutters. Tight. Strange. I just shake my head, unable to look away. But I am in awe of you. You know that? I never thought I'd see the day Henrik freaking Karlsson would surprise me with a vibrating cock ring. He chuckles, stroking his hard cock again, but then he's grunting, his eyes closing. I was going to suggest I fuck you while I'm wearing this, but now I feel a bit light in the head. Scrambling for the remote, I turn the vibrations off. Is it too much? Too tight? Do you want it off? I reach for it, but he grabs my wrist. Give me a moment. He lets out a breath, staring down at the contraption. Teddy, I want... His words trail away, so I twist my arms in his grip until we're bracing each other's forearms. What, babe? You want what? He glances up at me, vulnerability in his eyes. I try to read his silence. Do you want me to top you? He nods, and I smile, letting out a breath of relief. Oh, thank God. Why, thank God. I just laugh. You know me. My mind will instantly skip, hop, and jump right down into the dark place. I was ready to hear you say you wanted to be alone to play with your new toy. No, I want you with me. You want to let go? I intuit. He nods again. I smile, leaning in to brush a kiss to his lips. Don't even worry, baby. Between that ring on your cock and me riding your ass, you're gonna come so hard for so long, you'll think your soul was fucked from your body. Christ, he mutters. You're gonna have to call in sick tomorrow. Teddy. Laughing, I peck his lips again. Then I dart from the bathroom into the bedroom. He follows me out, leaving his pants abandoned on the floor by the sink. It's my soul that's going to leave my body, as, in the reflection of our floor-to-ceiling window, I watch him one-handedly tug his shirt off. He drops the shirt to the floor. Then he's standing naked in our bedroom, my cock-ring-adorned Adonis. What are you doing? He says, fisting his shaft. I get to play too, right? Rattling open the bottom drawer of my side table, I pull out 2 vibrating butt plugs and hold them out to him. Black or blue? His eyes go wide. Christ, Teddy, you'll put these inside you? I hold out the more bulbous black one. This is tricky to get in, but it hits the prostate like magic. I show him the blue one, but this one vibrates so hard you feel it in your teeth. He hands me the black one. Good choice. I toss the other one back in the drawer and shut it with my foot. Henrik steps in next to me, peeking over my shoulder. What else do you have in there? Wouldn't you like to know? Babe, get the lube. While Henrik retrieves a bottle of lube from the bathroom, I strip out of my sleep shorts and crawl onto the bed. He comes back in to see me balanced on the edge, knees spread, my own fingers already wet with spit and prodding at my hole. He crosses quickly to my side. With a hungry groan, he grabs my hips and tips me forward, his mouth descending. He licks and teases, rimming me like that's the job he gets paid millions to perform. I cry out, fisting the sheets, my erection going from excited to rock fucking hard in moments. Oh, my God. I grind into the teasing of his tongue. With his mouth and fingers, he stretches me open. I almost miss it when he tosses the little black remote on the bed. I scramble for it, turning it on. He moans between my cheeks. Hearing the vibrations of his toy has me ready to come. Get the plug, I pant. Babe, lube it up. Put it in. He does as he's told, generously coating the plug before prodding the bulbous end against my stretched hole. Fuck. Just do it. I grunt, pushing back against the sting and pressure. Look at you. He strokes my ass cheek with one hand as he presses the toy in deeper. I feel it sink into place and let out a shaky breath. His hands continue to soothe as he kisses his way up my back. Feel good? Yeah, feels so fucking good. Babe, turn it on. He fumbles with the head of the plug, looking for the on button. Once he finds it, I rock into the sudden sensation. The vibrations shudder through me, warming me up. Henrik strokes his fingers along my taint, pressing up and in against the toy until I'm moaning. I feel it, he murmurs. I feel it inside you. I push up with my hands, crawling to the side to make room. You're about to feel me inside you. Get on the goddamn bed. He drops down next to me. How do you want me? Are you kidding? You think I'm gonna miss watching a single second of my smoking hot husband wearing a vibrating cock ring while he gets fucked? On your back. Grab your thighs. Show me what I want. He rolls to his side, and I roll with him, getting myself between his spread legs as he stretches out on his back. The black silicone cock ring is stretched tight around his junk, still gently vibrating. His dick looks a shade darker than normal. A vein runs along the underside of his shaft, making it look angry and desperate. He stretches an arm behind his head, smiling at me. Better than a roller coaster? I can't contain my cheesy quip. Baby, you know you're my favorite fucking ride. Then, I duck down and suck his tip into my mouth, rolling back his foreskin with my hand. I feel the vibrations from the cock ring all down his shaft. I hum, adding my own all-natural sensation to his leaking tip. He curses in Swedish, something I always take as a good sign to continue. This new angle on my knees changes the press of a plug on my prostate. I grunt, breathing through the delicious feeling of being overly full. Henrik's hands brush lightly over my headscarf before he grabs my shoulders. I want you inside me. I give the tip of his cock a last lick. Then I look up the length of his naked body, marveling at him all stretched out for me. You're gonna give me what I want? Huffing out a heavy breath, he grabs the back of his gorgeous tree-trunk thighs and does a half curl, rocking back to expose his asshole for me. This is what we need a picture of, I tease, helping him hold the awkward crunch position. He chokes on a laugh that turns into a groan as I wiggle my lubed fingers against his tight hole. Gotta relax if you want me inside you. How can you bear it? He says through clenched teeth. Bear what, baby? The vibration. I want to come so badly. Don't you fucking dare. Not until I'm inside you. Not until I say. Then hurry the fuck up. Holding his gaze, I jam both my lubed fingers up inside him. I work them in and out as I reach for the remote. You ready? For what? I turn up his remote. He rocks into the new vibration pattern. Teddy, Christ. My middle name is Malik, I tease. He wraps his hand around his shaft and gives it a slow pull. Need to come. Being the brat I am, I slap his hand away. When it's time for you to come, it will be my hand on your dick, not yours. Now lie back and think about how pretty you're about to look with my dick up your ass. He groans in frustration, his knuckles white as he holds to both his thighs. Spread wide, baby. Make room for me. I have plenty of room, but I just love watching this man do as I say. He drops his knees wide, opening his legs in a V. I grab a firm pillow and tuck it under his hips, giving him some support. Then I clench hard around my own vibrating plug as I press the tip of my lubed dick between his cheeks. Bear down, I pant, holding my dick in place. Baby, breathe. Henrik lets out a deep exhale, and then I slip in. Grabbing his hips, I press in deeper, giving him another 2 inches. His head tips back, eyes closed, as he takes in the dueling sensations of a vibrating cock ring and my dick in his ass. This moment should have me reeling too, between the feel of a thick plug in my ass, my cock buried inside Henrik's wet heat and his cock ring humming at the base of my shaft. God, I should be in sensory overload. I should be fraying apart. But all I can do is marvel at my husband. He's come so far. When this all first started, he flinched when I touched him. Now he's taking charge, experimenting with toys, and letting me take the deepest parts of him. The trust he has in me is staggering. Look at me, I say, sinking in the last few inches. I rock against the cradle of his thighs, letting the base of his vibrating cock ring settle between us. Henrik's pretty blue gaze locks on me. I used to look in his eyes and see deep wells of sadness, a loneliness that stretched on with no horizon. Now, I see strength and purpose, love and loyalty. His gaze softens as he searches my face. But, Miniata, I love you. It's the simplest of phrases, spoken so many times in so many languages. To love means to cherish, to value and adore, to prize above all else. That's what I feel for Henrik. All that and more. I love him, trust him. I ache to be near him. He reaches for me with both hands, pulling me between his legs. His strapped cock gets pinned between us as he pulls me down, kissing me. I love you, he says against my lips. My only love. I want you with me, always. Always. I repeat, rocking against him, burying myself in deep, as deep as I can get. I never want to be parted from you. Love me. Keep me forever. Forever, he promises, sealing it with a kiss. We keep whispering sweet lovers' words as we move together, taking our pleasure in each other. When I feel like I can't bear it another second, I wrap my hand around his shaft and set him free, whispering, Come with me. Crying out, we come together, awash in gratitude and relief. Nothing has ever felt as good as being in Henrik's arms. I mean to chase this feeling forever, loving him, wanting him, trusting him in all things. With Henrik, I am seen, I am loved and cherished. With Henrik, I am my truest self. 77. Teddy. 3 months later. Okay, hair is almost done, suit is pressed, shoes are polished. Natalie runs through a mental checklist, ticking off each item with her fingers. Oh, the flowers. Already by the window, says Shay, busy fluffing Desiree's dress for the 3rd time. The other flower girls bounce around the room, pretending they're princesses being chased by a dragon. Carolina wields a chopstick from our sushi lunch like a sword. Behind her, Camilla holds a coloring book up like a shield. Ignoring the chaos, Jayla stands behind me at the dressing table, her mouth full of pins as she tries to get the last few pieces of my twisted hair to lie just right. It looks fine, I say again. Ted, when I want your opinion, I'll give it to you, she mutters, her eyes narrowed at my hair's reflection as she meticulously moves another pin. I just sigh. There's no use fighting her at this point. Okay, Bridget calls with a clap of her hands, striding into the middle of the room. She's the genius wedding planner Henrik hired to help bring my vision to life. It's time to get our groom dressed. My sisters and nieces all squeal with excitement. Well, except for Jay, whose mouth is full of pins. It just won't lie right, she grumbles. Did you try twisting it the other way? Asks Shay. You want to come over here and try it? Don't fight, I say, heading off a row. Jay, it looks great. Better than great, I quickly correct, leaning away from her pointed glare. It looks amazing. It really does. She's twisted all my locks up into an elegant knot that sits high on my crown. The twists have movement and flow. Jayla is just a perfectionist. She's also the only one of my sisters not dressed yet. Jay, you can't wear a bathrobe down the aisle, Natalie teases. Girl, go get changed. Who's gonna finish this hair? Let me. We all turn as Mama strides back into the room. She left a few minutes ago to put her dress on. Oh, Mama, Shay sighs. You look beautiful. You really do, says Nat. Mama just shrugs. My sisters are all wearing cobalt blue bridesmaid dresses in different styles to match their body types. But Mama's dress is a soft slate blue with a sequined bodice and a chiffon skirt. It looks great with her darker skin tone. Granny, you look like a fairy princess, Camilla calls. Cam, go get Granny her corsage, says Jay. Camilla bounces over to the table as Jayla sets down the last of the pins. I can't get this part to lie right, she explains to Mom. I got it, she replies. You go get dressed. Jayla hurries away, leaving us alone in the corner. Mom gets to work, fixing a few of the pins with deft fingers. Are you ready for this, baby? Anything else you need? I smile at her reflection. I'm fine, Mama. You've all taken such good care of me today. She just hums, moving another pin. You know, when each of your sisters got married, there was only one question I asked them. I would have asked you too, but ask me now, I say over her. This is my real wedding, Mama. The first one didn't count. We did it the wrong way, even if we did it for the right reason. She glances over her shoulder to see Carolina in her flower girl dress, laughing on the couch with Camilla and Evie. Their faces are glowing, like three little angels in fluffy blue dresses. I see that now, she admits with a nod. I see how right you are for them. You were made to make that little girl laugh, baby. I smile, tears filling my eyes. So, will you ask me? She purses her lips, fighting a smile. Even if I already know your answer? It's tradition. I fiddle with the clasp of my watch. It was Henrik's wedding gift to me, my something new and blue. The lace appliques on my suit are old, taken from my sister's wedding dresses. The cream ribbon around my bouquet is borrowed, something we found in Petra's old sewing box. Please ask me, I say again. It won't feel like my wedding day if you don't ask. There, she hums, lowering her hands from my finished hair to my shoulders. You're ready. Reaching up, I place my hand over hers on my shoulder, holding her gaze in the mirror. Ask me, Mama. After a moment, she squeezes my shoulder. Teddy, baby, does he make you happy? Oh, God. It didn't feel real until this exact moment. I'm getting married today. Somewhere just outside that door, Henrik is waiting for me. The tears spill over as I smile. Yeah, Mama. He does. He makes me so crazy happy. Sniffing, she blinks her own tears away. Well, all right then. Ugh, you two are going to be the death of me, Shay cries, sweeping forward to wrap her arms around Mom from behind. Teddy, we gotta get you dressed, says Nat. It's game time, baby. I smile at my own reflection, heart skipping with joy to see all the faces of my family smiling with me. Okay, I say with a nod. Yeah, let's do this. Let's get me married.
78. Henrik. Are you ready, my friend? Underberry asks in Swedish, patting me on the back. Yamari and Novi stand just behind him in matching black tuxedos. The music changes, and I nod, folding my hands dutifully before me. For standing next to an altar, draped in spring flowers, I look out on the sea of white chairs set at the edge of this nature preserve. Trees tower behind us, making the natural beauty of the woods our sanctuary. Teddy's dream was always to be married on a forest edge at twilight, and my Teddy gets what he wants. When it comes to this second wedding, I've denied him nothing. Everyone from the team is here, including their children and partners. The support staff and their families are here too, even some of the volunteers who work at the arena. An old lady named Marjorie shuffled up to me moments ago and offered me a butterscotch candy. I scanned the crowd and see all the familiar faces of Teddy's other family and friends, including Colin, the PT for the Jaguars, and Dr. Brady and his husband, an imposing man with a thick mustache and scars on his face. Seated near them are the rest of the Prices and the Langleys. Ryan catches my eye and waves, giving me a thumbs up. Tess sits on the end of the aisle, holding up a tablet. My parents have joined us via video call. She turns the tablet so I can see them and wave. The crowd sighs with delight as the flower girl makes their way down the aisle, led by Carolina in a pretty blue dress. Her hair is a crown of curls. Teddy's nieces, Camilla, Evie, and Desiree, follow behind her, sprinkling their white rose petals on the soft grass. As the oldest, Desiree holds Evie's hand, keeping her from darting away. Carolina hurries the last third of the way down the aisle to my side. I duck down and pull her to me, kissing her cheek. Well done, Midlam. Now, go sit with Hannah, yeah? I point to Hannah sitting at the end of the first row. She smiles and pats the empty seat next to her. Carolina goes to her, taking the hand of her cousin Camilla to bring her along. The music changes again, and Teddy's sisters slowly make their way down the aisle. Each of them chose a different style of dress in the same color blue. Natalie binks as she passes me first. Jayla is already crying. Shay is the last down the aisle. She stops before me. You'll be good to my baby brother? I nod, as long as there is breath in my body. Smiling, she leans in and gives me a hug. Then she takes her place as the matron of honor. Please rise, the officiant calls. Our sea of friends and family rise from their chairs, turning to face up the aisle. With the pressure off me, I glance down. I'm wearing a sleek black tuxedo with 10 lapels. The top button of my shirt is open. No tie. Teddy surprised me by leaving a gift in my dressing room this morning. It was a pocket square made from a piece of blue satin he cut from his favorite headscarf. When I lifted it to my face, I could smell the faint hint of peppermint hair oil, a pure shot of Teddy right to my lungs. I adjust the little square of satin in my pocket. Then the music changes to something soft and romantic. A gasp ripples through the crowd, and I get my first look at Teddy in over 24 hours. He and his mother turn the corner at the top of the aisle, and my heart stops. Holy shit, Nolby mutters. Reaching out, Linda Berry squeezes my shoulder again. I hardly register the touch. I only see Teddy. He's wearing all white, his hair up in a twisted knot. His outfit is a sleek white tuxedo with crisply pleated pants and a jacket. He's shirtless beneath the double-breasted jacket, which is accented at the lapels and on the sleeves with what looks like bridal lace. A sheer white veil is pinned at his shoulders, trailing behind him like a cape. He clutches a bouquet of flowers that Carolina helped him pick, which includes buttery yellow roses with sprigs of blue, a nod to our Swedish heritage. In this moment, he is more beautiful than I've ever seen him. I called him the ocean before, deep and endless, but just for tonight, he is the sun. He's radiant and glowing, shining out like a beacon, calling me home. His mother walks proudly at his side, her hand draped on his arm. Relations between us have improved over the last few months. I write her emails weekly, informing her about our life and my travels. I share pictures of Teddy and Carolina, at ballet practice and the pool, baking in the kitchen, making forts in the living room. That's all his mother wants in the end, to still feel like part of his new life. I can give her that. And in return, she will give me the chance to show that I mean what I say. I will love Teddy until the end, until there is nothing left of me but ash. Even then, the proof of our love will remain. Pietra isn't gone, not so long as Carolina draws breath, not as long as we love her and honor her memory. My love for Teddy will be just the same. It's bigger than me, touching everyone in our lives, remaking us all. Teddy stops before me, tears of joy shining in his eyes. "Who gives this man to be wed?" the officiant asks. Keziah looks to me and nods. Then she turns to the officiant. "His mother does." Kissing his cheek, she hands Teddy off to me, entrusting him to my care. I take his hand in mine, pulling him forward. "You look beautiful, mit hjarta." "So do you," he replies, handing his bouquet to Shay. The officiant gestures for the crowd to be seated. Then she begins. I'm lost in a trance, unable to look away from my Teddy. His beauty is breathtaking, my man of sharp angles. The cut of his cheeks looks even more pronounced in this waning light. He feels my eyes on him and offers me a nervous smile, squeezing my hand. Before long, the officiant is announcing the vows, asking us each to recite them. We already did this in Sweden. I promise to love and honor. I promise to shelter and defend. They were just words to me then. Now I recite them as a sacred oath. I will love my Teddy for all my days. Honor him, yes, in all ways. I will shelter him and seek shelter in him. I will defend him with my life, with my dying breath. Do you, Henrik Johann Bjorn Karlsson, take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband? I do, I declare. His smile is blinding as he fights back his tears. And do you, Theodore Malik O'Connor, take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband? Yes, he says on a breath. Blinking, he looks to the officiant. Wait, I do. God, of course I do. The crowd laughs, and the officiant nods. Then she turns to Carolina. Caro, do you want to come up here, honey? With a little nudge from Hannah, Carolina slips out of her chair and hurries over to us, taking one of our hands in each of hers. When we discussed getting remarried, this was always part of the ceremony that Teddy was adamant we include, much to my relief and delight. Caro, honey, your uncles have something they'd like to say to you. Turning to me, the officiant nods. It feels strange to offer these words in English, but I made a promise to Teddy. Dropping down to one knee, I brush a tear off Carolina's cheek. Mit Lam, I've loved you from the moment you drew your first breath. You may not be my daughter by blood, but you are part of me, part of the soul of me. On this day, as I take Teddy into my heart and vow to make a home for him, I vow the same to you. I will love you always, mit Lam. You will always have a home with me. She cries, wrapping her arms around my middle. Imari leans around Lindberry, handing me the flower crown we had made for her. Smiling, I rest it atop her head. She lights up, eyes wide, as she brushes her fingers over the soft petals of the roses in her crown. Wiping under his eyes, Teddy clears his throat, then takes her hand. Caro, you know you're my best little friend. Becoming your uncle has been one of the great joys of my life. I believe we can pick our family and love them as fiercely as our own flesh and blood. And I pick you. I pick you to watch movies with, and bake cookies with, and watch hockey with. I will always pick you. I will always love you. And I will never leave. She hugs him too. I love you, Teddy. Sighing, he drops to one knee and gives her a proper hug. Oh, honey, I love you so much. Here. He reaches behind him and his sister hands him his bouquet. He presents the flowers to Carolina. These are for you. I'm so glad you finally got to be our flower girl. Her joy and beauty are ethereal as she stands with her flower crown and bouquet. We keep her between us, me holding her hand, Teddy with his hand on her shoulder. The officiant looks to me. Henrik, was there anything else you wanted to say to Teddy? I nod, clearing my throat. Looking over Carolina to him, I hold his gaze. Teddy, when we first married, it was under a cloud of fear and grief. You did it to help a friend. You saw me in need. But in Sweden you asked me. Rather you shouted at me on the side of a busy road with traffic whooshing by. Oh, God, he mutters to the soft laughter of the crowd. You asked me to name 3 things I knew about you. Just 3 things that would make you believe I cared for you at all. Slipping my hand in my pocket, I pull out a piece of paper and unfold it. I know a few more things now. He bites his bottom lip, trying not to cry. You listen to Nora Jones in the bathtub, Kendrick Lamar at the gym, and never the other way around. The crowd laughs as Teddy shrugs. True. You burn yourself every time you take something out of the oven. When you're stressed, you only want to drink Diet Dr. Pepper. You have a strict 8-step skincare routine, and I'm not allowed to ask you any questions about it. If there's a risotto dish on the menu, you will always order it. He smiles. All true. Folding the paper, I tuck it back in my pocket. But those are just things, habits and patterns, the little routines you live by. I know more now. I know the rhythm of your breathing when you sleep. I know the catch of your breath when you hear something that surprises you. I know the furrow of your brow when you don't get your way. I think I could chart the pattern of the freckles on your cheeks with my eyes closed. They're more precious to me now than the stars in the sky. They are the constellation that guides me home. To you. Always to you. Only to you. My life and my love. My only one. Tears trail down his cheeks and I reach out, wiping them away with my thumb. We have a lifetime together to learn more trivia about each other, but the essential things won't change. I know you, Teddy. I know you and value you above all others, even myself. You married me once when I was drowning. You kicked for me, bringing me to the surface. In marrying me again, I vow to keep swimming, to keep trying to be worthy of you. I may not succeed, but I will always try. That is my vow. Silence answers my words as half the crowd reaches for tissues to dry their eyes. I glance around, suddenly feeling self-conscious. But, I glance to Teddy. Was that not correct for a vow? He chokes on a laugh, snatching the tissue his sister offers him. Are you freaking kidding me? The crowd laughs as he dabs at his eyes. After I nod to the officiant, she continues. Okay, thank you, Henrik. And Teddy, was there anything you'd like to say to Henrik? He huffs, tucking the tissue in his pocket. Sure, no problem. I'll follow that. The crowd laughs again. Clearing his throat, Teddy reaches out and takes both my hands in his. Henrik, I've loved you for 6 long years. I loved you before I really knew what love was. It was a fanciful, dreamy kind of love. The kind of love you get lost in while soaking in a bathtub, listening to Nora Jones. There are a few chuckles out in the crowd. I had you up on a pedestal in my mind. He goes on. You were perfect. My own masterpiece. I set up ropes and added alarms. I could look, but I couldn't touch. I think I was afraid that if I made you more human, you could hurt me. Worse, you could actually want me. Worse still, you could think you want me, learn more about me, then not want me anymore. I think that was my biggest fear, finally being seen by you, and having nowhere left to hide. Even once we were married, I hid pieces of myself away. I tried to play it cool and pretend like I wasn't dying inside every time you looked at me, every time you touched me. His words hurt my heart, to know how he suffered in those early days. As if he can read my mind, he glances out to the crowd. Don't worry, this story has a happy ending. He gestures to me with a wave of his hand. See? I got him. He knows everything about me, down to the freckles on my face, and he loves me anyway. There are cheers and applause it is, all our friends and family smiling, delighted for us and our love. Teddy turns back to me, his expression sobering. No one else has ever loved me the way you love me. No one else has ever made me feel so safe to be myself, to be loud and messy and panicked and happy and stressed. You let me feel all my feelings out loud, all at once, all the time. Henrik, you are my safe place, my harbor, and my home. I never want to leave the comfort of your arms. Lifting his hands to my lips, I kiss first the ring on his left hand, then the ring on his right. I love you, Teddy. Oh, God, I love you too. The officiant smiles at us, nodding down at Carolina. I take Caro's hand as the officiant continues. Nothing makes God happier than when people treat each other with kindness, love, and fairness. You've opened your hearts to each other and made a home for this girl you vowed to raise together. We here stand witness to your vows and commit now to help you see them through. In return, we vow to be your community, your support, and your safe shore. Lean on us, as you will undoubtedly lean on each other. We will, Teddy says with a nod. I squeeze Carolina's hand, smiling at them both. I will. The officiant nods, raising her hands. Then, by the power vested in me by the state of Florida, I now pronounce you husbands. You may kiss, sealing the bond of your marriage. With a squeak of excitement, Carolina steps back. Teddy trembles, his smile wide, as I pull him into my arms and kiss him soundly. No word of my vows was a lie. Tasting him on my lips is like coming up for air. I was drowning, and he saved me. I was lonely, and he brought joy and laughter into my life. I was lost, set adrift, and he found me. He reeled me in and moored me to him. We are bound now, irrevocably. Teddy is my life and my love. To the end of my days, he is my home. I love you, he says, the words a brand on my lips. Smiling, I kiss him again.
Epilogue. Teddy. 5 years later. Henrik and I make our way into the crowded auditorium. He has the flowers, and I have Carolina's coat. Before I can worry about trying to find our seats, a shrill whistle has us both turning. Ryan Langley stands about 10 rows down, waving us forward. He looks dapper in a gray suit with no tie, his beach blonde hair flopping across his forehead. "This way, babe," I say over my shoulder. Henrik follows me down the aisle, where we're greeted by what looks like half the Rays. The Langleys are here, obviously. Tonight, Emma and Carolina are debuting as flower dancers in the Jacksonville Ballet Company's holiday production of The Nutcracker. Carl's been practicing hard for months. I feel like I have the steps memorized at this point, too. Polly and his wife Maribel are here. Their daughter, Beatrice, is one of the Russian candy cane dancers, I think. Next to them are Rachel and Jake Price, and their son, Jamie. "Where's the rest of the fam?" I say, patting her shoulder as I pass. She smiles up at me. "Split efforts tonight. We wanted to be here to support the kids while the others all went to watch 2O's hockey game." I grin at Jake. "Does it gall you at all, your kiddo choosing to be a forward?" He just shakes his head. "Not at all. Heck, I was a forward until I was 15. He's got time to change his mind." "Maybe he'll be a goalie," I say with a shrug. Jake smiles. "He's certainly got the genes for it, though his mom has 2 left feet." She elbows him, and he laughs. But Jake's not kidding. The older Tomas Price has gotten, the more it's become clear exactly who his father is. The boy is only 7, and he's already the spitting image of Ilmari. The St. James Novikov Moros are here, too. Poppy sits in the row, one below Rachel, her daughter Fiona snuggled in her lap. Bennett sits between his dads, his eyes locked on the glowing screen of his tablet. "Hey, Teddy!" Poppy gives us a wave. "Oh, Henrik, those are gorgeous." He glances down at our bouquet of 12 long stem red roses with a smile. "We got flowers, too," says Colton. pointing to the seat next to him where I see a pretty bouquet of winter florals. I slip into the row in front of him, setting my coat on the seat the Langley saved for us. That's right, Grace is dancing tonight too, right? Novi leans back in his seat, arms folded across his chest in his sport coat. Gracie is a snowflake. Act 1. She's so fucking good. Our girl can arabesque like anything. Poppy laughs, rolling her eyes. She only demanded to audition because Emma and Carolina were auditioning, and she's complained every night we've taken her to rehearsals. He narrows his eyes at her. What are you saying? I'm saying you may have to face the fact that after 5 years, our daughter has fallen out of love with ballet. Now all she talks about is wanting to be a drummer in a band. I chuckle, sinking down in my seat. Henrik sits next to me, leaning in. There are many things I will abide in the name of Carolina's happiness, but a drum set... I know, I soothe, patting his knee. After 2 years in Henrik's old apartment, we finally moved into a bigger place closer to the beach. We're now only a 5-minute walk from the Langleys. Ever since someone thought it would be a good idea to get Carolina a dog, it's a walk we make pretty much daily. Sparkles bought you some goodwill, I assure him. If she asks for a drum set, we'll just say he's allergic. He snorts, carefully shifting the bouquet of flowers to under his chair. Tess leans in over Ryan, squeezing my arm. Is she excited? Did you see her all dressed and ready? I nod, grinning. I took like 1,000 pictures on my phone. I got some good ones of Emma, too. I'll send them to you. She gives me a thumbs up as the lights go down. Ryan leans around me to look at Henrik. Hey, we're going out for pizza tonight to celebrate. You three want to join? Can't, Henrik replies, clapping along with the rest of the crowd as the lights flash on stage, illuminating the curtains. We can't, I say, one brow raised. Why not? We've got plans, he replies, loud enough for Ryan to hear. This is the first I'm hearing of post-ballet dinner plans. My spidey senses start to tingle as I glance over at my husband. What plans? He just places a hand on my knee, giving it a pat. I won't let up until you tell me. It's a surprise. The overture starts, and I'm left dangling for the whole of Act 1, wondering what plans he made without telling me. From the moment the waltz of the flowers begins in Act 2, Henrik and I are on the edge of our seats. A gasp as Carolina comes prancing onto the stage in her pale green tutu. I grip Henrik's arm. Babe! I see her. He takes my hand, weaving our fingers together. Wow, she looks good, Ryan says next to me. Next to him, Tess is on the edge of her seat, too, her mountain of red curls piled atop her head. A few strands frame her freckled face as she clutches to her phone, recording Emma, who is dancing 2 girls behind Carolina. My God, how could I forget? Babe, your phone, I hiss. Henrik scrambles to get his phone, setting it to record, as we watch Carolina leap and twirl, her arms fanning. At 10, she's tall for her age. She's one of the tallest girls on the stage. Her icy blonde hair has grown to her butt. She won't let us cut it. Her tangled phase left too great an imprint on her psyche. I was a proud Papa Bear watching Henrik help her braid it tonight. We got it pinned up in a crown and hairsprayed it until it was practically a helmet. If that hair falls, it won't be our fault. She weaves between the other girls, prancing from stage left to stage right, hitting each mark. Next to me, Ryan is muttering under his breath. Tendu, pirouette into fouette. Yes! Emma and Carolina both nail landing in a lunge, back legs extended, chest open, arms extended. Henrik's eyes are on Carolina rather than the screen of his phone. She looks so beautiful. Tears sting my eyes as I watch our girl go, owning the stage like she was born to dance. I don't often let myself dwell on the darkness of how we met, but in this moment, watching the power in her leaps, I can't help but think back to that little girl I met in Sweden, bruises on her eye, a fluffy pink sock on the foot of her broken leg. She's come so far. She still loves drawing and watching movies. Math is her favorite subject in school, and she's pulled Henrik back into his love of photography. They want to set up a dark room upstairs so he can teach her how to develop film. We all took surfing lessons together until Carl and I admitted we were too afraid of sharks to continue. This summer, we've planned a family trip to Peru to hike part of the Inca Trail. Doesn't she look beautiful? His eyes glow as he watches her do her spins at center stage. She does, I murmur, a tear slipping down my cheek. She's so beautiful. The lights are up, and Christmas carols play over the speakers in the auditorium. All the families mill around, waiting for the dancers to be released from backstage. Did you like it? I say at Bennett. He just shrugs. It was long. The rat dancers were kind of cool, reminded me of Ninja Turtles. I smile. Ah, the mind of an 11-year-old boy. What a delightful and silly place. Ryan has his back turned to me, laughing at something with Tess. The pair of them hold bouquets of pink roses as they wait for Emma. Your girl is really good, Novi says over my shoulder, patting Henrik's back. How did she get so tall? Was your sister really tall? I'd say she was average, he replies. I'm sure she'll start slowing down and let the boys catch up, I say. My sister Nat was 5'11" by the end of middle school, but then she never grew another inch. If Carolina gets any taller, you'll have to try her out for volleyball, Poppy teases. I always wanted to play, but I'm a bit too vertically challenged. All at once, it's chaos as the dancers begin slipping out from the sides of a stage, trying to find their families in the crowd. Gracie Morrow comes prancing down the aisle, still dressed as a snowflake. Did you see me, Fee? She calls to her little sister. Baby cakes, you did so good! Poppy hugs her daughter, passing her around from Novi to Colton. Bennett is the one to hand her the flowers. She takes them, giving him a side hug. Morbor! Teddy! I spin around to see Carolina darting through the crowd, hand in hand with Emma. Daddy! Emma shouts. Hey, there she is! Ryan sweeps Emma up into the air, making her squeal, as Tess smothers her with the flowers. Carolina is more sedate as she hops like a bunny to come stand in front of us. Val, did you see me? Henrik hands her the flowers. You looked so beautiful, Mitlam. She looks to me, smiling from ear to ear, clutching her giant bouquet of oversized red roses. Teddy? Finally breaking, I let the tears fall and pull her to me. You were fantastic! Don't cry, she mumbles against my chest. I snort a laugh that sounds like a sob. Just try and stop me. She pulls away, her smile shifting to more of a mischievous grin. She glances to Henrik. Did you tell him? I told him nothing, he replies stoically. Tell me what? I glance between them. Guys, tell me what? She clutches to her flowers, her cheeks blooming pink. We have a surprise for you. My brow furrows, even as my heart starts to race. What surprise? It's not my birthday, and Christmas is still like 2 weeks away. She bounces on the balls of her feet. Should we tell him now? Yes, I say as Henrik says, no. I groan. Get your stuff, he says at her. We'll meet you right back here. Shoving her flowers at my chest, she darts away in search of her lost duffel bag. She may not be mine by blood, but apparently the propensity to lose things is more a nurture over nature thing. Is dinner the surprise? I say as Henrik pulls the SUV into the parking lot of High Tide. We've been playing the world's most unfun game of 20 questions, where I try to guess the surprise, and they give me nothing. It's part of it, says Caro from the back seat. She's out of her costume now, dressed in a comfortable purple sweatsuit set. But she still has her hair braided and her show makeup on. Morbor said this restaurant was special to you. I click off my seatbelt as she says the words, sitting frozen in the front seat. My God, she's right. We haven't been here together since our first date. How is that even possible? I think I've been here a few times in the passing years. A birthday, maybe, and a work lunch. But never with Carolina and Henrik. It's just far enough down the A1A that we'd never think to go here. I slip out of the SUV as Henrik hands the keys to the valet. Carolina steps in behind Henrik, taking one of our hands in each of hers. She leads the way up the ramp, bouncing ahead to open the front door for us. Remember the photographer? I say, pointing over to the patch of bushes. Henrik smirks. And the lady who was affronted at seeing two men holding hands. I laugh. Denise. God, how do I still remember her name? We step inside, and Carolina is already at the hostess stand. We have a reservation for Karlsson, she says in her dull voice. 3 people. The hostess smiles down at her. Yep, I have it here. We follow her through the first dining room into the far corner, where we're shown a table by the windows. During the day, this looks out on a gorgeous view of the Atlantic Ocean. The sun is long set, so now the view is now just a dark abyss. A candle lit on the table provides a warm glow that reflects off the large windows. Your server will be right with you, the hostess says, handing us our menus. Henrik and Kara open theirs as if nothing fishy is happening. They both buried their faces behind the folds, leaving me to gape at them, my own menu ignored. Guys, seriously, you have to tell me what's going on. It's not fair that you both know. Before either of them can speak, the waiter comes over and takes our drink order. He'll have an amaretto sour, Henrik tells him. I'll have a pale ale, whatever's on tap. And we're ready to order. We'd like to start with an order of the mussels. Then we'll all split a branzino and a plate of a lobster and scallop risotto. Very good, sir. The waiter takes the menus, and I'm left speechless. But we ordered that on our first date, I finally blurt. He smiles, sipping his water. I know. Snatching up my napkin, I stuff it under the table onto my lap. Okay, someone better start talking. I point across the table at Carolina, my eyes narrowed. You're going to tell me, aren't you? She glances up at Henrik. Can we? He nods, and I sigh with relief, knowing my suffering is at an end. We wanted to do something special for you for Christmas this year, he begins. Carolina and I coordinated our gifts. But you both always get me such wonderful gifts. It's true. Last year they got me a lovely watch and a spa package. The year before it was a family trip to Canada to go skiing. It's not so much something we can get for you, Caro explains. More like something we each want to ask you. I glance between them. Something to ask me? They both nod. Well, why are we doing this now? Why not wait until actual Christmas? Because we wanted it to be just us, she replies. Moorebror goes out of town this week for games. Then we'll all be busy with a trip to Montana, and we won't really be alone there. The Prices invited us to spend Christmas in Montana again this year. 1 week with 25 people trapped in one big ranch house. It's chaotic and fun. And she's right. We'll get no alone time. The waiter delivers our drinks, and I take a sip of my amaretto sour. Okay, so you say you have something to ask me? Henrik glances down at Caro. You first, Lam. Taking a deep breath, she reaches into the pocket of her purple sweatshirt and pulls out a folded piece of paper. Then she holds it out to me. This is for you. I wrote it down. At the look of nervous excitement on her face, I already know I'm about to frickin' lose it. I take the paper from her, holding back my tears. She colored the front to look like a winter forest. In a scripty red font, it says, Merry Christmas. Smiling, I open the handmade card. Inside, there's one line written in her slanted handwriting. Can I call you Dad? I stare down at the words, heart racing. Slowly, I look up to see tears in her eyes, Henrik's hand on her shoulder. You really mean it? I say through my own tears. She nods, sniffling. Henrik will always be my morbror. It's all I've ever known, and we're happy. But I don't like calling you Uncle Teddy. Why? She shrugs. You just don't feel like an uncle to me. I had a mom, and she was perfect. And I have an uncle, she adds, smiling up at Henrik. Then she turns back to me. I think I'd like to have a dad, if you let me. I set the card down, tears flowing. Oh, honey, of course. I mean, is it okay with Henrik? I look to him to see he's crying too. I choke on a laugh, grabbing my napkin off my lap. Oh my God. Oh, look at us. The waiter is going to kick us out of here. They both laugh as they wipe their tears. I hold out my arms. Oh, honey, come here. She darts out of her chair and around Henrik, dropping into my lap with a soft sob. I hold her to me, my arms around her tight, trying and failing to keep my cool. I brush my hand up and down her back, slowly rocking her. I'd be honored if you chose to call me your dad, Carolina. I love you so much. I love you. Her words are muffled against my chest. Can I call you my daughter? Is that what you want? She nods again. I turn to Henrik. Apparently, you have something to ask me too? I do. His expression is glowing as he reaches into the pocket of his suit and pulls out his own papers, folded long ways. Smiling, he extends an arm, holding them out across the table. Still sniffling on my lap, Caro turns so she can watch me take them. Heart in my throat, I unfold the papers to see some kind of government document. A name change application for the state of Florida? What? Are we about to all go on the lam? Are we committing a crime before dessert? Caro grins. No, Henrik replies, his voice soft. I'd like you to consider changing your last name. To what? I reply, obviously in a daze. The corner of his mouth twitches with a smile. Well, I suppose that will really be up to you, but I was hoping you might add Karlsson to the short list of options. I gasp, dropping the papers to the table. You want me to change my last name to Karlsson? He shrugs noncommittally, but I see the heat in his eyes. After 5 years together, I can read him like a book. He wants this, desperately. We're married, he reasons. It's common practice for people who are married to take each other's name. We are married, I muse. I wear the rings to prove it. Heck, we did it twice, just to make sure it would really stick. And it's 2 against 1, Caro chimes, pointing between her and Henrik. Oh yeah, 2 against 1, huh? Yeah, 'cause our names are both already Karlsson. Yours could be too. I think it should be. Then no one can doubt that we're a family, that we belong together. My heart flutters as I glance down at her. You want this too? She nods. I glance to Henrik. Well, what if I want to keep my name? Would you consider changing your name to O'Connor? After a moment, he nods. I already asked Ellen about the process. Carolina and I can petition the Swedish tax agency to have our names changed, if that's your preference. I pick up the papers, flipping through them, trying to keep my tone measured. Meanwhile, my heart is racing. But your preference is for me to become a Karlsson? I have no preference, he calmly replies. I'm merely offering you the options. If you don't wish to become a Karlsson, Caro and I will happily become O'Connors. We are ready, and we want this. We hope you do too. Fighting my smile, I test it out, as if I haven't whispered it like a prayer 1,000 times before. Teddy Karlsson. It has a nice ring to it. Henrik's gaze is molten. If we were alone right now, instead of in a crowded restaurant, he'd already have me in his arms, my body splayed across his table. The thought makes me sit up a little straighter. Fine. I'll take your last name on one condition. He raises a brow, waiting. I grin, playing my trump card. You have to go to Burning Man with me next year. And yes, before you ask, you have to wear the chaps and the lace crop top. He sighs as Caro giggles. I glance between them. What? What's funny? Henrik nods at her. Give them to him. Reaching in her pocket, she pulls out 2 small pieces of paper and hands them to me. I gasp as I see that she's cut them to look like handmade carnival tickets. On each one it says, Burning Man, limit 1 entry. She even decorated the edges with cute little flames. My gaze darts between them as I sputter. But how? Across the table, Henrik just smiles. Because I know you, Mitiata. I know the soul of you. And I will wear your chaps at Burning Man next year. But first, you take our name. My smile is so big, it hurts as I set the papers aside and wrap my arms around my daughter, smiling across the table at my husband. Dr. and Mr. Teddy Karlsson. Ooh, babe. That'll look so good on our return address labels. He nods, sipping his beer. Anything you want, Mitiata. Anything at all. This concludes Pucking Strong by Emily Rath. Narrated by Deontay Black and Tor Tom. Copyright 2025 by Emily Rath Books. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Emily Rath Books, care of Jabberwocky Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.